Chapter 698. On the other side, just as Feng Zichen was monitoring the Kunlun mountain. On the South Pole star, the South Pole Longevity Emperor also opened his eyes and quietly lowered his gaze, looking in the direction of Mount Meru to monitor the movements of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. The two of them each monitored one side, waiting for them to make a big move and destroy it immediately. However, before Feng Zichen and the other 5 saints made a big move, as if they were deliberately going against him, something happened on the human side. Feng Zichen, who had originally planned not to interfere in the affairs of the human race, had no choice but to continue looking at the human race. Ha! Good fellow. In less than 100 years, my Empress Taikang was chased off the throne, lost her throne, and wandered outside. Looking at the person who chased Taikang off the throne, Feng Zichen was speechless. Good fellow, it was also an acquaintance. It was Yi, the former great sorcerer Yi of the Witch clan, who was also the current Hui. Back then, the great sorcerer Yi was schemed against by Shihi. On the day of Feng Zichen's wedding, he went to the human race and wanted to snatch his new wife, the divine Empress Chang Yi of the human race. For this, Feng Zichen was furious. He used the human Dao imperial court to suppress Yi, who had lost control. Not long after, he sent him into the cycle of reincarnation in an attempt to solve the hidden dangers in Yi's body and restore him to normal. After that, Yi did not return for a long time. Feng Zichen gradually forgot about him. But he did not expect that today, more than 10 million years later, he would see the great sorcerer Yi again. No. To be precise, it was the reincarnation of the great sorcerer Yi, Ho-Yi of the human race. That's right, after more than 10 million years, De Yi reincarnated into the human race and became the leader of the Cheong tribe of the eastern barbarians of the human race. Not long ago, he was also the one who chased Empress Taikang off the throne. Tisk, tisk, there's going to be a lot of fun. With a thought, Feng Zichen understood the whole story. It was nothing more than that after Empress Taikang succeeded the throne, he was greedy for pleasure and ignored political affairs, causing the people to be resentful. After that, this fellow did not repent and brought a large group of his subordinates out to hunt. Are you messing around? Then, his house was stolen. Taking advantage of Taikang's absence, Ho-Yi led his troops to take over the capital of the Xia dynasty. When Taikang received the news and wanted to take back the capital, he realized that he was no match for Ho-Yi. That's right, how could a person who was so greedy for pleasure be a match for Ho-Yi who fought all year round? Thus, Ho-Yi replaced Taikang and became the new king of the Xia dynasty. At this time, there was no such thing as a change of dynasty. Therefore, even if Ho-Yi banished Taikang, he still called himself Empress Xia instead of establishing a new dynasty. In this way, the human race ushered in the reign of Ho-Yi. It made sense. Although Ho-Yi was born in the Wu tribe, he had contributed to shooting down the sun. After careful calculation, all the creatures in the untainted land had received his favor. Therefore, it was suitable for him to lead the human race. Even if it was to repay the karma of the past. However, there was a huge karma between Ho-Yi and Feng Zichen. It seems that Ho-Yi has not awakened the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not have taken a fancy to the identity of the monarch of the Xia dynasty. From Ho-Yi's current actions, Feng Zichen had analyzed a lot of things. First of all, he was sure that Ho-Yi had not awakened the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have run back to the Wu tribe long ago. He would not be like now, eagerly staying in the human race to compete with Taikang for the position of the human king. Sigh. Why is Taikang so useless? He is the descendant of Xianyuan, the eldest grandson of Yu the Great, and the eldest son of Qi. How could he be so easily taken away by others? Even if he inherited a trace of the advantages of his ancestors, it shouldn't be like this. It's enough that the flying dragon can lose. On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen complained. Until now, he still could not understand how Taikang had become like this. One had to know that at this time, it had not been long since the fall of Yu the Great and Xia Qi, and the world was still thinking about their merits. With the foundation they had left behind, as long as Tai Kong worked a little harder, he would not end up being ousted from the throne. He did not want to make progress and was greedy for pleasure, Sai, the ruler of a fallen country. Feng Zichen was in a very bad mood, so much so that he kept complaining to Tai Kong. This was not because he was dissatisfied with Tai Kong, but because of the lunar star. Just now, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the lunar star. Obviously, Wang Shu could not help but attack him after knowing that Hou Yi had reappeared. Back then, Hou Yi had offended Wang Shu when she was still Chang Yi. The divine empress of the human race, Chang Yi, had been virtuous all her life. She could be said to be the divine emperor's good wife. It could be said that she was full of merits. However, no one was perfect. Even someone as virtuous as the divine empress had something to criticize. On the day of the wedding, a man from another race came to snatch the bride. Although this had nothing to do with Chang Yi and was all Hou Yi's personal behavior, it would not be good if word of this spread out. Who asked Hou Yi and Chang Yi to be unlucky and be schemed against by Shi He and Di Jun? This matter became the only stain on Chang Yi's perfect resume. It was also because of this that the grudge between Wang Shu and Hou Yi was formed. Not only did he not get any benefits from saving people, but he also ended up in trouble and saved himself a big problem. It would be strange if Wang Shu was not angry. As for Hou Yi, it was because he was schemed against by Shi He that he did such an unwise thing. Regarding this, Wang Shu had always sneered. Just by saying that he was schemed against, he wanted to expose the matter of destroying his reputation. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Wang Shu would not forget the karma between him and Shi He. But similarly, he would not forget the karma between him and Hou Yi. Hou Yi would eventually pay the price for his actions that day. Back then, when Hou Yi was suppressed by Feng Zichen, Wang Shu had not recovered his memory and was relatively weak. Even if Hou Yi was in front of him, he was unable to take revenge. But now, he was already one of the few top-notch great divine abilities in the primordial world. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a Hou Yi who had not recovered his strength? So, after sensing Hou Yi's aura, Wang Shu directly made a move, wanting to give Hou Yi retribution and end the karma from back then. And regarding all of this, Feng Zichen naturally stood on his wife's side. Hou Yi, you asked for this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Zichen's heart moved slightly. It was obvious that he had a plan. He was prepared to find an opportunity to kick Hou Yi off the stage and send him back into the cycle of reincarnation. Look at what Hou Yi was like now. He was greedy for pleasure and did not want to improve. He was exactly the same as Tai Kong from before. If this continued, he would be crippled. He might not even be able to withstand the backlash of the dragon energy of the people path. Not to mention recovering his strength and awakening the memories of his previous life. Therefore, this account could be considered useless. It was better to send it back into the cycle of reincarnation and rebuild it. Yes. This excuse was very good. In the future, if the Lady of Earth asked, he would use this to brush her off. Feng Zichen was doing this for Hou Yi's own good. Being killed by Wang Shu was better than being killed by the backlash of his people path dragon energy. At the very least, if he died to the former, nothing would happen to Hou Yi's true spirit. He still had a chance to be reincarnated. However, if he died to the latter, his true spirit would be destroyed. If Hou Yi wanted to be resurrected, it would really become a troublesome matter. It was also Hou Yi's own failure that gave others a chance to make a move. Otherwise, if he was a wise ruler and made the great Xia dynasty prosper, who would dare to touch him? The human emperor's dignity would not be lost. He was almost invincible in the primordial world. In the long river of destiny, as the moon star trembled, the destiny of the human race also underwent an inexplicable change. Wisps of destiny separated, giving birth to one person after another with great destiny. As the Saint Empress of the human race, the deity position stood in the ancestral temple of the human race and enjoyed the worship of the human race for generations. Wang Shu naturally had the ability to mobilize the destiny of the human race. Although this bit of destiny was not much, it was enough to have a certain impact on the human race. At the same time, Feng Ziqian secretly mobilized the Ziwei star and planted wisps of Emperor's aura on those with great destiny, making them the powerful successors of the human king to compete with Hou Yi for the throne. For a moment, the human race fell into war again. When the Great Era descended, destiny would definitely fluctuate because of it, and countless opportunities would be born. Therefore, every time the Great Era descended, although countless living beings would die tragically, there would also be many heroes who would take the opportunity to rise and create their own glory. After this time, the human race might produce many experts. Of course, this did not mean that Feng Ziqian was ruthless. In order to let the human race produce more experts, he did not care about the lives of those innocent people. In fact, that was not the case. Although there were many ordinary mortals in the human race, the main body was still made up of cultivators. This meant that the civil war of the human race involved cultivators and not ordinary people. In addition, with the protection of the 9-province barrier, ordinary mortals would not be affected by the war between cultivators. This civil war of the human race completely revolved around cultivators. It might affect the lives of ordinary people, but it would not cause any serious consequences. Therefore, mortals could be more or less worry-free. As for the casualties of cultivators, this could only be said that since they had chosen to embark on this path of no return, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives at any time. The path of cultivation was against the heavens to begin with. It was normal for it to be full of ups and downs. It was impossible to have a smooth journey all the way. Just like writing a novel, it was normal to die halfway. Moreover, for the sake of the human race's strength, some sacrifices were inevitable. When the heavens emit killing intent, the stars shift. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When humans emit killing intent, heaven and earth turn upside down. When heaven and man unite, all changes are fixed. On the untainted land, as Feng Ziqian and Wang Shu killed each other with a single thought, a magnificent upheaval began. Hou Yi had been in power for less than 1,000 years before he was killed by his subordinate, Han Li, and became a stepping stone for him to become Empress Xia. After that, Xia Qi's descendants rose and wanted to recreate the glory of their ancestors to fight for the throne with Han Li. At this time, when the other powerful tribes saw this, they also had thoughts. They felt that if Hou Yi could be king and Han Li could be king, why couldn't they? In this world, Xia Qi could take it, Hou Yi could take it, and Han Li could take it. Naturally, they could take it too. Therefore, the leaders of the various tribes who had such thoughts joined the battle for the throne. This was, if Tai Kong lost his position, the world would despise him. In less than 1,000 years, the human race was in chaos. It could be said that heroes rose and ruled the world together. Until 10,000 years later, Yu the Great's descendant, Yu Shaokong, rose strongly. He first killed Han Li, then swept away the heroes, re-established the world, and revived the Great Xia. At this point, the supreme power of the Great Xia returned to the hands of Yu the Great's descendants after a few changes. It was also from then on that the human race regained peace and entered the stage of recuperation. It was a pity that due to the increasingly harsh environment of heaven and earth, although many Tai Jingxian were born, none of the Daluo Jingxian was born. Now, the most likely person to become the Daluo Jingxian in the human race was the human king, Yu Shaokong. Note, after Yu the Great, there were no more human sovereigns. They were all called the human kings. As long as he could sit on the human king's position for 10,000 years, he would definitely become the Daluo Jingxian. If he could sit on the human king's position for 1,000,000 years like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then not only would he become a great divine power in the future, he would also have a chance of becoming the primordial Daluo Jingxian. However, all of this had nothing to do with Feng Ziqian. It all depended on Yu Shaokong's own hard work. And now, Feng Ziqian. There were more important things to do. There was movement from the three pure ones. Kunlun Mountain, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly stirred up a boundless storm. Beams of resplendent immortal light rose from the jade void palace of Kunlun Mountain and spread towards the entire primordial world. The immortal light was unusually clear and pure, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. It gently streaked across the world, releasing a speechless mystery. In an instant, the world seemed to be different. It was as if it had been separated by an inexplicable force, creating a barrier. This is, Feng Zichen carefully sensed for a moment and finally realized that the world was different from before. After the immortal light streaked across, what changed was not the world, but the connate chi and postnatal chi that filled the world. Under the attack of the three pure ones, the chi that filled the primordial world seemed to have been cut in the middle, and there was a distinction between clear and turbid. In the past, although the world was divided into two, there was no chi of heaven. This did not mean that the primordial world did not have connate clear chi and connate turbid chi. Instead, what occupied the mainstream of the primordial world was the purest connate chi that the world had spontaneously transformed from the chaos chi. This kind of connate chi was directly transformed from the chaos chi, so it did not have any attributes. It could also be said that it contained all attributes, including clear and turbid, yin and yang, 5 elements, and so on. Therefore, after this kind of connate chi was absorbed by a cultivator, it could be transformed into connate power of any attribute. The postnatal chi that was directly transformed from connate chi had the same characteristics as it. But now, as the chi of heaven had a distinction between clear and turbid, this characteristic was no longer there. Half of it was missing. How could it be as perfect as before? Good. The three pure ones are really generous. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen clicked his tongue and said. He had roughly guessed the three pure ones' plan. After the distinction between clear and turbid chi of heaven, the three pure ones would undoubtedly benefit the most. As the connate holiness that was born from the fusion of the fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit and the connate clear and turbid chi of heaven, the three pure ones could be said to be the ancestors of the connate light chi. Therefore, in the future, if someone cultivated the connate light chi, he would definitely be classified as a disciple of the three pure ones. Think about it, if all the cultivators in the future were to be disciples of the three pure ones, how much would their fate expand? It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be the top 3 in the primordial world. However, there was another loophole. That was, there were countless cultivators in the primordial world. How could the three pure ones make these cultivators willingly give up using the connate chi to cultivate and use the light chi that was not as good as the connate chi? However, since the three pure ones dared to divide the connate chi, they must have a perfect plan that could make this happen. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the three pure ones should create a cultivation system that relied on the connate light chi to replace the existing cultivation system. Moreover, this new cultivation system would definitely be better than the previous one. Otherwise, who would be willing to change the cultivation system for no reason? Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about this, the three pure ones made another move on the Kunlun Mountain. Mysterious runes rose from the Kunlun Mountain and formed a supreme Taoist scripture in the sky. The mysterious wave spread out, almost alarming all the living beings in the primordial world. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the Taoist scripture. Then, before the people could see clearly what kind of mystery was recorded in the supreme Taoist scripture, they heard a boom. The supreme Taoist scripture suddenly exploded and turned into countless light spots that scattered all over the primordial world. Swish, the next moment. A cultivation method called the Celestial Immortal Path appeared in the minds of all living beings. The Celestial Immortal Path was a cultivation method that was different from the traditional Immortal Path. It was jointly created by the Taoist priests of the three pure ones. The times were changing, the rules were changing, and so was the great Tao. The Taoist priests of the three pure ones went with the flow and redefined the immortal path, creating the Celestial Immortal Path. Unlike the traditional immortal path that collected the connate chi, the Celestial Immortal Path needed to collect the connate light chi, which was the so-called spiritual chi. In other words, the celestial immortal path relied on spiritual qi. Obviously, this was the Three Pure Ones method to make all living beings use spiritual qi. Compared to the traditional immortal path, the celestial immortal path was undoubtedly simpler. It was easier to cultivate and break through. There was no doubt about this. Because the cultivation of the celestial immortal path mainly focused on refining the primordial spirit and neglected the cultivation of the body. In other words, the reason why the celestial immortal path could be cultivated so quickly was that it gave up refining the body. To cultivate the traditional immortal path, one had to refine the body while strengthening the primordial spirit. This would undoubtedly slow down one's cultivation speed. However, the celestial immortal path had almost completely given up on refining the body. Wouldn't this greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation? It would be strange if one didn't advance quickly. Focusing on the primordial spirit was the celestial immortal path's greatest characteristic. At the same time, this was especially in line with the Three Pure Ones situation. Everyone knew that because the Three Pure Ones were formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, their primordial spirits were innately powerful, second only to the Tao ancestors and demon ancestors. Just as the shamans were known for their physical bodies, the Three Pure Ones were known for their primordial spirit. But at the same time, there was nothing perfect in the world. Shamans had powerful bodies, but they didn't have a primordial spirit to match them. Due to their excessively powerful primordial spirits, the Three Pure Ones' primordial spirits were incomparably weak. Of course, this weakness was the result of comparing their bodies to the other Khanate demon gods, not Khanate life forms. To Khanate life forms, the Three Pure Ones' primordial spirits were unreachable, no matter how weak they were. The Three Pure Ones' primordial spirits were their flaw, just like how shamans were born without a primordial spirit. Since they couldn't strengthen their bodies, they could only play to their strengths and focus on strengthening their primordial spirits. For this reason, it was only natural that the Three Pure Ones, who were skilled in the primordial spirit Tao, would create the celestial immortal path that specialized in primordial spirit cultivation. The celestial immortal path was most compatible with the Three Pure Ones. As for ordinary living beings, they didn't have much of a choice. Cultivating the traditional celestial immortal path was just too difficult. Of course, it wasn't that difficult. They could grit their teeth and overcome it. There was no such thing as suffering in cultivation. Most importantly, the traditional celestial immortal path was just too time-consuming. They would need to cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years at the drop of a hat. This wouldn't have been a problem in the Khanate era. Wasn't it just tens of thousands of years? Everyone was a life form born of heaven and earth, with an endless lifespan. Tens of thousands of years were but a drop in the ocean. It would pass in the blink of an eye. But it wouldn't work now. Because with the advent of the postnatal era, those who hadn't reached the Khanate level would have a limited lifespan. Celestial immortals could only enjoy a lifespan of 18,000 years. After 18,000 years, if they couldn't become mystic immortals, they wouldn't be able to escape the end of their lifespan and their souls entering the cycle of reincarnation. Mystic immortals were slightly better than celestial immortals. They could enjoy a lifespan of 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. But after that, if they couldn't break through to the golden immortal realm, they wouldn't be able to escape the end of their lifespan and reincarnation. In the postnatal era, cultivators could only break through to the golden immortal realm to get rid of the limit of their lifespan. They could truly live forever and live as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, golden immortals had another name, which was the longevity realm, also known as the longevity realm. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be ridiculous to expect cultivators to spend tens of thousands of years in seclusion to temper their bodies like before in order to break through to the next realm? If they lost their lives, how could they break through? Therefore, the moment the celestial immortal path appeared, Feng Zichen had already expected it to prosper. There was no other reason. It was because the celestial immortal path could allow people to live longer. In the postnatal era, what cultivators valued the most was strength. However, in the postnatal era, although cultivators also valued strength, they valued lifespan more. If one didn't have enough lifespan, no matter how strong they would only be a grain of sand. In this case, what was the use of having strength? Only by completely breaking free from the limit of one's lifespan and not worrying about it would one have the right to pursue strength. At this moment, the appearance of the celestial immortal path could allow all living beings to break through to the next realm faster and obtain more lifespan. In the face of such a temptation, who could refuse? As for the celestial immortal path not being as strong as the traditional immortal path and being unable to temper the body, these were not problems. When one's lifespan was insufficient, one would naturally focus on increasing one's lifespan. However, after one's lifespan was enough, one should put the pursuit of strength first. What? The body was too weak. That didn't matter. Without the limit of one's lifespan, there would naturally be time to temper it. Immortals. What they didn't lack the most was time. The powerful traditional immortal path would eventually be replaced by the more efficient celestial immortal path because it took too much time. Different environments of heaven and earth created different pursuits. This was the general trend and would not be changed by external forces. Lifespan. Lifespan. The tyranny of the postnatal era had already begun to show. It deprived the innate life forms of the ability to live forever, causing them to have a limited lifespan. It could be expected that as time passed, longevity would become the goal of all living beings and gradually evolve into the theme of the postnatal era. Why would the Feast of Immortality peaches be so popular in the future? There was no other reason than that the immortality peaches could increase the lifespan of immortals. If one ate a 3,000-year-old immortality peach, one would directly become a celestial immortal. If one ate a 6,000-year-old immortality peach, one would directly become a mystic immortal. Note, a mystic immortal's lifespan is 129,600 years. To mortals, this is already considered immortality. The highest grade immortality peach was 9,000 years old. If one ate one would directly become a golden immortal. From then on, one would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Such a treasure was taken out by the Queen Mother to entertain guests. Which immortal wouldn't like it? It was no wonder that the Queen Mother could use it to attract people's hearts. As for the appearance of the celestial immortal path, could it impact the martial Tao? Feng Zichen said that it didn't matter at all. The heavenly immortal Tao only simplified the traditional immortal Tao. It didn't lower the threshold. In fact, it raised the threshold slightly. Those who couldn't cultivate the traditional immortal Tao in the past still couldn't cultivate the heavenly immortal Tao. Since that was the case, how could it affect the martial Tao? The martial Tao could be said to be a threshold without any threshold. It was the capital that allowed it to stand tall in the eldritch world. No matter how time passed, no matter how the environment changed, as long as people still pursued strength, the martial Tao would never decline. The essence of the martial Tao was to become stronger. And becoming stronger had long become the instinct of living beings. Since that was the case, how could the martial Tao decline? Even if there were many cultivation systems in the eldritch world, the martial Tao would at most be affected and be in a slump for a period of time. It wouldn't completely decline because of that. Unless, every living being in the eldritch world was a genius. That way, there was a possibility that the martial Tao would decline. But was that possible? Everyone was like a dragon. That only existed in dreams. The difference was made by comparison. Therefore, Feng Zichen wasn't worried at all that the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao would affect the martial Tao. However, the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao made Feng Zichen see an opportunity to plot against the three pure ones. The clear and turbid qi were interdependent. The connate light qi was absorbed by the heavenly immortal Tao and became a resource for its advancement. But what about the connate turbid qi? Was he going to leave it there and not care? That wouldn't do. One had to know that the impact of the imbalance between clear and turbid was no less than the imbalance between yin and yang. Unfortunately, the three pure ones were born from the connate light qi and were the most noble. Although the Khanate turbid chi wasn't considered poison to them, it would still make them feel extremely filthy and difficult to approach. In layman's terms, they were born to dislike the Khanate turbid chi. It was just like how the Magi were born to dislike the Khanate light chi. Therefore, to let the three pure ones absorb the Khanate turbid chi was even more uncomfortable than killing them. To the cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao, the Khanate turbid chi was a kind of poison that could corrupt their immortal bodies and destroy their cultivation. As a result, the cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao naturally hated the Khanate turbid chi. Not to mention absorbing it, they didn't even want to see it. However, the Khanate turbid chi was placed there and they couldn't not deal with it. Otherwise, once the imbalance between clear and turbid chi led to a disaster, the karma caused by it would all be blamed on the three pure ones. Therefore, the three pure ones would definitely think of a way to solve the problem of too much Khanate turbid chi to prevent the imbalance between clear and turbid chi in the primordial world. As for how the three pure ones would solve the problem, Feng Zichen wasn't too sure and couldn't guess. However, no matter what method the three pure ones used, Feng Zichen didn't think that it was better than his method. That's right. Feng Zichen already had a plan in his heart about how to solve the problem of too much Khanate turbid chi. Moreover, he planned to be a good person this time and help the three pure ones solve the problem for free. Since the three pure ones could use the Khanate clear chi as the foundation to create a heavenly immortal Tao. Feng Zichen could also use the Khanate turbid chi as the foundation to create a supreme heavenly demon Tao and compete with the heavenly immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was on the stage. How could the demonic Tao be missing? One immortal and one devil, one clear and one turbid. Only in this way could it be in line with the balance of heaven and earth. The appearance of the heavenly demon Tao could be said to have made up for the flaws of the heavenly immortal Tao. It allowed the Khanate turbid chi to have a place to go. According to this, Feng Zichen had helped the three pure ones a lot and helped them make up for a fatal flaw. However, Feng Zichen didn't intend to ask the three pure ones for compensation. It was all for the safety of the primordial world. It wasn't enough. He was Feng Zichen. He was so selfless. As for the fact that he had created the heavenly demon Tao with the Khanate turbid chi as the foundation, he had been recognized by the heavenly Tao as making up for the three pure ones' mistakes. As a result, he had taken half of the three pure ones' opportunities. That really had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. He didn't want to snatch the opportunities of the three pure ones. He just couldn't bear to see the primordial world suffer a disaster and made a patch for the great plan of the three pure ones. As for the consequences of doing so, he couldn't care less. After all, the consequences were more important than the safety of all living beings in the world. The three pure ones had created the heavenly immortal Tao and opened up another cultivation system for all living beings. This was a great act of merit. There would definitely be merit from the heavenly Tao. However, this great merit was not complete. There was a huge hidden danger. That was, if the heavenly immortal Tao was allowed to continue developing, it would definitely cause the primordial world to be imbalanced and lead to a world-destroying disaster. The Khanate turbid chi was a whole. How could he use half and throw away the other half? Therefore, although it was a great merit for the three pure ones to create the heavenly immortal Tao, they had also buried a huge hidden danger while obtaining merit. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly did the opposite. Using the Khanate turbid chi as the foundation to create the supreme heavenly demon Tao could be considered to have made up for the flaws of the heavenly immortal Tao. In this way, it was naturally a happy situation for the primordial world. However, it was completely different for the three pure ones. The immortal Tao and the demonic Tao, one pure and one turbid, were opposite but complementary. It could be said that it perfectly complemented the plan of the three pure ones. However, at the same time, it also meant that the demonic Tao would take half of the benefits from the three pure ones. However, this was not what angered the three pure ones the most. With the three pure ones' current status, the benefits brought by the creation of the heavenly immortal Tao were no longer worth their attention. Therefore, what really angered the three pure ones was the influence brought about by the appearance of the heavenly demon Tao. What influence? That was balance. In order to prevent the primordial and turbid from being imbalanced, the heavenly Tao would definitely come out to balance the forces of the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao. In other words, if one side was too strong, the heavenly Tao would suppress the strong side and support the weak side. In such a situation, if it was between two evenly matched forces, it would not be a problem at all. However, it was a big problem for the heavenly immortal Tao and the heavenly demon Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao had the traditional immortal Tao as its foundation. Its forces could definitely expand rapidly in a short time and become a giant in the primordial world. However, the heavenly demon Tao could not. The demonic Tao was almost suppressed to extinction by the Xianmen. It could be said that it did not even have a foundation in the primordial world. The development of the heavenly demon Tao could only rely on itself. It was impossible for it to compete with the heavenly immortal Tao. However, once the heavenly demon Tao and the heavenly immortal Tao formed a symbiotic relationship, the heavenly Tao would definitely support the heavenly demon Tao and suppress the heavenly immortal Tao to achieve a balance between the two. Once this situation was formed, it was equivalent to the three pure ones working hard for half a day to make a wedding dress for someone else. Not only did they not reap much benefits, but they also nurtured an opponent that they could not destroy. In this way, how could the three pure ones not be angry? And this was the big gift that Feng Zichen had prepared for the three pure ones. He believed that once this matter was completed, it would definitely leave an indelible impression on the three pure ones. It would make them feel heartache for the rest of their lives. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. He had been suppressed by the three pure ones for a long time. If he took revenge, he would inevitably feel the joy of holding his head high. Moreover, with this troublesome matter, the three pure ones would probably not have the mood to investigate the matters outside the world. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen silently contacted the ultimate void and the mental demons that were secretly developing in the ultimate void. He handed over the matter of establishing the heavenly demon Tao to them. At the same time, in order to increase their efficiency, Feng Zichen also temporarily handed Hongmeng Daozhong over to them to help them. Professional matters, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Moreover, it was obviously more appropriate for the ultimate void and the mental demons to step in to establish the heavenly demon Tao than for Feng Zichen to step in. One had to know that the ultimate void was the destined master of the demonic Tao. Now, it was time for him to set things right and reorganize the demonic sect. As for whether he would fail or not, Feng Zichen had never worried about that. Before the three pure ones created the heavenly immortal Tao, Feng Zichen might not have the confidence to create the true demonic Tao. However, after the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao, he had great confidence. That was because the appearance of the heavenly demon Tao was a supplement to the heavenly immortal Tao. It was beneficial to the primordial world. Therefore, he had the help of the heavens. The most difficult thing had already been done by the three pure ones. Next, the ultimate void and the mental demons only needed to imitate the heavenly immortal Tao step by step and they would be able to establish the heavenly demon Tao. In addition, with the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, if he could still fail, it could only be said that Feng Zichen deserved to be suppressed by the three pure ones for the rest of his life. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about how to plot against the three pure ones did not choose to stop immediately after establishing the heavenly immortal Tao. Instead, they continued to move. Rumble. Kunlun Mountain suddenly shook violently. Soon after, an immortal light that was even more resplendent than before rose from Kunlun Mountain, illuminating the entire primordial world. The immortal light was so strong that even Feng Zichen narrowed his eyes slightly in the boundless starry sky. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. The three pure ones actually used the power of the heavenly Tao. What are they planning to do? Feng Zichen could not help but exclaim in shock as he activated the galaxy cosmic light array to disperse the immortal light. Although the three pure ones were powerful, it was impossible for them to break through the seal of the boundless starry sky and project the immortal light onto Ziwei star. But now, they had done it. It could only be said that they had used the power of the heavenly Tao. Only the power of the heavenly Tao could break through the seal of the boundless starry sky and shine the immortal light in. The reason why the saints were invincible in the primordial world and suppressed the group of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was that they could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. In the primordial world, who could rival the heavenly Tao? The saints who could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao were naturally invincible. What are the three pure ones trying to do? They even used the power of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Feng Zichen looked extremely serious. He put all his attention on Mount Kunlun and carefully watched every move of the three pure ones, trying to figure out their intentions. Feng Zichen was not the only one who paid attention to it. The other saints and great mediums were the same. When they realized that the three pure ones had used the power of the heavenly Tao, everyone knew that something big was going to happen. There would be an unknown change in the primordial world. Otherwise, why would the three pure ones use the power of the heavenly Tao? One had to know that the three pure ones alone were enough to wipe out the entire primordial world. Needless to say, the three of them also used the power of the heavenly Tao. At this time, the three pure ones were probably comparable to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Since the three pure ones had mobilized such a large force, it was obvious that the matter they were plotting was extremely shocking. Therefore, everyone was curious about this, but they were also puzzled. What was it that made the three pure ones go to such lengths? As for destroying it, even Feng Zichen, who had a bad relationship with the three pure ones, did not have such thoughts, let alone the other great mediums. Ha! If they destroyed it at this time, they would be killed by the three pure ones. The three pure ones were definitely ridiculously powerful now. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun came, he would not dare to say that he could easily suppress them. Under the curious and expectant eyes of everyone, the three pure ones finally took action. Open! When Sanqing shouted in unison. Then, the whole world disappeared. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. Only the saints and Daluo Jingxian of the primordial chaos like Feng Zichen could see some clues with their powerful strength. It was a ray of light. A ray of Tao light that rose from Mount Kunlun. It was so bright that it could not be described with words. It was this beam of light that illuminated heaven and earth in a vast expanse of whiteness, obscuring everyone's vision. Its body was emitting mysterious waves that no one could understand. Its power was even more terrifying. Vaguely, Feng Zichen even saw a trace of Panga's axe light from this ray of light. This ray of light was like Panga's axe light. It had the power to split the world. P.S. That's it. Next time, you'll have to wait for a premium item or a big reward. Brothers, I'm still 150 subscriptions away from a premium item. And I've increased by 4,000 subscriptions. In other words, if each of these 4,000 brothers subscribes 50 chapters, I'll almost be a premium item. Brothers, give me your support. I beg you. Chapter 699. Rumble. The Tao light streaked across the sky and hit the Khanate myriad Tao. With a crack, something seemed to break. Specks of light scattered from the Khanate myriad Tao and floated down to the eldritch wilderness. Swish, another beam of immortal light slashed through the air, repeating the same action as before and slamming into Tao of the Khanate myriad Tao. Boom! The Khanate myriad Tao trembled and scattered more specks of light. Swish, 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 one after another, immortal light rose from Mount Kunlun and slashed at the Khanate myriad Tao. The three pure ones didn't stop until the 36th immortal light hit the Khanate myriad Tao. Meanwhile, the innate myriad Tao's body was covered in cracks after being attacked by the 36 immortal lights. Strands of the origin of Great Tao were seeping out of the cracks and drifting down to the eldritch wilderness. What are the three pure ones doing? Feng Zichen stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He could not figure out what the three pure ones were planning. Why did they attack the Khanate myriad Tao for no reason? Did they think that he had too much merit and wanted to waste some? Could it be that they coveted the origin of Great Tao? Although the origin of Great Tao was precious, it was nothing compared to the consequences of destroying the Khanate Myriad Tao. It wasn't worth it. Just as Feng Zichen was trying to figure out the Three Pure One's intention, the Eldritch Wilderness changed again. The origin of Great Tao seeping out of the Khanate Myriad Tao gradually resonated with the acquired Qi in the air after falling into the Eldritch Wilderness. It even showed signs of merging. Rumble. The origin of Great Tao that had been tainted by acquired Qi was undergoing a shocking transformation from the Khanate Myriad Tao to the Khanate Myriad Tao. Before long, when the origin of Great Tao finished evolving, there was a new set of Great Tao in the world. It was completely acquired and different from the Khanate Myriad Tao. Whoosh, silently, the heavenly Tao descended. The boundless power spread out and gradually enveloped the new Khanate Myriad Tao. Then, an astonishing change happened. With the help of the heavenly Tao, the new Khanate Myriad Tao was perfecting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it evolved its own postnatal rules and created a huge net of rules that enveloped the untainted world. At that moment, heaven and earth had truly changed. The aura of the innate Myriad Taos gradually disappeared and was replaced by a completely different aura. It was the post-celestial Myriad Tao. At this moment, the acquired Myriad Tao replaced the Khanate Myriad Tao and became the pillar of the primitive world. Buzz buzz buzz, inexplicably, a thick sense of sorrow filled the air, as if mourning the glory of the Xiantian era. If even the primordial Myriad Tao was replaced by the acquired Myriad Tao, then the traces of the primordial era in the untainted land would disappear completely. This time, the Xiantian era had truly become a thing of the past, existing only in the memories of all living beings. How generous! At this time, the great masters, including Feng Zichen, finally understood the Three Purities' goal. This was a complete transformation of heaven and earth. Wasn't changing the rules of the great path of heaven and earth the same as changing the world? All of a sudden, the Three Purities really became the Tao ancestors of the postnatal era. Their status was close to that of Feng Zichen, the postnatal Tao ancestor. However, the Three Purities did not do this without paying a price. Not only did they hurt the primordial Myriad Tao, but they also took away their status, making them completely history. How could the primordial Myriad Tao not hate the Three Purities? Perhaps the primordial Myriad Tao could not do anything to the Three Purities, but their disciples were unlucky. In the future, unless the disciples of the Three Purities could create their own primordial Tao or become the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. Otherwise, they could forget about comprehending the primordial Tao. The primordial Myriad Tao in the untainted land would label the descendants of the Three Purities and close the door of the Great Path forever. Want to use the primordial Myriad Tao to attain Tao? Wake up, stop dreaming. The descendants of the Three Purities had no chance. However, it did not matter. Anyway, the disciples of the Three Purities had been implicated by their master and could not attain Tao. It did not matter to them whether they cultivated the primordial Myriad Tao or not. On the contrary, the postnatal Myriad Tao made them see the possibility of taking a step forward. Rumble. The net of rules formed by the postnatal Great Path spread rapidly and soon reached the boundless starry sky, about to cover it. However, how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? The boundless starry sky was self-contained and would not allow external forces to touch this place. Retreat. With a thought, Feng Zichen activated the Star River Cosmic Light Formation. Immediately, the stars rotated and a vast river of stars, accompanied by dazzling cosmic light, flowed slowly and blocked the postnatal Myriad Tao outside the boundless starry sky. At the same time, powerful auras rose from the blessed caves in the untainted land. The powerful divines in the untainted land were using various means to block the net of rules formed by the postnatal Myriad Tao outside their Taoist temples, not allowing it to come close. It was recognized in the untainted land that the postnatal realm was far inferior to the primordial realm. In this case, how could the powerful divines allow the postnatal Myriad Tao to enter their Taoist temples and change the rules of heaven and earth of their Taoist temples? On the Emperor Star, after Feng Zichen blocked the postnatal myriad Tao, he seemed to have thought of this and suddenly separated a strand of divine thought and came to the untainted land. In the untainted land, on a nameless hill, Feng Zichen's divine thought incarnation quietly appeared. Then, he didn't do anything. He just raised his arm gently, and with a crack, the void shattered layer by layer. Sure enough, compared to before, after the rules of heaven and earth changed from postnatal to postnatal, the void seems to be more fragile. Standing there, Feng Zichen said silently. This test made him sure that the untainted land was undoubtedly weaker than before. The power of the postnatal myriad Tao was far inferior to the postnatal myriad Tao. The untainted land supported by the postnatal myriad Tao was naturally far less solid than the prenatal myriad Tao. It was normal for the world to be weaker. But at the same time, it also meant that the strength of the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao was far inferior to that of the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao. Furthermore, the difference in strength was not just a little bit. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. Especially after the realm of Daluo Jingxian, the gap between the postnatal and postnatal heavens was even more obvious. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Daluo Jingxian was immortal was something that Daluo Jingxian, who practiced the postnatal Tao, could not achieve. Because compared to the postnatal Tao was too weak. The reason why Daluo Jingxian was immortal was that they had branded their true spirit imprints on the origin of the great Tao that they had proven. Therefore, as long as the Tao that they cultivated was not destroyed, Daluo Jingxian could achieve immortality. Since the postnatal myriad Tao was named postnatal, it meant that they were born from the postnatal earth and were the true foundation of the untainted land. Therefore, as long as the heavens and earth were not destroyed, the postnatal myriad Tao would not be destroyed. Then the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao as Daluo Jingxian could also achieve immortality. However, the postnatal Tao could not. The rules that were created by humans were very fragile. The great magicians could crush them with just a little bit of strength. Thinking about it, even the postnatal myriad Tao was so fragile, let alone the Daluo Jingxian who had attained the Tao. It was impossible to achieve immortality. Both sides were not on the same level at all. The Daluo Jingxian who had attained the postnatal Tao was known as the Taoist priests. However, the Daluo Jingxian who had attained the postnatal Tao was only the Daluo Jingxian. It was likely that the Daluo Jingxian of the postnatal era would not even be able to achieve the postnatal God-fiend body. Saying that they were Daluo Jingxian was an insult to the words Daluo Jingxian. Of course, it was true that the postnatal Tao changed the postnatal Tao and the strength of cultivators would weaken. However, it would undoubtedly make it much easier to cultivate. How could the simple postnatal Tao be compared to the obscure and difficult to understand postnatal Tao? It was naturally much easier to comprehend. The deeper one's comprehension of the great Tao, the faster one's realm would rise. Perhaps. After the postnatal Tao became the postnatal Tao, there were all kinds of disadvantages. However, just the fact that the postnatal Tao was easier to cultivate than the postnatal Tao was enough to make the cultivators of the primordial world impatiently acknowledge him. There was no other reason. It was because after the great Tao became simple, the improvement of one's realm would become very fast. And the faster one's realm improved, the easier it was to obtain longevity. In the postnatal era, the most troublesome thing for all living beings was that they could not live forever. In order to obtain longevity, they were willing to give up everything, let alone change to the postnatal Tao. At this moment, Feng Zichen vaguely understood why so many geniuses could appear in the later generations to fight across realms, and even cross several realms in a row. In the end, this was because the laws of heaven and earth had weakened as a whole. In the postnatal era, before Daluo Jingxian, there might have been situations where people fought across realms. However, after Daluo Jingxian, such situations rarely happened. Those who could become Daluo Jingxian were all geniuses who could suppress a generation. They were all invincible existences in the same realm. No one was necessarily weaker than the other. Especially between Daluo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian, there was an insurmountable gap. In the postnatal era, Taiyi Jingxian had almost no possibility of going against Daluo Jingxian. It could even be said that Taiyi Jingxian was like an ant in front of Daluo Jingxian. The gap was really too big. However, in the postnatal era, Taiyi Jingxian defeated Daluo Jingxian and even killed Daluo Jingxian. It was not uncommon. The reason was not that Taiyi Jingxian had become stronger, but that Daluo Jingxian had become weaker. He could not be immortal, let alone transcend the long river of fate and stand in the long river of time and space. In this way, Daluo Jingxian's greatest advantage was gone. Compared to Taiyi Jingxian, he had a deeper understanding of the great Tao and more powerful magic power. Other than that, he had no other advantages. If that was the case, how could the perfected gold immortals of the postnatal era crush primordial immortals? They only needed a powerful magical treasure, and they could obtain a power that was far beyond that of a perfected gold immortal. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to defeat him? This was also why in the apatheicized era, the second-generation disciples of the Chan school, who had cultivated for countless years, were no match for those disciples who only had a few years of cultivation with magic treasures. For postnatal cultivators, the increase in strength of powerful spirit treasures far exceeded their own cultivation. It had to be said that this was really a great tragedy. After cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, they were no match for a child with a powerful spirit treasure. Wasn't this ironic? The strength of cultivators came from themselves. Spirit treasures only played a supporting role. However, as the world became easier, the situation changed. The strength of cultivators came from magic treasures, and cultivation was the supporting role. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? Therefore, this was the sorrow of cultivators and the greatest irony of the world. The culprit behind all of this was the high and mighty three pure ones. The world was getting weaker and weaker. The cultivators were getting weaker and weaker. It didn't matter. As long as they were getting stronger and stronger, it was enough. In order to obtain strength, the three pure ones could be said to be unscrupulous. They were talking about harming the world to strengthen themselves. As long as the saints did not die, the bandits would not stop. Rumble. After the postnatal Tao completely enveloped the primordial world, the Khanate myriad Tao stopped spilling the origin of the great Tao. Instead, it slowly recovered with the help of the origin of the heavenly Tao. It returned to the deepest part of the world and completely hid. However, there was no doubt that after losing so much origin of the great Tao, the Khanate myriad Tao was obviously much weaker than before. It was likely that the Khanate myriad Tao would enter a period of weakness in the following period of time. This was obviously not a good thing for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao. Originally, with the isolation of the postnatal Tao, it was very difficult for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao to sense the Khanate Tao. In this way, if the Khanate Tao entered a period of weakness, it would be even more difficult for these cultivators to comprehend the Khanate Tao. It was estimated that those cultivators who were originally unwilling to change to the postnatal Tao would have no choice but to change to the postnatal Tao when they could not sense the Khanate Tao. Although cultivating the postnatal Tao would weaken, at least they could continue to become stronger. However, if they cultivated the Khanate Tao, their future would be hopeless. Since that was the case, it was obvious how to choose. Sigh. The last chance for the Khanate Tao to recover was gone just like that. This plan, one step after another, calculated the Khanate Tao tightly and did not leave any room for it. It had to be said that the three pure ones' methods were perfect. According to this, the rise of the postnatal Tao was inevitable. This was the general trend and could not be resisted. Didn't you see that even the heavenly Tao had come and facilitated all of this? Otherwise, with just the three pure ones' strength, how could they complete all of this in such a short period of time? When everything calmed down and the primordial world returned to peace, the heavenly Tao also began to reward the three pure ones according to their merits. The first thing to be given to them was naturally the merit for establishing the heavenly immortal Tao. Dazzling golden light gathered in the sky and turned into a huge golden cloud that descended towards the three pure ones. That was the Xianhuang merit. The supreme treasure that everyone dreamed of. Looking at the amount of Xianhuang merit, at least 10 real Daluo Jingxian or a quasi-saint could be born. This amount was not small. Even with the 3 pure ones' wealth, they had to pay attention to it. Therefore, when they saw the merit descending, the 3 pure ones smiled for the first time in a long time. However, the moment the smile appeared on their faces, it froze on the spot. Then, torrential anger rose in their hearts. The reason was that the ruins of the end and the mental demon had finally made a move. The scene pulled to the previous moment, which was when the Xianhuang merit had just descended. In the northernmost part of the primordial world, the land of the end, where the ruins of the end were located. The peace that had lasted for countless years was broken. 2 black-robed figures quietly appeared and stood quietly above the ruins of the end. Then, the 2 of them set up an altar and placed offerings on it. They swore to the heavens, "Today, the 2 of us, the ruins of the end, mental demon, have sensed that the world is lacking and the clear and turbid are out of balance. Therefore, we have specially established the supreme heavenly demon Tao to refine our bodies with the connate turbid qi. 1 immortal and 1 devil, 1 clear and 1 turbid, make up for the lack of heaven and earth and maintain the balance of the clear and turbid. That is the principle of the cycle of heaven and earth. I hope the heavens will bear witness. Heavenly demon Tao, establish." As the voices of the ruins of the end and the mental demon fell, a powerful demonic aura suddenly rose between heaven and earth. It merged with the connate turbid qi and gave birth to a supreme demonic scripture. Boom! The demonic scripture shattered, turning into countless strange runes that scattered into the primordial world. At the same time, in the minds of all living beings in the primordial world, the cultivation method of the heavenly demon Tao naturally appeared. This was a cultivation method that was extremely opposed to the heavenly immortal Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao was the immortal Tao, and the heavenly demon Tao was the demonic Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao collected the connate clear qi to cultivate, and the heavenly demon Tao collected the connate turbid qi to cultivate. The heavenly immortal Tao specialized in cultivating the essence soul, and the heavenly demon Tao specialized in refining the body. In short, the heavenly demon Tao would do whatever it was that was against the heavenly immortal Tao. These 2 cultivation methods could be said to be 2 extremes. Of course, although these 2 cultivation methods were opposing, their origins were still the same. From the same origin, they developed in 2 opposite directions and reached their respective peaks. In other words, the heavenly immortal Tao and the heavenly demon Tao could be cultivated together. One specialized in refining the body, while the other specialized in cultivating the essence soul. They complemented each other. If they could achieve greater mastery, they could be said to be invincible among the same level. However, this was just talk. How difficult would it be to achieve this? The heavenly immortal Tao was the immortal Tao, and the heavenly demon Tao was the demonic Tao. As the saying went, immortals and demons could not coexist. Just letting the 2 coexist was enough to stump countless geniuses. Not to mention achieving greater mastery at the same time. It was almost impossible. On this side, as soon as the ruins of the end and the mental demon established the heavenly demon Tao, the heavenly Tao sensed it. As a result, the primordial merit that should have fallen into the hands of the 3 pure ones suddenly split in half and flew to the ruins of the end and the mental demon. How could the 3 pure ones not be angry when the cooked duck flew away? Not to mention, after a short hesitation, the 3 pure ones figured out the crux of the matter. Undoubtedly, they were even more furious. It had always been the 3 pure ones who schemed against others. When was it their turn to be schemed against? And they were schemed against so ruthlessly. It could be said that all the efforts they had made previously had been made for others. Especially when the person who schemed against them was their mortal enemy, the demonic Tao. P.S. Begging for a subscription. I'm almost dead. Premium products will definitely be explosive. Chapter 700. Fury. At this moment, the fury in the 3 pure ones' hearts had completely materialized, manifesting beside them and igniting the void. Swoosh! Almost simultaneously, the Taiji diagram, Panga's banner, and the 4 immortal slaying swords flew out from behind the 3 pure ones, attacking the ultimate and the inner demon. How long had it been since the birth of the ultimate and the inner demon? Only a little over 10 million years. Even with the support of the demonic way, his cultivation was only at the level of a great medium. Compared to the 3 purities and the others, there was a huge difference. There was no comparison at all. Not to mention, the 3 pure ones had even used their connate treasures. Therefore, the ultimate and the inner demon could not block this attack even if they gave it their all. If they were hit, death was the only outcome. There was no exception. Unfortunately, Guisu and the inner demon had no intention of resisting at all in the face of this unparalleled power. The moment the 3 connate cardinal treasures landed, the 2 of them disappeared into the sinkhole. Rumble. That tyrannical power exploded in the sky above the sinkhole, destroying everything, but it did not harm the sinkhole at all. The ultimate was the end of heaven and earth, the most important part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. It was an important place in the wilderness and could not be destroyed. Otherwise, heaven and earth would become incomplete because of it. Therefore, even the 3 pure ones didn't dare to destroy the end of the ruins. The price would be too great. Seeing the 2 of them hide in the ultimate, the 3 pure ones had to admit that they could not do anything to them for the time being. However, they had to vent their anger. Otherwise, they would not be happy. Buzz buzz buzz, with a single thought from the 3 pure ones, the 3 connate peerless treasures suddenly circled around the ultimate and released an unparalleled power. They formed a huge screen of light in the sky above the ultimate, enveloping the entire place. It was a seal. Unable to destroy the ultimate and force the 2 of them out, the 3 pure ones simply sealed the entire ultimate to trap them. Needless to say, it was a good idea. If the ultimate and the inner demon could not come out, how could the new Sky Fiend sect compete with the Sky Immortal sect even if it was mostly crippled? As for the imbalance between clear and turbid, since the 3 pure ones dared to establish the heavenly immortal Tao, they naturally had means to resolve the issue. It was just that they were not as brilliant as the sinkhole's heavenly fiend Tao. If the ultimate and the inner demon had not suddenly established the heavenly demon sect and caught the 3 pure ones off guard, their plan to target the connate turbid chi would have been put on the agenda. Then what did the heavenly fiend's sect have to do with him? However, although the 3 pure ones' plan was good, their seal could not seal the ultimate and the inner demons. Indeed, even if Ruin's End and the mental demons worked together, they were helpless against the seal cast down by the 3 purities. They were unable to do anything to it. While the interior might not be damaged, the exterior might not be. Feng Zichen is still outside. Since he had fallen out with the 3 pure ones, he naturally had no scruples in doing things. So what if he destroyed the 3 pure ones' seal and released the 2 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Fiend sect? In short, as long as it was something that could make the 3 pure ones unhappy, Feng Zichen dared to do it. At this moment, Feng Zichen was planning to attack directly after the 3 pure ones relaxed. He would use the boundless power of the starry sky to break the seal left by the 3 pure ones in the ultimate. Ha! How interesting! Someone actually dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth and plot against the 3 fellow Taoists on Mount Kunlun. How interesting! I think the expressions of those 3 fellow Taoists must be very good. At this moment, the great divine masters of the primordial world also understood what had just happened and could not help but laugh out loud. There were not many things that could make the 3 pure ones suffer. Humph. On the other side, the 3 pure ones, who had put away their connate cardinal treasures, could not help but snort coldly with a sullen face. It was not good to argue about such things. Rumble. After the heavenly immortal path merit, even more Xianhuang merit began to gather in the sky. That was the merit of changing the world. There were so many of them that they almost covered half of the sky. Although it was not as much as Nua's merit of creating humans and the Empress of Earth's reincarnation, it was comparable to Feng Zichen's merit of rebuilding the boundless starry sky. Changing the world affected the entire primordial world. It could be said that the merit was immeasurable. It was normal for the 3 pure ones to have so much merit, rumble. It was as if the sun had fallen. The dazzling Xianhuang merits poured down from the sky and landed majestically on Mount Kunlun. However, the three pure ones did not move to collect the merits when they saw them. Instead, they each used their divine powers to shatter the merits that were descending. With a boom, the golden light of merits that was like the sun shattered and scattered into countless light spots, landing on the bodies of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect. As the merits entered their bodies, the negative karma that surrounded the spiritual altars of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect began to slowly dissipate. After an unknown period of time, when the merits were completely exhausted, the negative karma of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect also disappeared. In a trance, the third-generation disciples felt as if the clouds had cleared and the fog had cleared. The barrier that had troubled them for so many years had completely disappeared. After so many years, they could see the path ahead again. For a moment, the third-generation disciples could not help but shed tears of joy. How many years had it been? How many years had they been trapped in the realm of Tai Jingxian? In the past, no matter how hard they cultivated, they could not take a step forward. They could only watch those who were not as talented as them surpass them step by step and leave them far behind. How could that be a terrible feeling? It was impossible to say that these disciples did not feel hatred in their hearts. In the past, they might have thought that it was a great blessing to be able to become the disciple of a saint. But now, they only regretted it. What blessing! It was clearly a huge trap. Originally, with their talent, even if they did not become the disciple of a saint, they could still cultivate the Daluo Jingxian. But because they had become the disciple of a saint, they had wasted countless years and missed out on too much. So, at this moment, these third-generation disciples saw the hope of breaking through again. That joy was no less than a new life. Sigh. Seeing the scene of his disciples crying tears of joy, the heavenly Lord of the Origin could not help but show a trace of guilt on his face. It was he who had implicated his disciples and caused them to lose their great future. He was the heavenly Lord of the Origin. After all, he had let his disciples down. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. At this time, the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect had changed to the postnatal path because they had been abandoned by the prenatal path. Their foundations were deep to begin with, and their countless years of experience were not in vain. After countless years of hard work, their mana, primordial spirits, and physical bodies had long been polished to an extremely perfect state. At this moment, when they changed to the postnatal path, their foundation exploded, and their cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, the postnatal path was simpler than the prenatal path, so their progress was faster. It did not take long for them to cultivate the Daluo Jingxian. Of course, that was the Daluo Jingxian of the postnatal path, not the Daluo Taoist priests of the prenatal path. Not to mention these disciples, in the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain, where the ancestral bloodline of the East was, the three pure ones were gathered together as if they were preparing for a big plan. In front of the three pure ones, there was a huge ball of prenatal turbid chi floating in the air and slowly rotating. Good Lord! Prenatal turbid chi origin. In Kunlun Mountain, which was known as the ancestral land of celestial immortals, such a large ball of prenatal turbid chi origin appeared in front of the three pure ones. Who would believe that there was no problem? At this moment, the three pure ones were surrounding this ball of prenatal turbid chi origin, and their hands were surrounded by the sacred light of creation. They were going to, that's right. They were creating living beings. The three pure ones were obviously going to use the prenatal turbid chi origin as the foundation to create a race to alleviate the imbalance between the primordial world and the primordial world. A race created with the prenatal turbid chi origin naturally had to feed on the prenatal turbid chi. Therefore, in a sense, as long as there were enough of this race, then with their efforts, the consumption rate of the prenatal turbid chi would definitely catch up with the consumption rate of the prenatal clear chi. In this way, as long as it was done properly, the primordial world would never have an imbalance between the prenatal and the primordial world. And this was the method that the three pure ones had thought of in the beginning to deal with the imbalance between the prenatal and the primordial world. However, before they could implement this plan, the heavenly fiend path appeared and completely disrupted their arrangements. However, it was not too late to make a move now. Now that the two demon ancestors of the heavenly fiend path were sealed in the ultimate by them and could not come out, the development of the heavenly fiend path would inevitably be hindered. And this was the opportunity for the three pure ones. As long as they could develop the race created with the prenatal turbid chi origin into a behemoth that could replace the heavenly fiend path in the shortest time possible. Then, wouldn't the heavenly fiend path become a joke? The situation could be reversed by them in the blink of an eye. It was with this thought that after the three pure ones completed the transformation of the world, they did not bother to instruct their disciples and directly went into the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain. That was where the ancestral bloodline of the East was. There was definitely no lack of the prenatal turbid chi origin. Just like that, the three pure ones stayed in the depths of Kunlun Mountain for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, they finally made all the preparations and began to complete the last step of the plan, creating living beings. In order to ensure that the plan would not go wrong, the three pure ones made up their minds. They did not plan to use the creation divine ability that they had comprehended to create living beings. Instead, they used a connate cardinal treasure of the creation attribute. Go! The Grand Pure One shouted softly. He threw his hand casually and raised the dragon-headed cane in his hand. After him, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven also raised their Tao-proving treasures, the three treasures Jade Rui and the Qingping Sword. Buzz! 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 The three Tao-proving treasures met in the air. As their auras spread, they gradually resonated. Then, the figures of the three Tao-proving treasures gradually became illusory, and a 24th grade green lotus flower slowly appeared in the void. In an instant, the entire earth vein was filled with creation aura. That's right. This green lotus flower. It was the connate cardinal treasure that had long been destroyed, the 24th grade creation green lotus. The power of the three pure ones dragon-headed cane, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping Sword reappeared in the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain, the heaven-opening treasure, the creation green lotus. The living beings created with the creation green lotus were definitely much stronger than the living beings created by the three pure ones themselves. There was no doubt about that. After all, there were specializations. When the creation green lotus appeared, a dense and almost inseparable creation aura appeared and merged into the origin of the connate turbid chi. Buzz buzz buzz, after absorbing the creation aura, the origin of the connate turbid chi began to tremble, and a wisp of vitality slowly appeared on its body. Swoosh! Seeing this, rays of creation divine light suddenly bloomed from the creation green lotus and continuously brushed against the origin of the connate turbid chi. And every time the origin of the connate turbid chi was brushed by the creation divine light, the vitality on its body became denser. Gradually, the aura of life emerged from within. Whoosh! The creation green lotus trembled slightly, and a mysterious wave spread out and entered the origin of the connate turbid chi. Immediately, a shocking change happened. The origin of the connate turbid chi seemed to be stimulated and began to squirm violently. Then, a stream of origin chi rolled down from its body and landed on the ground, turning into a small yellow beast. A woo! A low roar of a beast was heard from the newborn little beast, signifying the birth of a new race. Crack! The moment the little beast was born, a thunderclap sounded in the clear sky, and a loud thunder resounded throughout the three realms. It was the heaven and earth that sensed the birth of a new race and celebrated its birth with thunder and lightning. The scene turned back to the depths of Kunlun Mountain. The birth of the little beast was like some kind of omen. Soon after it, more little beasts were born. No new little beasts were born until the origin of the connate turbid chi was exhausted. At this moment, there were already 129,600 little beasts born from the origin of the connate turbid chi, which was exactly the number of 1 yuan. Heavenly Tao above. Today, the grand clear, Jade Clear, and Prime Clear saw the imbalance between the purity and turbidity of the heaven and earth, so they specially established the demon beast race to balance the purity and turbidity. At this moment, the three clear ones suddenly spoke. Then, they waved their sleeves and swept these newborn demon beasts into the primordial world. Rumble. As soon as they finished speaking, the heaven and earth immediately sensed it, and merit descended, acknowledging the existence of this race. From this moment on, the race that the three clear ones created with the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was called Demon Beast. It was funny. The race created by the immortal Dao's Dao ancestor was not called Immortal Beast, but Demon Beast. How ironic. Good move. The three clear ones are really good. On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen hammered the armrest and could not help but exclaim in shock. The moment the demon beasts were born, he understood the three clear ones' plan. It was precisely because he understood the three clear ones' plan that he was so shocked. The three clear ones' reaction speed was really fast. He had just schemed against them. It had only been a short while, and they had already thought of a solution and counterattacked. If the three clear ones' plan really succeeded, the heavenly fiend path would be crippled. The efforts of the void of end and the inner demon during this period of time would also be wasted. Through the layers of void, one could see that the heavenly fiend path's luck had suddenly become unstable. And this was caused by the impact of the demon beast race's luck. There was no doubt that once the demon beast race developed and grew stronger, they would definitely replace the heavenly fiend path. No, he was here to cause trouble. How could he let the three clear ones' plan succeed? With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen made his move. Rumble. At this moment, Zhouxing shook and emitted a bright light. A river of stars appeared and flowed through the stars. There was a flash of cosmic light, illuminating the boundless starry sky. Galactic cosmic light formation, rise. In the cold and silent starry sky, Feng Zichen's majestic voice suddenly sounded. Then, a pillar of starlight hung down from the boundless starry sky, as if it had pierced through the entire world and rushed straight to the void of end. Crack! Under the attack of this starlight, the seal set up by the three clear ones with the Khanate cardinal treasure shattered with a loud bang. At this point, the void of end and the inner demon regained their freedom. How dare you! Almost at the moment the seal shattered, the furious voice of the three clear ones sounded on Kunlun Mountain. Before the voice fell, the three Khanate cardinal treasures, the Tai Chi diagram, the Panga banner, and the immortal slaying sword formation, had already broken through the sky and attacked Feng Zichen on the Emperor's star. Good timing. Seeing this, Feng Zichen said good and directly activated the galactic cosmic light formation. Countless starlight gathered and blocked the path of the three Khanate cardinal treasures. Boom! The starlight collided with the three Khanate cardinal treasures, and a violent force spread out, causing the wilderness to shake. Under this attack, the world showed signs of instability. Boom! 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 The aftershocks dissipated, and the starlight was completely destroyed. The three Khanate cardinal treasures also stopped in front of the boundless starry sky. Then, without waiting for the two sides to continue fighting, the will of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended and forcibly stopped the battle. He didn't see how the heavenly Tao acted, but he felt a supreme power suddenly appear between heaven and earth. It was vast and mighty, and it crushed everything. Then, the three Khanate cardinal treasures flew back and fell back into Kunlun Mountain. The heavenly psycho-stellar force that filled the world also rolled back and returned to the boundless starry sky. The heavenly Tao did not allow a battle at the origin Tao level to break out in the wilderness. Therefore, the two sides were forcibly separated. Of course, if they really wanted to fight, that was fine, but they had to move to the chaos outside the heavens first. It was fine to fight in the chaos outside the heavens, but not in the wilderness. After separating the two sides, the heavenly Tao did not stop there. Instead, it gave each side a ban, ordering them not to step out of their respective dojos for a period of 1 yuan hui. This was a warning. It was also an example to the others. Even great Emperor Ziwei and the three pure ones were punished, let alone others. In the future, if any powerful beings wanted to fight in the wilderness, they would have to think twice. In the face of the heavenly Tao's ban, Feng Zichen only snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, the three pure ones' expressions were undoubtedly very ugly. If they were not allowed to go out during the Yuan Hui, how many things would they delay? Especially at such a critical moment, if they could not go out during the Yuan Hui, wouldn't that give the heavenly fiends sect time to develop? At this moment, the three pure ones could not help but suspect that the heavenly Tao was doing it on purpose. P.S. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. 2,892 subscriptions have been subscribed. There are still 108 left. Brothers, do your best. Chapter 701. They could use this excuse to attack the heavenly immortal path and support the heavenly fiend path. However, no matter what they guessed, they had to listen to the orders of the heavenly Tao. They were bound to suffer this loss. Alright. The heavens are really helping the Western sect. Far away in the west, Zhuan Ti and the other two could not help but feel happy when they saw the three pure ones and Feng Zichen being confined by the heavenly Tao. How could they not be happy? If the three pure ones and Feng Zichen were sealed, wouldn't the primordial world fall into their hands and let them do whatever they wanted? This was what it meant to be a fisherman reaping the benefits when the snipe and the clam fought. Who wouldn't be happy when fortune fell from the sky when they were at home? Since they were the biggest in the primordial world, the plan they had been preparing for a long time could finally be carried out. Enlighten the ferocious beasts. The Western sect's opportunity to prosper. Originally, if Zhuan Ti and the other two dared to enlighten the ferocious beasts, they would definitely be obstructed by the three pure ones. But now, the three pure ones were in seclusion and could not take half a step out of Kunlun Mountain. Wasn't this a heaven-sent opportunity to help them prosper the Western sect? Thinking of this, Zhuan Ti and the other two felt a little excited. Then, they started to move in full swing. Not to mention how busy the two of them were in the Western sect, even in the ruins of the End and the inner demon were also very busy. The three pure ones created the magical beast clan to break the foundation of their heavenly fiend path. As the Tao ancestors of the heavenly fiend path, they naturally had to fight back and take revenge. Otherwise, wouldn't the world think that they were afraid of the three pure ones? They would also think that the heavenly fiend path was inferior to the heavenly immortal path. That wouldn't do. They hadn't even fought yet. How did they know that the heavenly fiend path was no match for the heavenly immortal path? They were afraid before the battle. It wasn't the style of the ruins of the End and the inner demon. So, they wanted to take revenge. They wanted to take revenge. As for how to take revenge, the methods were already made. Didn't the three pure ones use the origin of the Khanate turbid chi to create the foundation of their heavenly fiend path? Then, they would follow suit and use the innate pure chi to evolve an immortal beast clan to break the foundation of the heavenly immortal path and compete with the demon beast clan. The two clans happened to be one pure and one turbid, one devil and one immortal, opposing yet complementary. With this thought in mind, Guai Su, an inner demon, immediately took action. The matter of creating the immortal beasts should be done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when the beast clan gained a foothold in the eldritch world, how could the immortal beast clan compete with them? Did he rely on his iron head? In the deepest part of the sinkhole, in a world that contained countless creations, the sinkhole and the inner demons were circling a ball of Khanate clear chi origin. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. As the final land of the universe, the ultimate gathered the densest aura of destruction in the world. Over time, it naturally gave birth to an astonishing land of creation. And this was the origin of the creation world beneath the feet of the sinkhole and the mental demons. As for the innate pure chi, it was sponsored by Feng Zichen. The boundless starry sky was so close to the heavenly realm. Over the years, Feng Zichen had intentionally or unintentionally collected a lot of innate pure chi. At this moment, he took it all out and gave it to the mental demons and the sinkhole so that they could compete with the three pure ones. In addition, Feng Zichen also gave them the 24th grade green lotus of creation, a Khanate cardinal treasure, for them to create immortal beasts. Since the three pure ones could use the green lotus of creation to create demonic beasts, Guai Su and the mental demons could not fall behind. They also had to use the green lotus of creation to create immortal beasts. The three pure ones were not the only ones who had the green lotus of creation. Feng Zichen also had one, and it was even stronger than the one in the three pure ones' hands. With the three pure ones' template for creating demonic beasts, Guai Su and the mental demons' process of creating the immortal beast clan was very smooth. The same method, the same process, the same Dharma treasure. The only difference was that the person controlling the Khanate cardinal treasure and the Khanate pure chi origin had become the Khanate pure chi origin. In less than 1,000 years, the immortal beast clan was born in Guai Su. Just like the demonic beast clan, the new immortal beast clan also had 129,600 members, which was the number of one yuan. Heavenly Tao above. Today, Guai Su and the mental demons have sensed the birth of the demonic beast clan. They are afraid that the immortals and demons of the primordial world will be unbalanced. Therefore, they specially established the immortal beast clan to balance the world. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. After bringing the immortal beast clan out of Guai Su, the mental demons and Guai Su announced to the heavenly Tao. Rumble. Immediately, the heavenly Tao sensed it. Merit descended and landed on the two of them. Looking at the amount of merit, it was clearly no different from the merit obtained by the three pure ones. Bastard! A furious voice came from Kunlun Mountain. It carried a shocking aura, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds, shaking the heavens and earth. It was the anger of the three pure ones. Clearly, the three pure ones were extremely furious about Guai Su and the mental demons' actions of creating the immortal beast clan. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to be angry. Because under the seal of the heavenly Tao, they could not walk out of Kunlun Mountain at all. Right now, all they could do was be infuriated. Other than making people laugh, there was no other use. Pfft! At this moment, even the great divinities of the primordial world could not help but laugh. It was too funny. No, it was too much. So, the two demon ancestors of the heavenly fiend sect could catch the three pure ones and keep pulling them out. They were not afraid of pulling them out. This was not the way to pull out wool. It was too much. For a moment, everyone gloated over the three pure ones' misfortune. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the two demon ancestors who suddenly appeared were deliberately targeting the three pure ones. They would do whatever the three pure ones did. They looked like they were going to fight the three pure ones to the end. The world was so big, and there were all kinds of strange things. There were actually two people who had defeated the three pure ones. The future of the primordial world would probably be interesting. Looking at the direction of Guai Su, everyone thought silently. Another two top-notch great divinities were about to rise. They just did not know. Whose clones were these two? That's right. No one would think that these two experts who suddenly appeared broke through on their own. Although there were many great divinities in the primordial world, there were not many. They were all limited. How was it possible that two great divination masters of unknown origins had appeared out of nowhere? It would be strange if they were not the clones of some big shot. However, although everyone guessed that Guai Su and the mental demon were clones, they could not guess who they were. Some people thought that it was Feng Zichen because he had helped the two of them break the seal. However, some people thought that it was not him because if the two demonic cultivators were really his clones, then his performance was too obvious. Some people thought that it was the North Star Emperor because the moment he died, the two demonic cultivators appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. Some people thought that the two demonic cultivators were Di Jun and Tai. They had returned and were planning something. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. What was fake was real, and what was real was fake. Who would be able to see through the truth and falsehood within it? From then on, there were two more races in the primordial world, the immortal beast race and the demonic beast race. Don't you think it's funny? The immortal beast race was called immortal beast, but it was created by the demon ancestor of the heavenly fiend path. The demonic beast race was called demonic beast, but it was created by the Tao ancestor of the heavenly immortal path. It was really shocking. Moreover, through this phenomenon, one could see the intensity of the battle between the upper echelons of the primordial world. They were all unscrupulous, wasn't it intense? Sigh. Because the immortal beast was created by the demon ancestor, and the demonic beast was created by the Tao ancestor. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the primordial world. The race called immortal beast was helping the demons of the heavenly fiend path to attack the immortals. The race called demonic beast was helping the immortals of the heavenly immortal path to attack the demons. It was really chaotic. Perhaps as time passed, the names of the two races would be swapped. Immortal beasts were no longer called immortal beasts, but demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were no longer called demonic beasts, but immortal beasts. The race created by the innate turbid chi became immortal beasts, and the race created by the innate clear chi became demonic beasts. This scene. It was fun just thinking about it. After the matter between the heavenly fiend path and the heavenly immortal path came to an end, they turned their attention to the western sacred land, Mount Meru. At this moment, if an outsider came here, they would discover that most of the disciples had been killed by the demonic path. It could almost be said that the Western sect had been destroyed. Many talented disciples had appeared in the inner circle, and it became lively once again. In fact, it was almost as lively as before the demonic tribulation. Obviously, when no one was paying attention, the Western sect had undergone an unknown change, and there were signs of prosperity. However, others did not know what had happened to the Western sect, but the mental demon knew. The mental demon was a demon born to destroy the Western sect. He was naturally very concerned about the Western sect. Who knew how many spies he had planted in the huge Western sect? Even if the two saints Xuanti cleaned up batch after batch, they could not kill all of them. The mental demon was born in the heart and was best at manipulating people's hearts. Unless one had cultivated a supreme Tao heart or a cultivation level much higher than him, it would be difficult for one to escape the corrosion of the mental demon and become his puppet. Moreover, the spread of the mental demon did not rely on magic arts, but on emotions. The infection of emotions was the most fatal. Be it touched, excited, or so on, they could all become mediums for the mental demon to corrode others. Therefore, as long as the mental demon completely corroded a disciple of the Western sect, he could spread it throughout the entire Western sect through this disciple and pull more disciples of the Western sect into his control. It was like a plague. Unless all the disciples were isolated and not allowed to meet, the existence of the mental demon could not be eliminated in the Western sect. However, this was obviously unrealistic. In order to eliminate the mental demon, Xuanti had tried many methods, but they all failed. In the end, they had no choice but to think of a method that was not a method. That was to strengthen the cultivation of the disciples' temperament. Those who could be corroded by the mental demon were all people with weak minds. As long as their temperament was firm enough, even the mental demon could not do anything to them. Therefore, from now on, the cultivation of temperament had become the most important thing in the Western sect. Good fellow. So the reason why the later generations of Buddhists emphasized temperament more than realm was because of me? At this moment, the innocent Feng Zichen expressed that he had been shocked for tens of thousands of years. He had thought of a solution, but it was very difficult to realize it. At the very least, it could not be done in a short period of time. That was because since ancient times, the improvement of one's temperament had been the most difficult. It was even more difficult than improving one's realm. For this reason, it would take a long time for the Western sect to completely remove the erosion of the mental demon. If they could not remove the influence of the mental demon, it meant that the Western sect was filled with the spies of the mental demon. Therefore, the mental demon quickly figured out Xuanti's plan. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that Zhuan-Ti did not deliberately hide it. Otherwise, no matter how capable the mental demon was, it would be impossible for him to know the secrets of the Western sect in front of the two saints. As for why the saints did not hide it, there was no need. There was nothing that could be hidden. Why did he have to hide it? Enlighten the ferocious beasts. The two of them from the Western sect have the same idea as me. In the ruins of the end, the mental demon thought silently. The disciple who suddenly appeared in the Western sect was naturally a ferocious beast. He did not know what method the two of them from the Western sect had used. Not only had they removed the connate murderous aura from the ferocious beasts, but they had also opened their 9 orifices, allowing them to transform into Tao bodies. The ferocious beasts could become a scourge of the primordial world and even threaten the safety of the world. There was no doubt that they were powerful. Since that was the case, one could imagine the talent of the living beings that were transformed from ferocious beasts. They might not be inferior to connate life forms. They might even be stronger. With these talented disciples, the future of the Western sect was indeed promising. However, although the plan to receive Zhuan-Ti was good, their thoughts collided with the mental demon. Zhuan-Ti was not the only one who had designs on the ferocious beasts. There were also the mental demon and the ruins of the end. Not long after the Chaos Fiend God escaped, the two of them had set their sights on the connate ferocious beasts wandering in the ruins of the end. For this, they had even specially captured a few connate ferocious beasts for research, trying to find a way to activate their intelligence. Needless to say, after countless years of research, the ruins of the end and the mental demon had successfully found a way to activate the intelligence of the connate ferocious beasts. Right now, at the bottom of the ruins of the end, there was an army completely composed of connate ferocious beasts lurking. It was regarded as the greatest trump card by the ruins of the end and the mental demon. That was why the mental demon said that Zhuan-Ti and they had the same idea. However, although both sides' targets were the same connate ferocious beasts, the methods they used were completely different. As a result, the final results were even more different. The Western sect valued the spirituality of the ferocious beasts more than their physical bodies, so they had transformed them into human forms. In this way, although they had lost their powerful physical bodies, their spirituality had been greatly improved, and their future achievements would be higher. On the other hand, the demonic Tao valued the physical bodies of the ferocious beasts more than their spirituality. Although they had also activated their intelligence, they had not transformed them into human forms. They still existed in their original forms. In this way, not only was the strength of the ferocious beasts not affected, but they had also become more powerful because of their spiritual intelligence. P.S. My eyes are not feeling well. I'm going to write 4,000 words today. In addition, I'm asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. I've already subscribed 2,900 times. I'm still short of 100. Brothers, give me some support. Friends who have pirated can start from the next starting point. There's an activity where you can watch advertisements and get some coins. You can use it to subscribe. I'm begging you, brothers. Chapter 702. The same idea, different methods, resulted in 2 completely opposite results. As for which method was better or worse, it was really up to everyone to decide. However, the conflict between the Heavenly Fiends sect and the Western sect was inevitable. There were only so many ferocious beasts in the primordial world. Their numbers could not be compared to the number of living beings. Therefore, every time the Western sect converted a ferocious beast, the Heavenly Fiends sect would have to subdue one less ferocious beast. And vice versa. Not to mention the hatred between the two sides, it was inevitable that there would be a conflict between the two sides in order to snatch the source of life. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This is not going to be easy. After knowing the Western sect's goal, the mental demon could not help but feel a toothache. If they really wanted to snatch the ferocious beasts from the Western sect, the Heavenly Fiends sect would definitely not be a match for them. There was no other reason except that Zhuan-Ti and his senior brothers were saints. On the other hand, the mental demon and the ultimate void had just touched the threshold of great mystical abilities. The strength of the two sides could not be compared at all. They could not be measured by the Tao. Therefore, it was fine if they did not fight. The ultimate void and the mental demon were definitely no match for them. However, the mental demon was extremely unwilling to give up just like that and let the Western sect convert the ferocious beasts to develop and strengthen. Therefore, he thought for a while and came up with an extremely sinister idea. He wanted to flip the table and release the news that the Western sect was secretly enlightening the ferocious beasts. He wanted the great mystical abilities of the Panga divine system to cause trouble for the Western sect. If he really wanted to move, the great mystical abilities of the Panga divine system would naturally not have any advantage when the three pure ones could not attack. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was still on the side of the Western sect. Not only could converting the ferocious beasts reduce the harm they caused to the primordial world, but it could also strengthen the origin of the primordial world. It was a great merit. Since that was the case, how could the heavenly Tao not support it? With the support of the heavenly Tao, it would naturally be difficult for the great mystical abilities of the Panga divine system to deal with the Western sect. However, suppressing the Western sect did not necessarily mean that they had to find trouble with Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. They could think from another perspective. For example, slaughtering the ferocious beasts. Any ferocious beast that had not been enlightened by the Western sect was a scourge of the primordial world. Not only would it not be wrong to kill them, but it would also be meritorious. This was why the great divines of the Panga divine branch could destroy the Western sect's plan by slaughtering ferocious beasts. Aren't you going to convert the beast? Alright, before that, I will kill all the ferocious beasts in the primordial world. Let's see how you're going to convert me now. It had to be said that Sinkhole's plan was truly vicious. If there were no ferocious beasts in the primordial world, the Western sect's plan to rely on the ferocious beasts to rise could be announced as a failure. As for the Heavenly Fiends sect, which also wanted to rely on ferocious beasts to prosper, they would be affected, but not as much as imagined. This was because, as one of the burial grounds of the Chaos Demon gods, the ultimate would definitely be filled with ferocious beasts. Every once in a while, a new connate ferocious beast would be born in the ultimate. Therefore, the mental demon was not worried at all. After the connate ferocious beasts in the primordial world were killed by the great divines of the Panga divine branch, the Heavenly Fiends sect would not be able to find connate ferocious beasts to nurture an army of ferocious beasts. The ultimate was a breeding ground for connate ferocious beasts. Moreover, the mental demon would not think that anyone would come to a place like the ultimate to kill connate ferocious beasts. Wouldn't that be crazy? How dare they come to such a dangerous place like the ultimate? Did they want to become nutrients for the growth of the primordial world? Just as the myriad races were recuperating, a sudden piece of news broke the long-lost peace of the primordial world. The Western sect was secretly nurturing connate ferocious beasts. Once this news spread, the entire primordial world was in an uproar. Almost all the great divines of the Panga divine branch were alarmed. Even the three pure ones, who were reflecting on their mistakes, were alarmed by this matter. In fact, even the Lady of Earth, who was far away in the netherworld, paid attention to this matter for the first time. In an instant, the Western sect became the most popular person in the primordial world and was paid attention to by many important figures. Good fellow. Being targeted by so many supreme experts at the same time, not to mention that Zhuan-Ti did not hide it at all, even if they tried their best to hide it, it would probably be useless. Therefore, very quickly, the matter of the Western sect secretly nurturing connate ferocious beasts was exposed to everyone. There was almost no time for Zhuan-Ti to react. After confirming the authenticity of this matter, someone directly attacked. Rumble. A huge hand that covered the sky broke through the air and pressed down on Mount Meru. From the looks of it, not only did it want to kill the connate ferocious beasts that had been enlightened inside, but it also wanted to destroy Mount Meru. When Saint Zhuan-Ti saw this, he directly stood up to block it. He held the seven treasures' wonderful hand and collided with the huge hand that covered the sky. In the end, Saint Xuanti flew back at a faster speed than when he came. He shattered layers of void and was directly embedded in the depths of the void. The huge hand that covered the sky only paused for a moment. Its power weakened slightly, but it still pressed down on Mount Meru without reducing its momentum. At that moment, Saint Jiayin could not be bothered to check on Saint Xuanti's situation. He hurriedly raised the 12th grade merit golden lotus and released endless light. He blocked the huge hand that covered the sky and protected Mount Meru. Fellow Taoist Hutu, why are you doing this? It's the will of the heavens to enlighten the ferocious beasts. Poor Wei and junior brother are also following the heavens. Your attack today has already gone against the will of the heavens. If you stop now, it's not too late to turn back. If you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid the heavenly punishment will descend immediately. After blocking the huge hand that covered the sky, Saint Jiayin said with a bitter expression. It was the Lady of Earth. From Saint Jiayin's words, he could tell that the person who had attacked just now was the Lady of Earth. Speaking of which, as the legitimate descendant of the Pangu, the Lady of Earth and the Khanate ferocious beasts could be said to be natural enemies. It was almost impossible for them to coexist. Therefore, after hearing the news that the two of them had secretly nurtured the Khanate ferocious beasts, the anger in her heart could be imagined. As a result, the Lady of Earth, who was famous for her mercy in the primordial world, could not suppress the killing intent in her heart at that moment. She directly attacked ruthlessly. Killing the Khanate ferocious beasts was not enough to vent her anger. She also wanted to destroy Mount Meru and destroy the Western sect. She was angry. Of course, she used her full strength. Saint Xuanti's cultivation level was far inferior to hers. Naturally, he could not block that attack. It was normal for him to be sent flying. Whoosh! While Saint Jiayin was talking, Saint Xuanti flew out from the depths of the void and stood side by side with Saint Jiayin. He faced the Lady of Earth forcefully. 2 against 1. In this wave, their chances of winning were very high. However, at that moment, boundless phenomena suddenly appeared in the world. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the ground, auspicious beasts opened the way, and immortal birds led the way. Then, a green one carrying a beauty in a palace dress slowly descended. It was Goddess Nuwa. Due to the fact that she did not have a good relationship with the Lady of Earth, Goddess Nuwa did not stand with her. Instead, she stood on the other side of the void and formed an angle with the Lady of Earth. They faced Xuanti together. The atmosphere immediately became tense. In order to force the other party back, both sides were frantically increasing their auras to obtain the initiative. The powerful aura spread out, and the world became oppressive. Just as a world-destroying battle was about to erupt, the heavenly Tao suddenly descended. Rumble. Accompanied by loud thunder, boundless tribulation clouds gathered and blocked the sunlight, causing the entire western sect to fall into darkness. Crackle. In the tribulation clouds, lightning snakes danced wildly. They flickered and interweaved with a dense aura of destruction. It was the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment had descended. Clearly, in order to prevent the situation from worsening, the heavenly Tao had directly used the heavenly punishment. If both sides dared to make a move, the heavenly punishment would definitely strike mercilessly. He wouldn't hesitate just because he was a saint. Fellow Taoists, please leave. You can't stop the poor Wei and the Lady of Earth. Seeing the heavenly Tao descend, Xuanti and the Lady of Earth immediately gained confidence and shouted at Nuwa and the Lady of Earth. Without a doubt, the heavenly Tao was on their side. However, when one's strength reached the level of Nuwa and the Lady of Earth, although they were afraid of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible for them to listen to the heavenly Tao. The Lady of Earth was an earth saint. When Nuwa attained the Tao, she borrowed the power of a portion of the human Tao. Therefore, they had the confidence to resist the heavenly Tao. It was just that there was no need to use that method unless they had no other choice. In front of Xuanti and the Lady of Earth, Nuwa and the Lady of Earth did not reply. Instead, they took a step forward to express their attitude. They would not retreat just like that. At this moment, it was Xuan-Ti and the Lady of Earth's turn to be dumbfounded. If they really wanted to fight, the two of them were no match for each other at all. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the two of them each had a Khanate cardinal treasure was enough to widen the gap between them and themselves. Rumble. Nuwa and the Lady of Earth's attitude seemed to have angered the heavenly Tao. The tribulation clouds became thicker, and there was even lightning brewing in them, as if they would strike down at any time. Huh? How could this be? On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen, who was observing the situation here, suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. With the anger of the heavenly Tao, the aura that belonged to Tao ancestor Hung Jun in the heavenly Tao was rapidly disappearing. TSK, it seems that Tao ancestor Hung Jun's control of the heavenly Tao is not as deep as I thought. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen seemed to understand something. Tao ancestor Hung Jun's control of the heavenly Tao was not firm. Now, with the anger of the heavenly Tao, it directly broke free from Tao ancestor Hung Jun's influence and returned to its previous indifferent appearance. Under normal circumstances, Tao ancestor Hung Jun could still control the heavenly Tao a little by relying on his relationship with Tao integration. However, once the heavenly Tao fell into a state of rage, Tao ancestor Hung Jun would no longer be Tao ancestor Hung Jun, but the heavenly Tao. It made sense. After all, the way of heaven in the untainted land was the most powerful existence under the great Tao. Even the chaos demon god at his peak was no match for it. It would be strange if it was so easily controlled by Tao ancestor Hung Jun. Tao ancestor Hung Jun still had a long way to go before he could control the way of the heavens. Perhaps, when Feng Zichen broke through to the peerless golden immortal realm, he would not be able to completely control the way of the heavens. However, from this phenomenon, Feng Zichen roughly knew how to deal with Tao ancestor Hung Jun. In the future, Tao ancestor Hung Jun would use the power of the heavenly Tao to side with him. Feng Zichen only needed to think of a way to anger the heavenly Tao and everything would be back to normal. He did not expect that there would be a pleasant surprise just by watching a show. Not bad, really not bad. Due to the scruples of the primeval world, Xuan-Ti, Nuwa, and Hutu did not choose to take action although they were facing each other. For existences of their realm, it was fine if they did not take action, but once they did, it would destroy the world. The heavenly Tao would never allow this to happen. For example, not long ago, Feng Zichen almost fought with the three pure ones. The heavenly Tao hurriedly came and confined both parties. Now, looking at the two parties who were facing each other, the heavenly Tao had the same thought. Then, an invisible force suddenly descended and brought the two of them back to their respective dojos and sealed them up. In the face of this force, even the powerful Hutu Nuwa and the others could not resist. They could only passively endure all of this and be sealed in the dojo. Their fate was the same as Feng Zichen and the three pure ones. They were confined. 1 Yuan Hui, 129,600 years. However, although Xuan-Ti was confined and could not take half a step out of Mount Meru. However, the ferocious beast that they had enlightened was also on Mount Meru. Everyone could not work together to kill their way up Mount Meru, right? Wouldn't that be sending their heads to Xuan-Ti? One had to know that they could not step out of Mount Meru, not that they could not attack on Mount Meru. They had already barged into their lair and wanted to kill their disciples. How could they expect them not to resist? Wasn't that causing trouble? How could there be such a logic in the world? Wasn't this forcing them to kill? Therefore, these ferocious beasts could not be killed. From this perspective, the heavenly Tao was still on the side of the Western sect. There was nothing they could do. After all, the one who owed them money was the boss. Based on the current situation of the Western sect, if the heavenly Tao did not give them any support, they would probably never be able to repay their loan. In order to prevent bad debts from appearing, the heavenly Tao still had to help appropriately. In fact, in a sense, Xuan-Ti and Xuan-Ti were indeed quite powerful. After all, not everyone had the ability to borrow so much merit from the heavenly Tao. It could only be said that the two of them were quite good at painting a big picture. They had scared the heavenly Tao. They could not attack the ferocious beasts on Mount Meru. Everyone hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to deal with the Western sect. However, at that moment, a shocking murderous aura suddenly rose between heaven and earth, shaking the entire universe. Everyone was curious. When they took a look, they realized that the murderous aura originated from the human race. They did not know what had happened to the human race. He had actually mobilized an army to attack the ferocious beasts. It was really interesting. Yes. Wait. Attacking the ferocious beasts, in a daze, everyone seemed to understand the intentions of the human race and how to deal with the Western sect. Good fellow. The human race is trying to kill us. P.S. 2,910 have been subscribed. There are 90 left. Please subscribe. Please get monthly votes. I'm begging everyone. Chapter 703. As long as he killed all the ferocious beasts in the primordial world, the Western sect's plan to enlighten the ferocious beasts would collapse. This was to solve the problem from the root and cut off all possibilities. Good idea. With a thought, these powerful beings also began to move. Unlike humans, they were powerful and disdained to attack those weak connate ferocious beasts. Therefore, their targets were very clear. They were the connate ferocious beasts whose realms were above Daluo Jingxian. Speaking of which, Xiantian ominous beasts could be considered walking Xiantian spirit treasures when they reached the level of Daluo Jingxian. If he could refine the corpse and get rid of the fiendish qi in it, he would be able to obtain a powerful connate spiritual treasure. However, it was not difficult for a great medium to kill an innate ferocious beast, but it was difficult to get rid of the innate ferocious qi in its body. Even though they were called walking primordial spirit treasures, the primordial ferocious beasts could still live well in the untainted land. Wasn't it because the great mediums couldn't get rid of the primordial evil qi in their bodies? Did they really think that the great practitioners were easy to get along with? If they had a way to get rid of the innate evil aura in the innate ferocious beasts, the greedy almighty masters would have long exterminated them in order to refine innate spirit treasures. How could they have kept them alive until now? However, being unable to get rid of the innate evil qi was a thing of the past. Now, these great beings had found a solution. Isn't the Western sect able to enlighten connate ferocious beasts? Since they could enlighten the primordial ferocious beasts, the two saints, Jane and Zhuan Ti, must have the magic power to dispel the primordial ferocious beasts. Otherwise, they could not enlighten the primordial ferocious beasts. Knowing this, the next step was much simpler. It was definitely impossible to directly ask the two saints, Zhuanti and Zhuanti. The two of them would not tell them. Therefore, they needed to use some special methods at this time. For example, he could capture a few enlightened Xiantian ferocious beasts. No matter what kind of divine ability it was, as long as it had been used, there would definitely be traces left behind. Since the connate beasts had been enlightened by the two saints of the West, there must be traces of such an art in their bodies. These great masters might not be able to create an enlightenment divine art out of thin air, but it was still possible for them to deduce it based on the traces left behind. At the very least, there was still the three pure ones. After the great mediums had made up their minds, the pre-celestial ferocious beasts in the untainted land were doomed. In just a few thousand years, the ferocious beasts that could be seen everywhere in the past were almost extinct in the untainted world. This was especially true for Daluo Jingxian, as well as the Xiantian ferocious beasts above him. Apart from the ultimate and the nether realm, none of the other places were spared. No matter how deeply they hid, even if they hid in the deep sea abyss or the swamp of death, they would still be found and killed by the great masters. The corpses of these connate realm ferocious beasts were superb materials for refining connate spirit treasures, so who wouldn't be moved? After all, no one would feel that there were too many connate spiritual treasures. Damn it! On Mount Meru, when Xuanti and Xuanti saw this scene, they were really furious and their eyes were about to pop out. Those Khanate ferocious beasts were the hope of the Western sect's rise. How could they not feel heartache when they were brutally killed? Not angry. But unfortunately, it was useless no matter how pained or angry they were, because they could not take half a step out of Mount Meru. They could only watch helplessly as the tragedy unfolded. Junior brother, don't be too angry. The Khanate realm ferocious beasts are formed from the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God. As long as the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God doesn't disappear, the Khanate realm ferocious beasts will never be extinct. So, even if they kill all the Khanate realm ferocious beasts now, so what? After a while, new Khanate realm ferocious beasts will be born. It won't ruin our plan. After a while, Saint Jiayin suddenly calmed down and said to Saint Xuanti, who was beside him with an angry expression. Senior brother, I understand. I'm just angry at their attitude. They know that the survival of the Khanate realm ferocious beasts is related to whether the Western sect can prosper, but they still attacked without any scruples. They obviously don't take the two of us seriously. This is really outrageous. At this moment, Saint Xuanti said angrily. He felt that his dignity as a saint had been offended. Under such circumstances, if the two of them were the three pure ones, would those great masters dare to attack? They were clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why should the two of them be inferior to the three pure ones even though they were both saints? Xuanti was not convinced. Just wait. In the future, you will have to pay the price for what happened today. Looking at the people who were dividing the fruits of victory, Saint Xuanti thought to himself. The seed of hatred had been planted in his heart, waiting to take root and germinate. The last time, the person who Saint Xuanti was so concerned about was called Di Jun. In the end, 9 of his 10 sons died, and it became the fuse for the destruction of the heavenly court. In less than 10,000 years, the Khanate realm ferocious beasts were slaughtered, and the entire primordial world was cleared. The matter of killing the Khanate realm ferocious beasts had also come to an end for the time being. As for the birth of new Khanate realm ferocious beasts in the future, the great masters had long had a way to deal with them. The new Khanate realm ferocious beasts were definitely not very strong. If they wanted to get rid of them, there was no need for the great masters to do it themselves. They could just leave it to the disciples of the sect to clean up. It could also serve as a form of training. Just like that, the primordial world fell into peace again, and the myriad races continued to enter the stage of cultivation. Time always passed inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 years had passed. The time limit of the seal that the heavenly Tao had set on everyone had long passed. Feng Zichen and the others had regained their freedom. However, they did not show up. Instead, they all fell into bitter cultivation, hoping to make further progress and break through to a higher realm. In the past 100,000 years, the postnatal Tao had completely replaced the Khanate Tao. In the vast primordial world, there were almost no cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao. The Khanate Tao was really too difficult. More than 100,000 years had passed. In the future, there were countless cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Heaven to Daoyuo Jingxian. Only Shao Kang and Shang Tang could cultivate the Khanate Tao to Daoyuo Jingxian. The Khanate Tao was so difficult to cultivate. It was no wonder that all living beings had switched to cultivating the postnatal Tao. No one was willing to waste their lives. Shao Kang relied on the merit of building the great Xia dynasty and sat in the position of the human king for a full 10,000 years. With this, he accumulated enough foundation and successfully attained the Daoyuo Tao fruit 100,000 years ago, achieving the immortal and indestructible Taoist priest's realm. After him, although the great Xia dynasty was not without successors, their talents withered. Not only did they not produce any decent experts, but they also lost their country tens of thousands of years ago. At the end of the Xia dynasty, the king, Xia Jia, was licentious and tyrannical, causing the people to have no way of living. At that time, Shang Tang rose up and led an army to overthrow the rule of the Xia dynasty and establish the great Shang dynasty. It was, the heavenly bird descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. The founder of the Shang dynasty, Wu Tang, relied on the merit of establishing the dynasty and stayed in the position of the human emperor for 10,000 years. With this, he polished a supreme Tao foundation and successfully attained the Daoyuo Tao fruit, becoming the Khanate Taoist priests. The Shang dynasty could be said to be the most powerful dynasty of the human race. It was during the reign of the Shang dynasty that the luck of the human race reached its peak. The monarch of the Shang dynasty was not a king, but an emperor. Every monarch of the Shang dynasty would have the word emperor in front of their name. The emperor of the celestial emperor. Therefore, Shang Tang was also known as Emperor Tang. The Jade Emperor was the ruler of the sky, and the Shang Emperor was the ruler of the earth. The two emperors stood side by side, which was a sign that the luck of the human race had reached its peak. Even the saints did not dare to casually attack the Shang Emperor. That was because the karma involved was simply too great. Even someone as powerful as a saint would not be able to easily withstand it. A Khanate spirit treasure has appeared, and it has something to do with me. One day, Feng Zichen, who was comprehending the Tao, suddenly felt a whim and woke up. After carefully deducing, he realized that a Khanate spirit treasure that was fated with him was born. Interesting. Today, there is actually a Khanate spirit treasure that is fated with me in the primordial world. How surprising. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen stood up and left the boundless starry sky. Following the feeling in his heart, he rushed towards the location of the Khanate spirit treasure. Not to mention Khanate spirit treasures, Feng Zichen did not lack Khanate spirit treasures. The reason why he rushed over was that he was too curious about what kind of Khanate spirit treasure could be related to him. One had to know that ever since he attained the Tao, the Khanate spirit treasures that he had obtained were all snatched from others. As for the situation where he could pick up a Khanate spirit treasure when he went out to travel like before, it had been a long time since it happened. Now that such a situation had suddenly occurred, Feng Zichen also missed it very much. Of course, he had to go and take a look. As for whether this was a conspiracy of some people, it was not that Feng Zichen was boasting, but now, there were no more than 5 people in the primordial world who could defeat him. And there was not a single one who had the ability to kill him. Tao ancestor Hung Jun could not, and neither could the Way of Heaven. The huge Dharma Laksana of Pangu standing in the untainted world was Feng Zichen's greatest protection in the untainted world. Feng Zichen was not very clear about the strength of the Pangu Laksana formed by the power of the untainted world. However, the Pangu Laksana condensed by the power of the starry sky had the power comparable to the 9th heaven of Hunyuan, not to mention the Laksana of Pangu. At the very least, it had to have the power comparable to that of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian to be in line with his identity. In fact, he might even become stronger. In short, the power of the Pangu Laksana could be exaggerated as much as possible. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that. With such a trump card, Feng Zichen was naturally not afraid of any danger in the untainted world. If someone really schemed against him, it was not certain who would suffer losses at that time. In the untainted world, by the Luo River, Feng Zichen came here and stopped. The Khanate spirit treasure that was fated with him was in the Luo River. Moreover, it would not be long before it was born. The Luo River. Standing by the Luo River, Feng Zichen's face showed a long-lost look of nostalgia. He was very familiar with the Luo River. Not to mention that the heavenly emperor Fuxi had attained his Tao here and created the Khanate 8 trigrams. Even when Feng Zichen was young, he often played by the Luo River. Back then, Ao Shui was fished out by the human race with the merit golden net here. TSK, I really miss the days back then. Just as Feng Zichen was reminiscing about the past, the Khanate spirit treasure of the Luo River was born. Splash! Amidst the sound of water splashing, a black turtle carrying a mysterious scroll slowly surfaced from the center of the Luo River. In an instant, a resplendent Khanate divine light bloomed, enveloping the mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. After that, the sound of the great Tao resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. Such a shocking phenomenon could be said to have alarmed half of the primordial world. Naturally, it attracted countless gazes. Generally speaking, the appearance of a phenomenon meant that a connate spirit treasure was born. Moreover, the larger the scale of the phenomenon, the higher the level of the connate spirit treasure that was born. The appearance of this phenomenon had alarmed half of the primordial world. That meant that the connate spirit treasure that was about to be born was at least a high-grade one. It was also because the current primordial world was not as good as before. Otherwise, if a phenomenon like today had alarmed half of the primordial world, the worst connate spirit treasure that was born would be a supreme grade one. However, even so, it did not stop everyone from rushing towards the source of the phenomenon. A high-grade connate spirit treasure was not bad. If it was a cultivator, it would be in existence at the level of a mighty figure. Even a great divine ability expert would be tempted. A high-grade connate spirit treasure. Not bad, not bad. Without seeing Feng Zichen do anything, the newly born connate spirit treasure automatically fell into his hands. At the same time, the origin of this treasure naturally appeared in his mind. The 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram was the name of this connate spirit treasure. It was a high-grade connate spirit treasure that contained 32 connate divine restrictions. The 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram. Looking at the black tortoise that carried out the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram, Feng Zichen seemed to know the origin of this treasure. If he remembered correctly, this black tortoise should be the one that presented the book to Fuxi back then. Back then, Fuxi had created the connate 8 Trigrams diagram here. Because of this, this place was inevitably contaminated with some of the Dao runes of the connate 8 Trigrams diagram. The He Tu and the Luo Shu had also appeared here and left behind the Dao runes of the connate 9 Palaces Dao. For some reason, these 2 Dao runes of the Great Dao had fused together and become a connate spirit treasure under the nurturing of the origin of the Luo water. The boundless world was really full of strange things. This item was indeed fated with Feng Zichen. Among the 10 great spirit treasures that formed the chaos array, the connate 9 Palaces diagram still had a flaw. Fusing the connate 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram could make up for this flaw. It saved me a lot of trouble. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen put away the connate 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the black tortoise. This black tortoise was very extraordinary. P.S. I could have posted an anti-theft stamp to cover up the fact that I updated late. But I feel that this will affect the reading experience of the genuine readers. Therefore, I would rather take leave than post an anti-theft stamp. Seeing that I am so considerate of you, give me some monthly votes. Also, I beg for a subscription. 2,915, 85 more. Chapter 704. At the very least, it had a great relationship with the human race. First, it was the Book of Luo, and then it was the connate 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram. 2 connate spirit treasures in a row were sent over by this black tortoise. From this, it could be seen that this black tortoise must have something special. Otherwise, how could these 2 opportunities fall on its head? With a slight thought, Feng Zichen silently used the Great Yen calculation and began to deduce the origin of this black tortoise. As the divine ability was activated, the karma between heaven and earth gradually became clear in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. 4 pillars that supported heaven and earth came into his sight. Those were the pillars of heaven. They stood between heaven and earth and supported the heavens. After that, the pillars of heaven disappeared and were replaced by endless resentment. So it's this. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said in surprise. He had calculated the origin of the black tortoise. It was indeed shockingly big. In the past, Mount Buzhou collapsed. In order to find a replacement, the Grand Master of Heaven killed a peerless black tortoise in the North Sea and took its 4 limbs to turn into pillars of heaven to support heaven and earth. Since the creation of heaven and earth, the black tortoise had been living in the North Sea. It never caused trouble, nor did it incur hatred with others. It could be said that it was very honest. Originally, it could live to the end of heaven and earth like this. However, it did not expect that a sudden calamity would take its life. It was really a case of sitting at home and disaster came from the sky. The collapse of Mount Buzhou had nothing to do with the black tortoise. However, at the last moment, the saint actually wanted to use its 4 limbs to replace Mount Buzhou and use it as the pillars of heaven. Don't you think it was wronged? How could the black tortoise not hate its inexplicable death? The black tortoise in front of Feng Zichen was the reincarnation of the unlucky North Sea black tortoise in the past. It had the merit of supporting the heavens. Don't you think its background is great? If this black tortoise could embark on the path of cultivation, it would definitely be a future great magician. However, logically speaking, shouldn't this black tortoise be taken in by the Grand Master of Heaven? This was what they had agreed upon back then. Before the prime of Tongtian killed the North Sea black tortoise, he had promised to take its reincarnation into his sect and help it attain enlightenment. It was precisely because of this that the North Sea black turtle was willing to stretch out its neck and be cut into pieces by the prime of Tongtian. Otherwise, did they really think that the black tortoise of the North Sea was dead? How could it not know how to fight back when the other party had already come knocking on its door? The strength of the North Sea black tortoise could be seen from the fact that its 4 limbs could turn into pillars that supported the sky. Even if he wasn't a sage, he was still a top-notch existence among the great divines. Even if such an existence could not defeat the sect leader of Tongtian, it would not be easy for the sect leader to kill him. However, the truth was that the prime of Tongtian had killed the black tortoise effortlessly. Of course, this was because they had made a deal beforehand, which made the North Sea black tortoise give up resisting. TSK, however, since they had already made an agreement, why hadn't Tongtian accepted the reincarnation of the North Sea black tortoise into his sect after so many years? Instead, he had allowed it to wander outside. This doesn't make sense. One had to know that a sage's promise was as important as heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to break his promise. Since the prime of Tongtian did not fulfill his promise, there must be a secret that ordinary people did not know. Oh, right. This black tortoise seemed to have been found by Ao Shui in the beginning. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he guessed a possibility. Without hesitation, he activated the purple eye of the heavenly path and looked at the black tortoise. Sure enough, he found the problem. Feng Zichen saw a faint trace of dragon qi on the black tortoise's body. Although it was faint, it was extremely pure. Obviously, it was made by the ancestral dragon. Good heavens! What's this again? Why is the ancestral dragon fighting with the prime of Tongtian all of a sudden? Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood that the ancestral dragon had schemed against the prime of Tongtian. Otherwise, after tens of millions of years, with the prime of Tongtian's strength, he would have been able to find the reincarnation of the North Sea black tortoise. As the ancestor of the Water Clan, it was much easier for the ancestral dragon to find the reincarnation of the North Sea black tortoise than for the prime of Tongtian. He just did not know what kind of enmity there was between the ancestral dragon and the prime of Tongtian that made the ancestral dragon, who had not cared about the affairs of the world for many years, personally plot against the prime of Tongtian. However, whatever enmity there was between them had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. Now, what he needed to do was to take away this black tortoise. As the saying goes, if you don't take what the heavens give you, you will be punished. This black tortoise had appeared in front of Feng Zichen twice. It could be seen that the fate between the two was not shallow. This was the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens asked Feng Zichen to take this black tortoise away. If he did not take this black tortoise away, who knew what would happen in the future? Little fellow, you can be considered to be fated with me. Then let me ask you, are you willing to leave with me? Walking in front of the black tortoise, Feng Zichen asked with a smile. Yes. This little beast is willing. Thank you, Taoist priests, for taking me in. Although the black tortoise did not know the specific origin of Feng Zichen, it still vaguely remembered that the Emperor Fuxi was very respectful to the person in front of it. A person who even the emperor had to respect must have a very powerful background. It was an honor to be taken in by such a person. How could it refuse? Of course, it hurriedly nodded, afraid that the other party would change his mind if it nodded too slowly. Very well, then let's leave. Nodding, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and was about to leave with the black tortoise. But at this moment, several rainbow lights suddenly flew over from afar and turned into human figures, landing in front of Feng Zichen. Hand over the primordial spirit treasure. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. As soon as those people appeared, they surrounded Feng Zichen and shouted loudly. TSK. Killing people to steal the treasure. Blocking the road to rob. When I was weak back then, I didn't encounter such a thing. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a situation after I had achieved Tao. It's really quite rare. Surrounded by the crowd, Feng Zichen did not feel much anger in his heart. More than that, he felt that it was interesting. It was the first time that he was blocked and robbed. It was quite a refreshing feeling. Besides, as a transmigrator, was it appropriate to not be blocked and robbed? Was it worthy of his profession? If word got out, what would it look like? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to transmigrators? The people surrounding Feng Zichen were the most powerful cultivators who were alarmed by the phenomenon of the Khanate 9 Palaces 8 trigrams diagram. They were all in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Otherwise, they would not have rushed over so quickly. To be honest, this kind of cultivation was considered very rare in this era. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were only in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. However, these itinerant cultivators were at the same level. It was not known whether these itinerant cultivators were too outstanding or the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were too useless. Sigh. After sighing for a while, the novelty in Feng Zichen's heart passed. Immediately, he ignored the crowd and walked away. The existence of ants was not worthy of his attention. However, he did not care about ants, but those ants cared about him. No, to be precise, they cared about the Khanate spirit treasure in his hands. The gap between the Khanate Daluo Taoist priests and the acquired Daluo Jingxian was too big. Not to mention the gap in strength, the gap in temperament was also unbearable to look at. Under such circumstances, if the Khanate Taoist priests were here, they would naturally be able to see that Feng Zichen was not to be trifled with. However, in the eyes of the acquired Daluo Jingxian, there was only the newly born Khanate spirit treasure in the eyes of the acquired Daluo Jingxian, and he completely ignored Feng Zichen. This was what it meant to be blinded by greed. Greed had blinded their rationality, and they had even lost their basic judgment. It was not without a price to be an expert of the acquired Tao. The cultivation time was too short, and they only cared about polishing their dermic powers. How could they have the time to polish their temperament? It was normal to be controlled by power if one's temperament was not enough. The acquired Tao had just been born, and it was far from perfect as the innate Tao. There were still many things to be perfected. It seemed that the 3 pure ones would be busy in the future. Just patching it was enough for them. Bastard! If you don't hand over the Khanate spirit treasure, don't even think about leaving alive. Perhaps provoked by Feng Zichen's arrogant attitude, everyone was furious. They cursed at him loudly as they took out their dermic treasures and attacked him. Rumble. However, before their attacks fell on Feng Zichen, they saw the Khanate divine thunder striking down from the sky and killing everyone present on the spot. This was not done by Feng Zichen, but by the spontaneous operation of heaven and earth. Who was Feng Zichen? He was the head of the 4 great gods, the supreme of heaven and earth. All the living beings in the untainted world, including the group of people who had just surrounded him, could be said to be his people. They dared to attack Feng Zichen, which was called offending their superiors. At this time, there was no need for Feng Zichen to attack. Heaven and earth would sense it and kill all these sinners who dared to offend their superiors. It could even be said that with Feng Zichen's identity, in the untainted world, no one below the Daluo Taoist priests could attack him. Otherwise, what awaited them would be divine punishment. The dignity of the supreme of heaven and earth, would be protected by heaven and earth. After taking away the black tortoise, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to return to the boundless starry sky. He had not wandered in the untainted world for a long time. Today, he was thinking of traveling after a long period of silence. He planned to travel and relax. Moreover, he had not been to the human race for a long time. Now that he was relaxing, he could take the opportunity to take a look. Now, the human race should be under the rule of the Shang dynasty. It was good to take a look and see how different it was from the Great Xia. In this way, Feng Zichen wandered around the untainted world. However, this state did not last long before it was destroyed by an accidental discovery. Just as Feng Zichen was traveling around, he suddenly sensed a trace of Taoist Kundi's aura. This aura was extremely weak, almost undetectable. It was only because Feng Zichen was very familiar with the aura of Saint Kundi that he realized that something was wrong. Otherwise, he would not have discovered it. Since he had discovered the traces of Saint Kundi, Feng Zichen was not in the mood to continue traveling. He immediately gave up his original plan and followed the aura to track down the whereabouts of Saint Kundi. Although he did not know the purpose of Saint Kundi secretly coming to the untainted world, it was not wrong for him to destroy it. Just like that, Feng Zichen followed the aura all the way. It was not until he arrived in front of an ordinary farmhouse's courtyard that the aura stopped abruptly. Curious, Feng Zichen walked closer and saw an ordinary family of 3. It was not ordinary. The child in this family should be the reincarnation of a disciple of the Western sect. Yes. The reincarnation of a disciple of the Western sect in ancient times. A proper Tai Jingxian, born as a connate life form. What? Is the reincarnation of an ordinary disciple of the Western sect worth Saint Kundi secretly coming to the untainted world? Even if he swaggered over and took him away, what's the problem? Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. Feng Zichen felt that since Saint Kundi was unwilling to leak the news and sneaked over, it meant that there must be something special about this disciple. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen activated the purple eye of the heavenly Tao and continued to look at the child. However, the result was the same as before. Apart from being the reincarnation of Tai Jingxian, there was nothing special about that child. That was strange. Since there was nothing special about this child, why did Saint Kundi treat him so cautiously? He could not understand. He really could not understand. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen simply transformed into an ordinary human and settled down to observe the child closely. He wanted to see what Saint Kundi was up to. As for why he did not use the divine calculation of Great Yen to deduce. Of course, that was because Feng Zichen did not want to alert the enemy. Any heavenly secrets related to the saint could not be deduced. No matter how exquisite the deduction method was, it could not be done. Because when one's strength reached the realm of the saint, even if one muttered their names, they would be sensed by them, let alone deducing the heavenly secrets related to them. They would definitely be sensed by them. Feng Zichen had yet to figure out what Saint Kundi wanted to do. Naturally, he could not alarm him in advance and force him to give up or change his plan. A mortal's life was only 100 years. To Feng Zichen, it was only the blink of an eye. He could afford to wait. Therefore, he waited here. Once Saint Kundi had any plans, he would not be able to escape Feng Zichen's eyes. And this wait lasted for 18 years. 18 years had passed. Back then, it was just an ordinary family. Now, it was developed and completed a magnificent transformation from a farmer to a landlord. It could be said to be a reversal of life. Not only did they move to the city to live, but they also owned a big house and became a famous rich family in the city. And that child who was crying piteously for food back then had now grown into an adult. Yes. Ordinary looks and ordinary talent. Other than having rich parents, there was nothing special about him. He was the kind that couldn't be found in a crowd. Oh. That's not right. This child was especially kind. He was a famous honest person in the surrounding villages. This was not a compliment. P.S. 2922. There are still 78 left. Please subscribe. Chapter 705. When kindness was associated with honesty, it could only mean one thing. This person might be a little stupid and easy to bully. In fact, this child was not too mediocre. He could be said to be of average talent. However, he was the reincarnation of Tai Jingxian. If he was only of average talent, he would not be able to live up to his identity. He should be the heavenly son of the human clan. However, what happened to this child had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. When he learned the child's name, he had already figured out Kundi's plan. The child's name was Yang Tianyu. It was a very familiar name. Feng Zichen thought carefully and found where he had heard this name in his distant memory. Wasn't this Yang Jian's father? Good heavens! Everything matched up. Saint Kundi was going to attack the heavenly court. After figuring this out, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to point it out. Instead, he continued to live in seclusion. He planned to give Saint Kundi a surprise. Things were as Feng Zichen expected. Not long after Yang Tianyu grew up, Yaoji, who was in the heavenly court, came to the human world because she was chasing the fugitive from the heavenly court. As soon as Yaoji entered the human world, Saint Kundi's plan was activated. He silently made Yaoji fall into the love tribulation. At that time, Yaoji was still chasing the fugitive from the heavenly court without knowing that she had been set up. Under the secret push of Saint Kundi, the two of them finally met outside the Yang family village and a big battle broke out. After that, the fugitive from the heavenly court escaped with serious injuries. Yaoji was seriously injured and unconscious. She was rescued by Yang Tianyu who passed by. The plot began. Under normal circumstances, after the two of them went through a few hardships together, they would fall in love with each other. Then they would get married and live happily for decades. After that, they would be discovered by Haotian and be hunted down by the heavenly soldiers. But now, it would not be like this. Because when the plot began, Feng Zichen also started to take action. He did not stop Saint Junti from attacking, nor did he help Yaoji. He also did not interfere with Yang Tianyu so that they could not meet. Feng Zichen quietly left an incarnation here, then hurried back to the heaven. He wanted to drag Haotian over to watch the show. He wanted to know how Haotian would react if he knew in advance that Yaoji was plotted against by Saint Junti and fell in love with a mortal. Just the thought of that scene was exciting. Cause trouble, cause trouble. Feng Zichen was doing something big right now. The reason for Yaoji's tragedy was that Haotian didn't know about it beforehand. But now, with Feng Zichen's manipulation, Haotian knew about this in advance. Would the tragedy repeat itself? How far was the human world from the heavenly court? However, under Feng Zichen's feet, it was only a step away. He took a step and arrived in front of the southern heaven gate. With another step, he entered the southern heaven gate and arrived in front of Haotian, who was resting in the Hall of Fragrance. Fellow Taoist Haotian, you've been very relaxed recently. Feng Zichen went straight to Haotian's side and said directly to him. Relaxed? Fellow Taoist, don't tease poor Wei. Haotian was not surprised by Feng Zichen's arrival. He just shook his head and responded to his teasing with a wry smile. Let's not talk about this. Why do you have time to come to poor Wei's place today? Haotian did not want to chat with Feng Zichen, so he went straight to the point and asked. Of course, I invited you to watch the show. Poor Wei has been very quiet recently, so he traveled to the untainted land. In the process of traveling, he happened to see a big show, so he wanted to invite you to watch it. At this time, Feng Zichen said mysteriously. Watch the show. What show? Hearing this, Haotian asked curiously. However, at this time, Feng Zichen did not have the time to chat with Haotian here. One must know that one day in heaven and one thing on earth could not be delayed. This delay might spoil the plan. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not explain to Haoyan. Instead, he pulled him and walked to Yang village in the human world. Don't ask so much. You'll know when you get there. While pulling Haoyan, Feng Zichen did not forget to say. Just like this, Haoyan was dragged by Feng Zichen and walked to the human world. How fast were the two of them? One moment, they were still in the Hall of Fragrance in the Heavenly Court. The next moment, they were already in Yang village, outside Yang Tianyo's house. Fellow Taoist, why did you bring poor Wei here? It's just an ordinary farmyard, what's there to see? Being dragged here by Feng Zichen, Haoyan said with a face full of reluctance. However, he could not continue halfway through his words. It was as if his throat was blocked by something. He opened his mouth for a long time but did not say a word. That was because, from the corner of his eye, he saw a person who should not have been there in the ordinary farmyard. It was Yaoji. His sister Yaoji. At this moment, the Princess Royal of the Heavenly Court was doing something that did not match her identity. She was helping a mortal wash his clothes. At this time, Feng Zichen, who was beside Haoyan, could clearly see that at this moment, Haoyan's expression was very colorful. There was confusion, anger. All kinds of duplicated emotions intertwined on his face, but there was no joy at all. Bastard! The next moment, Haoyan exploded. He directly reached out to grab Yaoji, trying to suppress her. However, at this time, Feng Zichen suddenly stopped him. When Haoyan just raised his hand and was about to grab Yaoji, Feng Zichen directly grabbed his arm and interrupted Haoyan's magic. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? After trying to struggle twice and finding that he could not break free, Haoyan asked with a face full of anger. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. Can't you see your sister's situation? Looking at the furious Haoyan, Feng Zichen shook his head. While speaking, he secretly used the mind-clearing spell to try to calm his mood. Loyalty was indeed Haoyan's biggest weakness. Looking at Yaoji at this moment, he even lost his basic judgment and did not notice anything wrong with Yaoji at all. Phew, poor Wei was too impulsive. After being persuaded by Feng Zichen, Haoyan finally regained his composure. The wisdom of an emperor returned to him. Love tribulation. Who did it? After regaining his composure, Haoyan looked at Yaoji again and found that something was wrong. In Haoyan's eyes, a long red line suddenly appeared on Yaoji's body. That was the red line, the line of marriage. However, the red line on Yaoji's body was different from that of others. It was redder, dazzling and strange, as if blood would drip down at any time. The red line was like blood, which was the symbol of love tribulation. However, Yaoji usually stayed in the heavenly court and seldom communicated with outsiders. How could she be involved in love tribulation with others? It was obvious that she had been set up by others. After silently deducing for a moment and finding that he could not deduce any information, Haoyan immediately understood that the one who set up his sister Yaoji must be a sage. After all, in the untainted land, only a sage could make him unable to deduce any information. The one who did it must be one of the 7 sages. As for who it was, although Haoyan did not know, Feng Zichen, who invited him to watch the show, must know. Thinking of this, Haoyan directly asked Feng Zichen, fellow Taoist, please tell poor Wei, which sage set up my sister. Judging from his posture, it seemed that as soon as Feng Zichen told him the identity of the person behind the scenes, he would run over and risk his life. Which sage is it? Don't you have the answer in your heart? Except for him, who else could do such a despicable thing? Feng Zichen smiled. Feng Zichen did not point it out, but asked in riddles. It's really him. Kundi, you are a sage in vain. You are really shameless to do such a despicable thing. It's really shameful for poor Wei to be in the same category as him. It's also because poor Wei was young and ignorant back then. She pitied the two of them and did not hesitate to risk the punishment of the Tao ancestor to open the door of the Purple Cloud Palace for them, which led to today's result. I regret it so much. Although Feng Zichen said it vaguely, Hao Yin still guessed the other party's identity at the first moment and could not help but curse angrily. Among the sages, who else could do such a thing except Taoist Kundi? The three pure ones would not, and neither would Nuwa and Hutu. Saint Jiayin had always been low-key and would not. Then only Saint Kundi was left. In the untainted land, there were few things that Saint Kundi did not dare to do. What was the big bullying the small? He dared to plot against Di Jun, let alone Hao Yin. He had a criminal record. Is he going to deal with poor Wei? Over the years, poor Wei has been living in seclusion and not paying attention to the affairs of the world, which is to avoid them. But I didn't expect that poor Wei has done so much, but they still think that poor Wei is in the way and want to plot against poor Wei. They are really going too far. After coming back to her senses, Hao Yin murmured unconsciously. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be asking Feng Zichen. From the moment she learned that Yaoji was plotted against by Kundi, Hao Yin knew that Kundi's target was not Yaoji, but her. Yaoji's cultivation was only at the level of Tai Jingxian. What was there for Kundi to plot against? It was nothing more than using her to plot against her. It was because she understood this that Hao Yin became angrier. Over the years, she had tolerated the sages again and again and did not want to have a conflict with them. But she did not expect that her concession was regarded as weakness by the sages, so that the sages increasingly did not take her seriously and acted more and more unscrupulously. Today, Saint Kundi's actions completely ignited the anger that Hao Yin had suppressed for many years. As the saying goes, the more ruthless the suppression, the more intense the outburst. At this moment, Hao Yin really wanted to kill the sages. Fellow Taoist, please take care of my sister for a while. Poor Wei has something to do and needs to leave. After bowing to Feng Zichen, Hao Yin was about to leave to go to Mount Shumi and ask Saint Kundi for an explanation. However, Feng Zichen did not intend to let Hao Yin leave at this time. He felt that it was not enough now. He wanted to add fuel to the fire for Hao Yin. Fellow Taoist, please wait. You can go to Mount Shumi at any time, but don't you want to know how Kundi is going to plot against you? After stopping Hao Yin, Feng Zichen said with a serious face. Hearing this, Hao Yin hesitated. She really wanted to know how Kundi was going to plot against her. How should I know? After hesitating for a while, Hao Yin felt that what Feng Zichen said made sense. She could go to Mount Shumi at any time, so she asked. It's easy. Feng Zichen smiled gently and reached out his hand. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at the void. There was suddenly one less female disciple on Mount Shumi. Fellow Taoist, this is, looking at the disciple of the Western sect who suddenly appeared in Feng Zichen's hand, Hao Yin seemed to have understood something. Change. Feng Zichen softly said a word and responded to Hao Yin with practical actions. Without seeing how Feng Zichen attacked, the female disciple of the Western sect in his hands suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yaoji, who was in a coma, suddenly appeared beside Hao Yin. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen replaced Yaoji with the female disciple of the Western sect in his hand. Fellow Taoist, please work with me to shield the secrets of heaven so that Saint Juanti won't notice it in advance. After doing all this, Feng Zichen said to Hao Yin with a smile. That's how it should be. At this moment, Hao Yin also understood Feng Zichen's plan and agreed. Then, the two of them worked together to change the secrets of heaven here so that Saint Juanti would not notice anything unusual. Although Saint Juanti knew that the Western sect had lost a disciple, he did not take it to heart. That was because during this period of time, the Western sect had often lost disciples, and Saint Juanti was already used to it. The ones who took action were naturally the great mediums of the primordial world. In order to find a way to get rid of the murderous aura in the bodies of the ferocious beasts, they had attacked many disciples of the Western sect over the years. They forced Juanti and Saint Juanti to expose the method of getting rid of the ferocious beasts. Feng Zichen and Hao Yin's methods were so amazing that after turning the female disciple of the Western sect into Yaoji, she did not realize that she was a fake. Even the fake Yaoji thought that she was real, let alone Yang Tianyu, who was just a mortal. He did not notice anything unusual at all. In this way, the two of them experienced some things together and gradually got together. They even gave birth to 3 children. Seeing this, Haotian's face turned green. If it were not for Feng Zichen holding him back, the two of them would have been killed by him. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. Let's continue watching. In the void, Feng Zichen held down Haotian, who was about to leave, and said with a smile. At this moment, someone spread the news of Fairy Yaoji marrying a mortal and giving birth to a child in the lower realm to the heavenly court. For a moment, the gods were in an uproar. Marrying a mortal. This was a violation of the heavenly law. Then, without waiting for Haotian's order, the maker of the heavenly law, the South Pole Longevity Emperor, ordered Martial Canopy to lead 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to the lower realm to capture Fairy Yaoji to protect the dignity of the heavenly court. The heavenly law was the most strict, and it was not allowed to be tarnished. Just when Martial Canopy was gathering the army, Shao Qi, the youngest daughter of the Jade Emperor, hurriedly rushed over to report the news after receiving the news. P.S. Please subscribe, there are still 74 left. Chapter 706. However, before Shao Qi could see the fake Yaoji, he was grabbed by the furious Haotian when he was still on his way to Yaoji. A bunch of bastards. Haotian, who was already livid, saw Shao Qi sneaking over to inform him, and his face turned even uglier. FFF Royal Father. You. Why are you here? Shao Qi was so scared that she stuttered when she saw Haotian. I'll deal with you when we get back. Even though Haotian was angry, he couldn't teach his daughter a lesson in front of Feng Zichen, an outsider. He just suppressed his anger and glared at her, then sent her back to the jade pool and locked her up. Fellow Taoist, things have already come to this point. Is it necessary to continue watching? At this time, Haotian really wasn't in the mood to continue watching. He just wanted to end this quickly. But Feng Zichen wasn't willing. He still wanted to take Haotian to watch the complete version of Peach Mountain saving the mother. Sigh, fellow Taoist, don't worry. The good show is yet to come. Fellow Taoist Kundi spent so much effort to prepare a big show for you. How can you end it so hastily after just watching the beginning? In this way, how can I live up to fellow Taoist Kundi's painstaking efforts? Looking at the furious Haotian, Feng Zichen said with a smile. Sigh, seeing Feng Zichen's firm attitude, Haotian couldn't force him. He could only continue watching. At this time, Martial Canopy had already arrived with 10,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. They were fighting with Fairy Yaoji. Tisk, tisk, it seems that Fairy Yaoji is quite popular in the heavenly court. She even knows Martial Canopy. Look at how easy he is. It's a bit too much. Looking at the battlefield below, Feng Zichen turned his head and joked with Haotian. Canopy Martial's performance in this battle was too obviously fake. 10,000 Heavenly River Navy joined forces and set up the Heavenly River Formation. They could even kill Daluo Jingxian, let alone Yaoji of Tai Jingxian. He could take him down with a flip of his hand. However, Canopy Martial brought 10,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals to capture Yaoji. Yaoji didn't swarm Yaoji. Instead, he fought Yaoji alone. Good heavens, you're putting on an act here. If this was not an act, how could he become the Canopy Martial and lead the Heavenly River Navy with his IQ? He had long been killed by someone. Martial Tian Peng isn't Poor Wei's subordinate. He's fellow Daoist Gaochen's subordinate. Poor Wei's words might not have any effect on him. Even the Poor Wei doesn't know the reason behind his actions today. Perhaps, as you said, he has a good relationship with Yaoji. Hao Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was the master of the heavenly court, not many of the immortals and gods in the heavenly court were his subordinates. Most of them were from the other 3 gods or the 5 celestial emperors. There were almost no direct descendants who belonged to him. Furthermore, they were all in a peripheral position and did not have any authority to speak of. Originally, the entire heavenly court belonged to Hao Tian. However, he had been dead for too long, and his forces were all divided up by the 8 celestial emperors. For example, the heavenly river was cleaned up by great Emperor Gaochen when the dam broke last time. All of Hao Tian's forces were cleared out. The Heavenly River Navy was established at that time, and Canopy Marshal was also appointed at that time. Since he was able to become the Heavenly River Navy's commander, he was naturally one of great Emperor Gaochen's subordinates. There was also Taibai Jinxing. He was supposed to be loyal to Hao Tian, but now, he was one of great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. Venus was one of the 5 stars of heaven and earth. It was one of the 365 main stars. Taibai Jinxing was the innate star god that Venus gave birth to. As a star god, he naturally had to respect great Emperor Ziwei. This was without a doubt. For example, the South Pole star god, South Pole Immortal Elder, thought that he could disrespect great Emperor Ziwei because he had a saint as his backer. But what happened in the end? Great Emperor Ziwei stripped him of his innate star god identity. He did not care about Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning at all. Originally, Immortal Wang of the South Pole still had a chance to compete with Lei Zhe for the position of Great Emperor of the South Pole Longevity Emperor. But now, he had lost his innate star god identity, and he was completely out of the game. Moreover, as an innate star god, he could be protected by Zhouxing. Becoming Daluo Taoist priests could be said to be a simple matter without any difficulty. Even if Immortal Wang of the South Pole was burdened by Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and had endless negative karma, he could still become Daluo Taoist priests with his identity as an innate star god. Zhouxing illuminated the universe, and it could be said that his merit was boundless. What was a mere negative karma to him? However, as Immortal Wang of the South Pole lost his innate star god identity, these benefits had nothing to do with him. As a result, he had no choice but to cultivate the postnatal Tao. How miserable! With such an example, the remaining innate star gods dared not to respect great Emperor Ziwei. Naturally, they followed his lead. Therefore, Hao Tian, the Celestial Emperor, had nothing other than a title. He was just an empty shell. Fellow Taoist, you're a little too miserable. To be able to become a Celestial Emperor like you is also a kind of ability. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said with a face full of admiration. This was true admiration, without the slightest hint of mockery. If he were in Hao Tian's position, he would have flipped the table and quit. However, Hao Tian was able to endure it. Just this kind of patience was enough to make Feng Zichen feel ashamed of his inferiority. Fellow Taoist, don't joke. Hao Tian waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. Whether Feng Zichen was really admiring or mocking him, he did not care. Mere honor and disgrace could no longer disturb his Tao heart. However, those fellow Taoists are indeed a little too much. There are so many good positions in the heavenly court, but they didn't leave a single one for you. It's really a little embarrassing to be so popular. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly said indignantly on behalf of Hao Tian. Looking at his indignant expression, those who did not know would think that he had been wronged. Feng Zichen said indignantly on behalf of Hao Tian. It could be said that he was right. He was really righteous. He could pat his chest and say that he did not plant a single person in the heavenly court. His subordinates were all gathered at the outermost edge of the boundless starry sky. Other than the establishment of the heavenly soldiers, the rest had nothing to do with the heavenly court. Even his salary, Feng Zichen did not pay the heavenly court. He paid for it out of his own pocket. Therefore, he had the right to speak up for Hao Tian. As for the matter of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Heavenly Emperor fighting for power in the heavenly court and planting people everywhere, what did it have to do with Great Emperor Ziwei? He, the Great Emperor Ziwei, Pangu, and the Ziwei clan were upright and upright. They did not have any thoughts about the heavenly court. They only guarded their own boundless starry sky. The ones who were interested in the heavenly court and planted people everywhere were the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Heavenly Emperor. It had nothing to do with Great Emperor Ziwei. Feng Zichen was a professional at ridiculing himself. As for Feng Zichen's words, Hao Tian believed them. Because he always believed that Feng Zichen was on the same side as him. Even though there were many unhappiness between the two of them, Hao Tian still thought so. Everyone knew that Great Emperor Ziwei was the sub-ruler of the three realms, the next Celestial Emperor. Since the position of Celestial Emperor would be his sooner or later, why would Great Emperor Ziwei fight for it now? With Hao Tian blocking the attacks of the saints, he could improve his strength in peace. Wasn't that good? He had too many benefits for the Celestial Emperor and Feng Zichen. Therefore, Hao Tian could not think of a reason why Feng Zichen would deal with him. Sigh, fellow Taoist, don't say any more. If those fellow Taoists want to fight, let them fight. Poor Wei doesn't care anymore. Poor Wei has long thought it through. In the Eldritch world, strength is the most important thing. Without strength, no matter how much power one has, it's just a dream that will burst at the first touch. Therefore, poor Wei has long lost interest in the power of the heavenly court. He only wants to achieve the Tao as soon as possible and cultivate to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm so that he can transcend the vanity of the heavenly court. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. After poor Wei transcends, you still have to clean up the mess of the heavenly court for him. Seeing Feng Zichen's angry look, Hao Tian comforted him. He really did not want to be the Celestial Emperor anymore. Now, he wanted to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian as soon as possible so that he could escape from the heavenly court and be free. He changed his title from the Celestial Emperor to the Jade Emperor. It might not be without the intention of weakening his connection with the heavenly court. By the way, if fellow Taoist is willing, you can arrange some people in the heavenly court. Anyway, the position of Celestial Emperor will be yours sooner or later. As if thinking of something, Hao Tian suddenly said to Feng Zichen. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly understood something. He did not want to be the Celestial Emperor anymore. Why did he still have to deal with the matters of the heavenly court? It was better to leave these to Great Emperor Ziwei to deal with while he could focus on cultivation and strive to achieve the Tao as soon as possible. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was stunned for a moment. He had long known that once Hao Tian achieved the Tao, he would pass it to him. However, he did not expect Hao Tian to be so eager to pass on the position. He had not achieved the Tao yet, but he wanted to hand over the power of the heavenly court to him first. It was as if he was not afraid of others taking over him. In fact, he was even looking forward to this kind of thing happening. Even with Feng Zichen's experience, he was still stunned by Hao Tian's operation. From Hao Tian's serious eyes, Feng Zichen could be sure that he was not testing him. He really did not care. No wonder Hao Tian in the future would become a puppet. That was because he did not care at all. He was wholeheartedly seeking the Tao and was not surprised by honor or disgrace. However, Hao Tian could say that, but Feng Zichen could not agree so readily. At the very least, he had to refuse 3 times before he could reluctantly agree. He agreed. Fellow Taoist, look, there are new changes below. Changing the topic, Feng Zichen pointed below and said. At this moment, in order to escape, the fake Yaoji suddenly took out a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Although this Yaoji was fake, Feng Zichen packaged her more realistically than the real one based on the principle of acting. Even if the real Yaoji came, she would become a fake in front of her. In this case, the magic treasure on the real Yaoji was naturally on the fake Yaoji. It seems that you have not stayed in the Purple Cloud Palace for so many years in vain. You have gotten a lot of good things. Looking at the innate spirit treasure in Yaoji's hand, Feng Zichen said. The high-grade innate spirit treasure in Yaoji's hand was called the Heavenly Eye. It was one of the 3 eyes of heaven, earth, and man. It could search all 3 realms and shoot out divine light. It was extremely extraordinary. It's just a little thing. It's not as rich as you. Hao Tian, who was born in the Purple Cloud Palace, definitely did not lack innate spirit treasures. However, compared to Feng Zichen, he was still a poor man. After all, the other party was sitting on the entire boundless starry sky. After a chaotic battle, the fake Yaoji was captured. Yang Tianyu and his eldest son, Yang Jiao, died. His second son, Yang Jian, and his youngest daughter, Yang Chan, escaped under the malice of Canopy Marshal. Not long after the fake Yaoji was captured, Feng Zichen suppressed her under Peach Mountain in the name of Hao Tian. What happened next was much simpler. As recorded in the story, Yang Jian apprenticed himself to a master and learned a lot of skills. He planned to split Peach Mountain to save his mother. You've gone too far. At this moment, in the heavenly court, looking at Yang Jian who had mastered the divine skill, Hao Tian cursed loudly. Good Lord, it was fine that the three pure ones did not take him seriously. But how could their disciples not take him seriously, the master of heaven and earth, a half-step origin existence? Knowing that Yang Jian was wanted by the heavenly court, the disciple of the sect of enlightenment still dared to take him as a disciple and injured countless heavenly soldiers. This, as long as they cared about the existence of the heavenly court, this would not have happened. Clearly, they did not take Hao Tian and the heavenly court seriously. They really thought that as the disciple of a saint, they could do whatever they wanted in the untainted land. In the past, the disciples of the sect of enlightenment would not have dared to look down on the heavenly court. But since the North Star Emperor was killed by the saint, they became arrogant and did not take the heavenly court seriously at all. Yes, they even dared to kill the Celestial Emperor. What else did the saint not dare to do? With such a powerful master, how could the disciples of the sect of enlightenment not be arrogant? They really don't know what's good for them. Being looked down on by the saint, Hao Tian gritted his teeth and accepted it. After all, he was no match for the saint. But what was the saint's disciple? He was like an ant. Not to mention his identity as the Celestial Emperor, he could kill thousands of people with his own strength. So, they dared to look down on Hao Tian. What else could it be other than courting death? When the Celestial Emperor killed, tribulations were born. The moment Hao Tian had the intention to kill the disciples of the sect of enlightenment, heaven and earth immediately sensed it. Unknowingly, countless tribulations gathered and wrapped around the primordial spirit of the second-generation disciples of the sect of enlightenment, turning into a death tribulation and hiding. The Celestial Emperor was the master of heaven and earth. He represented heaven and earth. Since ancient times, those who dared to look down on the Celestial Emperor, except for the saints, had to pay the price. The second-generation disciple of the sect of enlightenment was only at the level of Daluo Jingxian, but he dared to look down on the Celestial Emperor. And this was the cause of the God-conferment tribulation. The Celestial Emperor could not be humiliated. Looking down on the Celestial Emperor, they had to pay the price. Fellow Taoist, let's not bother about the disciples of the sect of enlightenment. Look at Yang Jian, he's about to split the Peach Mountain. At the side, Feng Zichen said as if he was enjoying the show. Split? Just because he's a golden immortal? He can't split the Peach Mountain. P.S. I caught a cold. I was so engrossed in writing that I did not even feel the temperature drop. Then I caught a cold. Miserable. Seeing how miserable I am, give me some monthly tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 707. Above the heavenly court, Hao Tian waved his sleeves. Magical power appeared, turning into talismans, and enveloping Peach Mountain. Just then, Yang Jian raised his mountain-splitting axe and swung it down at Peach Mountain. Bang! The axe landed on the Peach Mountain with a deafening sound and a terrifying wave of energy, twisting the space around it. However, the attack that Yang Jian had pinned all his hopes on did not work. Not a single pebble fell from the Peach Mountain, not to mention splitting it open. How could this be? First, he looked at the axe in his hand, then at the undamaged Peach Mountain in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was different from what his master, Immortal Yu Ding, had said. Immortal Yu Ding had said that he could easily split Peach Mountain with his strength and the divine weapon, mountain-splitting axe. But what was happening now? Yang Jian's mountain-splitting axe was no ordinary weapon. It was formed from the fragments of Yu the Great's innate merit spiritual treasure, mountain-splitting axe. Back then, Yu the Great had done everything he could to fight against the divine punishment. The mountain-splitting axe was shattered by the divine punishment during the tribulation. It turned into countless fragments and scattered throughout the eldritch world. Some of the fragments fell into Kunlun Mountain and were obtained by the primeval Lord of Heaven. Perhaps it was because he was bored, or perhaps he was itching to do something. The primeval Lord of Heaven took the fragments and refined them with various innate spiritual materials, creating a supreme-grade acquired treasure. It was the mountain-splitting axe in Yang Jian's hand. Logically speaking, with Yang Jian's cultivation as a golden immortal and the mountain-splitting axe, he should be able to split Peach Mountain easily, just as Immortal Yu Ding had said. Unfortunately, the furious Haotian could not help but strengthen Peach Mountain. Haotian's cultivation was incredible. He stood at the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm and was about to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With his blessing, even if Yang Jian had the real splitting mountain axe, he would not have been able to split the Peach Mountain, let alone the fake one. If it were Yu the Great, he would be able to do it. At the foot of Peach Mountain, Yang Jian hesitated for a long time. Finally, he raised the mountain-splitting axe in his hand and chopped at Peach Mountain with all his might. The last time might have been an accident. This time, he might be able to succeed. While Yang Jian was thinking about this, the mountain-splitting axe had already landed on Peach Mountain. However, the result was even worse than the last time. Peach Mountain remained unscathed. Instead, a terrifying force came and sent Yang Jian flying. Bang! Yang Jian, who had been sent flying, flew for a long distance before crashing heavily onto the ground. Impossible! Why can't I split it open? Yang Jian crawled up from the ground, seemingly unable to accept the blow of failure. A trace of madness gradually appeared on his face. Then, Yang Jian strode forward, raised the mountain-splitting axe in his hand, and hacked at Peach Mountain. Once, twice, thrice, following Yang Jian's movements, a huge recoil struck him, causing his hands to crack and bleed profusely. However, Yang Jian didn't care at all. He only stopped when his arms were shattered and he lost consciousness. In less than 20 years, Yang Jian had transformed from an ordinary mortal to a golden immortal cultivator. His speed was indeed a little fast, but he had become a gold immortal in such a short time. How could he hone his mental state to match his realm? It was normal for him to lose his composure after a slight setback. Such a scene is truly moving. In the heavenly court, Feng Zichen couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Yang Jian's performance. Humph. Haotian snorted coldly and didn't say anything. My friend, if Yang Jian can't split Peach Mountain, Saint Juan-Ti won't be able to continue his act. I think he won't be able to hold back his urge to strike soon. If he were to make a move, the Peach Mountain would fall. If that's the case, what do you plan to do next? As if thinking of something, Feng Zichen suddenly turned his head and asked Haotian. If Yang Jian couldn't split Peach Mountain, Saint Juan-Ti's plan to suppress Haotian's prestige would fail. Moreover, it would boost Haotian's prestige. How could he be satisfied with that? He would have to strike. My friend, don't beat around the bush. Just tell me your plan. The poor Wei will cooperate. Haotian was also a smart person. Once he heard Feng Zichen's words, he understood what Feng Zichen meant. Ha! My friend, you're so straightforward. Then the poor Wei will speak frankly. Next, it's time for your sister, Yaoji. With a laugh, Feng Zichen said directly. Yaoji? My friend, you mean, Haotian faintly understood what Feng Zichen meant. At the same time, just as Feng Zichen had guessed, Saint Juan-Ti was very confused. He couldn't understand Haotian's thoughts. Yaoji was his sister. Was he really ruthless enough to seal her forever instead of putting on an act for outsiders to see? However, despite his confusion, Saint Juan-Ti still planned to help Yang Jian split Peach Mountain. After the severely injured Yang Jian was taken away by immortal Yu Ding in a hurry, there was no sound from him. Just like that, 60 years passed. After 60 years, Yang Jian reappeared and came to Peach Mountain again. Compared to before, he was stronger. His realm had risen from Golden Immortal to Tai Jingxian. At the same time, the mountain-splitting axe in his hand was stronger. Congenital Taoist rhymes surrounded him and shone. Apparently, it had evolved into a congenital spiritual treasure. It was easy to transform the mountain-splitting axe into a congenital spiritual treasure. That was to find more fragments of Yu the Great's mountain-splitting axe for it to devour. It seemed that in these years, the disciples of the Clan of Enlightenment had spent a lot of time looking for fragments of Yu the Great's mountain-splitting axe. That was how Yang Jian's mountain-splitting axe became a congenital spiritual treasure. "Mother, this time I will save you," Yang Jian shouted to the fake Yaoji, who was under the mountain. He couldn't wait to raise the mountain-splitting axe and chop down on Peach Mountain. At the same time, Saint Juan-Ti also made his move. An imperceptible force emerged from the void and wrapped around the mountain-splitting axe's blade. Together with the axe light, it struck Peach Mountain. Rumble. The Peach Mountain was split open from the middle, and countless pieces of rubble rolled down from the top. The Peach Mountain shook violently, and the ground shook violently. The moment Peach Mountain shattered, Haotian flew into a rage. He beat the drum of immortal assembling and summoned all Celestial Court officials to punish those who had disdained the Celestial Court's laws. Hiss! The immortals and deities heard the drum and rushed over. As soon as they stepped into the Lingshao Palace, they saw the three lofty emperors. They couldn't help but gasp. Something big was about to happen. The three emperors were the Jade Emperor, the Great of Ziwei, and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. How many years had it been since so many emperors had appeared in the Celestial Court? Even the Great of Ziwei, who usually stayed out of worldly affairs, had shown up. Something big was about to happen. The three emperors didn't look too happy. They were clearly in a bad mood. For a time, everyone even became careful with their breathing as they were deeply afraid that the slightest carelessness would infuriate the imperial monarch and cause them to lose their lives. "Everyone, there is a cultivator from the lower realm called Yang Jian. He has disregarded the Celestial Court's laws and our dignity. He even treats us as if we are nothing. He is beyond arrogant. That is why I am sending troops to punish him today. I wonder which one of you is willing to take on this important task and capture Yang Jian to strengthen the Celestial Court's might." Haotian only spoke when he saw that most of the people had arrived. "What? Punish Yang Jian?" After Haotian finished speaking, the group of officials below immediately exploded. "What a guy! Crusade against Yang Jian? Who in the three realms doesn't know that he is your nephew? Punish him! Isn't that just asking for trouble? Who would dare to meddle in the Jade Emperor's family affairs?" Although they were fighting to the death now, it was hard to say when they would reconcile and become a close family again. If that was the case, what would happen to the people involved in this matter today? Since ancient times, anyone who dared to meddle in other people's family affairs would end up in trouble. The lesson was right in front of them. No one dared to get involved. Besides, no one would take responsibility for something like this where there were no benefits to winning and a lot of disadvantages to losing. Therefore, after Haotian finished speaking, the Lingshao Hall fell into a strange silence. No one dared to reply. "Bastard! As immortals, you have all cultivated for countless years and have boundless divine abilities. But now, no one dares to accept the challenge in the face of a brat. How embarrassing!" Haotian roared angrily when he saw that no one dared to take on this important task in the heavenly court. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in shame, but no one dared to accept the challenge. "Your Majesty, we are willing to go to the lower realm to capture that thief." After a long time, the North and South war gods under the South Pole Emperor couldn't stand the humiliation and stepped forward to ask for battle. Good. Our heavenly court does not lack loyal and brave people. Seeing this, Haotian was overjoyed and was about to let the two lead the troops. But at this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly interrupted, "Wait. What do you mean?" Haotian looked at Feng Zichen in confusion. "Brother, as the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. Since this matter started because of Yaoji, Yaoji should be the one to solve it. Otherwise, this matter will be troublesome in the future." With a mysterious smile, Feng Zichen said unhurriedly. "That's true. You're right. Yaoji should be the one to deal with this matter. Then how about this? Yaoji will be the leader, and the North and South war gods will be the support. Together, we will go to the lower realm to capture that thief Yang Jian." Haotian nodded with a look of realization. Then, he sent a palace maid to the Jade Pool to invite Yaoji over. At this moment, looking at the two echoing each other, the heavenly court officials were full of question marks. Why didn't they understand what the two emperors were saying? What do you mean by Yaoji is the leader? Didn't you press Yaoji under the Peach Mountain? Could it be that there were two Yaojis in the heavenly court? Or was the Jade Emperor so angry that he lost his mind? Just as everyone was wondering, the palace maid who went out first came in with Yaoji. Ah! Seeing Yaoji coming in, everyone was dumbfounded. Why was there another Yaoji in the heavenly court? Of course it was impossible. Could it be that the one in the lower realm was a fake? Confused, everyone looked at the Peach Mountain in the lower realm. That's right, there was another Yaoji, carefully protected by Yang Jian, walking out of the broken Peach Mountain. After looking carefully for a while, no one found anything wrong. That person was exactly the same as the Yaoji they were familiar with. Looking away, everyone looked at Yaoji. Wow, good girl. They were exactly the same. No one could tell the real one from the fake. However, everyone here was able to make it to the Lingxiao Palace. None of them were fools. Although they couldn't tell the real one from the fake, they could tell the situation. Since Yaoji could appear in the heavenly court, no matter who she was before, she could only be Yaoji now. Greetings, eldest princess. After being stunned for a while, everyone saluted her. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Yaoji returned the salute with a blank face. Today was really strange. Why did everyone who saw her have such a strange expression, as if they were trying to hide something? In order to eliminate Yaoji's love tribulation and prevent it from affecting her future cultivation, Haotian directly changed Yaoji's memory so that she would completely forget everything that happened in the lower realm. In Yaoji's memory, she had been cultivating in seclusion in the Jade Pool, hoping to break through to the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Jade Pool, there is an evil man in the lower realm who impersonated you and married a mortal and had a child. He caused a great disaster. Today, I called you here to lead the heavenly soldiers to take down that evil man to protect the dignity of the heavenly court. Are you willing? Haotian said directly without hiding anything. What? Impersonated me and married a mortal and had a child? Hearing this, Yaoji was first stunned, then her face darkened. At any time, reputation was very important to a woman. It was especially so for a woman of noble status. Therefore, after suddenly hearing this news, Yaoji's anger was imaginable. Which bitch impersonated me? I'm going to kill her. Furious, Yaoji directly had the intention to kill. She is in the lower realm. Later, take my Haotian mirror to catch her. I also want to know who has the guts to impersonate the eldest princess of the heavenly court. Haotian said angrily as he took out the Haotian mirror and handed it to Yaoji. Yes, your majesty. Yaoji took the Haotian mirror with trembling hands and thanked him. She wasn't agitated. She was angry. Everyone, who is willing to go to the lower realm with Yaoji to catch the thief? After that, Haotian looked at the ministers and continued to ask. Me, different from last time when no one answered. After confirming that the Yaoji in the lower realm was a fake, they changed their previous attitude and eagerly asked to fight. Force. The corner of Haotian's mouth twitched. He casually chose a few pleasing people and asked them to go to the lower realm with Yaoji and the north and south gods of war. Chapter 708. Mother, let's take a rest here. At the foot of Peach Mountain, Yang Jian was helping the fake Yaoji to a shady place to rest. The fake Yaoji was not Haotian's sister, so he showed no mercy when he attacked her. After being trapped under Peach Mountain for so long, the fake Yaoji had suffered a lot. Even though she had escaped, she was still weak. Her strength was almost crippled. At this moment, the fake Yaoji was even weaker than a mortal. Haotian is so cold-blooded that he didn't care about their sibling relationship. He was so cruel to my mother. Yang Jian said angrily when he felt the fake Yaoji's weakness. He's so cruel. He killed Tian Yu and Jiao. Speaking of Haotian, the fake Yaoji was also furious. Her husband and eldest son were killed by the heavenly soldiers under Haotian's orders. Thump, 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 just as the two of them were venting their hatred for Haotian, the sound of war drums suddenly rang out in the sky. The heavenly soldiers had arrived. Haotian, you're so cruel. You really don't care about our sibling relationship. Do you want to kill my family? Seeing the large number of heavenly soldiers in the sky, the fake Yaoji couldn't help but shout angrily. Haotian was so cruel that he didn't leave them a way out. Those who could become heavenly soldiers were the elites of the primordial races living in the heaven realm. Each heavenly soldier was at least a divine immortal. Those who could become heavenly generals were golden immortals. The 10,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals set up a primordial formation. They could even kill Daluo Jingxian, not to mention Yang Jian. Mother, don't be afraid. Let's see how I'll take you out. Facing the 10,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, Yang Jian still didn't show any fear. It was as if the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were nothing to him. However, the next person who suddenly appeared made Yang Cheng unable to maintain his calm expression. His expression became one of disbelief. Sibling relationship? Bitch, who are you? You're just an ant. How dare you talk about sibling relationship with His Majesty? Take a good look at yourself. Are you worthy? Amidst the colorful clouds, Zhen Yaoji gracefully flew over and appeared in front of Yang Jian and his mother. At that moment, both Yang Jian and the fake Yaoji were stupefied. They stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly at the real Yaoji who had suddenly appeared. Obviously, he couldn't understand why an identical version of himself would suddenly appear. Who are you? Why did you impersonate me? After being stunned for a while, the fake Yaoji came back to her senses and questioned the real Yaoji with an ugly expression. That's right. Where did you come from? How dare you impersonate my mother? On the other side, Yang Jian scolded the fake Yaoji after she finished speaking. Obviously, they didn't think they were fake. Hee hee. Seeing this, Zhen Yaoji was so angry that she laughed. That fake was really arrogant. She had already seen her in person, but instead of thinking about how to escape after her plan had been exposed, she had bitten her back. That was really something. Did that imposter really think that no one in the heavenly court could see through his disguise? At this moment, the moment Zhen Yaoji appeared, those great mediums who didn't want to pay attention to this matter suddenly became spirited and cast their eyes over here. They smelled the excitement. There would be a good show to watch in the untainted land. At this point, it was very easy to sort things out. It was obvious that someone wanted to use Yaoji to plot against Haotian. Unexpectedly, Haotian's skills were better. Not only did she detect the other party's plot in advance, but she also turned the other party's plot against her. That was why the scene before his eyes had happened. Next, it was time to see how the person behind the scenes would deal with it. Putting aside the onlookers, the person behind the scenes, Saint Juan Ti, was a little anxious at this moment. Oh no! Poor Wei has been set up. On Mount Meru, Saint Xuanti, who was paying attention to the development of the situation, knew that he had been set up the moment he saw Jin Yaoji appear. After the other party saw through his plan, not only did he not expose it, but he also played along and put on a big show for him, trapping him. He had been hunting geese all year round, but he was pecked in the eye by a geese today. Saint Xuanti's mood could be said to be extremely bad. However, although he was in a bad mood, things had to continue. Since the plan had been exposed, Xuanti had to consider the impact of this matter on him. In this matter, was he really exposed? Also, who was the fake Yaoji? He couldn't make a person appear out of thin air. The fake Yaoji must have a background. Thinking of this, Saint Xuanti couldn't help but silently deduce the identity of the fake Yaoji. But this calculation really gave him a fright. At this time, there was no need for Feng Zichen and Haotian to hide the secrets of heaven. Therefore, Saint Xuanti easily figured out that the fake Yaoji was the missing female disciple of the Western sect. F***ck. After figuring out this matter, Saint Xuanti's heart was about to explode. Then, he reached out his hand without hesitation and grabbed the fake Yaoji. He actually wanted to kill her. Saint Xuanti wanted to kill her. In any case, the identity of the fake Yaoji would not be revealed in front of the world. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the reputation of the Western sect. Although Saint Xuanti also knew that the female disciple was innocent and had obviously been schemed against by others. But at this moment, for the reputation of the Western sect, he had to kill her. Compared to the reputation of the Western sect, her life and death were still too light. Besides, dying for the Western sect was the glory of being a disciple of the Western sect. Sacrificing her to protect the reputation of the Western sect. Even if that disciple knew, he would feel honored and not resentful. Whoosh, the void shattered silently, and a supreme power quietly emerged. It was about to descend on the fake Yaoji and completely erase her, leaving no trace of her past or future. However, how could Feng Zichen and Haotian, who had long been prepared, let Saint Xuanti kill the fake Yaoji in front of them? Then wouldn't their performance be in vain? Rumble. Just as that power was about to descend upon the fake Yaoji, an equally vast power emerged. Around it, bejeweled jade palaces, heavenly palaces, and 33 heavens were formed. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent heavenly court appeared, reflecting all the worlds in the heavens and firmly protecting the fake Yaoji. Although Saint Xuanti was strong, he could do nothing in the face of the joint forces of Feng Zichen and Haotian. Therefore, no matter how he attacked, he could not break the defense set up by the two of them and kill the fake Yaoji. Damn it! At this time, how could Saint Xuanti not understand that the two emperors in the heavenly court had obviously sensed his plan long ago and were working together to act him? After understanding this, Saint Xuanti did not continue to attack. Instead, he walked towards Saint Jiayin. It was inevitable that the fake Yaoji's identity would be exposed. What he needed to do now was to discuss countermeasures with Saint Jiayin to minimize the impact. The scene returned to Peach Mountain. Evildoer, show your true form. Seeing that Jin Yaoji did not answer, Yang Jian was angry. He activated his third eye and shot out a divine light, trying to beat her back to her original form. However, seeing Yang Jian activate his third eye, Jin Yaoji was undoubtedly angrier. Good lord, this fake is really capable. She can even imitate the third eye. Suddenly, a divine rune appeared on Jin Yaoji's forehead. It looked exactly the same as the heaven's eye on Yang Jian's forehead. At the same time, it shot out a ray of divine light that collided with Yang Jian's divine light. Boom! The two identical divine lights collided and burst open in the void. Terrible waves rippled and broke through layers of clouds. When everything calmed down, the result was a draw. The two divine lights cancelled each other out at the same time. Third eye. Why do you have a third eye? Noticing the third eye on Jin Yaoji's forehead that was exactly the same as his, Yang Jian's face was full of confusion and shock. He wasn't the only one. The other great divines who noticed this were also at a loss. Weren't all primordial spiritual treasures unique? How could there be two identical primordial spiritual treasures? My fellow Taoist, you're really good. Even poor Wei can't tell if the third eye you imitated is real or fake. Looking at the third eye on Yang Jian's forehead, Haotian could not help but sigh with emotion. Even he, the original owner of the third eye, did not notice the abnormality of the fake third eye, let alone outsiders. That was why Haotian sighed with emotion. Feng Zichen's method of faking was really to pass off as genuine. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Hearing Haotian's praise, Feng Zichen hurriedly expressed his modesty. However, the undisguised smile on his face revealed that he did not mean what he said. In terms of fake skills, if Feng Zichen claimed to be second, no one in the untainted land would dare to claim to be first. The third eye on Yang Jian's head was not a primordial spiritual treasure at all, but a primordial divine ability with the same function as the third eye. Everything in the world was made up of Tao patterns, and primordial spiritual treasures were no exception. As for Feng Zichen, because of his identity as the great Taoist priests, he had the ability to see through the origin of all things. The essence of all things in the world could not escape his eyes. The third eye was just a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. With just a glance, Feng Zichen remembered its structure clearly. With a little effort, he could deduce a divine ability with the same power as the third eye. What an evil creature! Today I'd like to see who you are. How dare you pretend to be me? Furious, Yaoji did not say much. She directly took out the Haotian mirror and shone it at the fake Yaoji. The Haotian mirror was one of the top 10 primordial spiritual treasures in the untainted land. Its power was second only to primordial ultimate treasures. Not to mention the fake Yaoji, even Feng Zichen could not escape the detection of the Haotian mirror without using magic treasures. Swish! The divine light shone on the fake Yaoji, causing her appearance to change dramatically. Although she was still attractive, she was completely different from Yaoji. At the same time, Feng Zichen also released the seal on the fake Yaoji, causing her memory to recover. Of course, these memories were also fake. Ah, Teacher Kundi, you lied to me. As soon as she recovered her memory, the fake Yaoji vented her hatred. However, her target was not Feng Zichen and Haotian, but her teacher, Saint Kundi. Feng Zichen changed her memory and put all the blame on Saint Kundi. For example, in those fake memories, it was Saint Kundi who asked her to pretend to be Yaoji and marry Yang Tianyu, and promised to protect her family. Unexpectedly, she was soon stabbed in the back by Saint Kundi. First of all, it was Saint Kundi who told the heavenly court about her marriage with Yang Tianyu. Secondly, in order to further intensify the conflict, the people who killed Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were also from the Western sect. Well, in order to make it more realistic, the people who killed Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were the spies of the Western sect in the heavenly court. In order to find these two people, Feng Zichen also spent some effort. Although there were many loopholes in these memories, all the concepts about this matter in the world were distorted by Feng Zichen and Haotian, so that the fake Yaoji would not have any doubts. Not only her, but all the creatures in the untainted land who had not reached the Daluo Taoist priest's realm would not doubt this matter. The primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was so powerful. With such a memory, how could the fake Yaoji not hate Saint Kundi, who planned all this? She killed her husband and son. This was an irreconcilable hatred. This, hearing the fake Yaoji call out Saint Kundi's name, the great mediums who were watching the show immediately knew who was behind the scenes. TSK, 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 they did not expect that Saint Kundi would be schemed against one day. This scene was too wonderful. Princess Royal, please wait. As long as you are willing to let my son go, I am willing to go to the heavenly court with you. I am even willing to help you identify the real culprit behind the scenes. After recovering her memory, the fake Yaoji did not want to resist and directly talked with Yaoji about the conditions. At this time, the fake Yaoji was most worried about her son Yang Jian. She offended a saint and would definitely die. But her son still had a bright future. She could not drag him down. Before dying, she had to do something for Yang Jian's future. Yaoji, who was about to give the order to kill the two people, could not help but hesitate when she heard this. This matter involved a saint. She really did not know how to deal with it. Take them down together. Just when Yaoji was hesitating, Feng Zichen's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears and made the decision for her. Since when were sinners qualified to talk about conditions? As long as they agreed to the fake Yaoji's request, where would the dignity of the heavenly court go? Besides, as long as they got the person, the heavenly court would do whatever they wanted. The heavenly court had many ways to deal with a disabled Tai Jingxian. How could the means of cultivators be judged by common sense? At Feng Zichen's order, the 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals immediately moved. They formed a large formation and surrounded Yang Jian and his mother. Chapter 709. 10,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, plus Yaoji and the 3 Tai Jingxian. Even if Yang Jian had become a Daluo Jingxian, it would be difficult for him to escape arrest. Needless to say, he had a burden with him. In order to take care of the seriously injured fake Yaoji, Yang Jian certainly could not exert his full strength. The enemy was strong and he was weak. In addition, it was difficult for him to exert his strength. Yang Jian and his mother were naturally captured by the heavenly soldiers. As for immortal Yuding, who was hiding in the dark, he wanted to save his disciple. However, in the boundless starry sky, on a bright white star, Taibai Jingxing was silently watching him. At that moment, immortal Yuding felt a terrifying pressure attacking him, imprisoning him in the void and cutting off his perception of the acquired Tao. Taibai Jingxing was the innate star god born by Venus. As early as the heavenly emperor, he had successfully attained the realm of Daluo Taoist priests. With such strength, it was not easy to deal with immortal Yuding. In front of this power, immortal Yuding, the second disciple of heavenly lord Yuanshi, was as powerless as a mortal. He did not dare to move, and he could not move. If he did not care about the cost, he could naturally break this imprisonment, but in that way, he might die. Therefore, immortal Yuding could only hide in the void and watch his disciple Yang Jian being taken away by the heavenly soldiers. When Yang Jian was taken to the heavenly court, Taibai Jingxing withdrew his gaze from immortal Yuding. The moment Taibai Jingxing withdrew his gaze, the power that imprisoned immortal Yuding also disappeared, allowing him to regain his freedom. Is this the real Daluo Jingxian? After regaining his freedom, immortal Yuding was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to stay where he was, recalling the power that had imprisoned him just now. The moment he met Taibai Jingxing's eyes, immortal Yuding understood his realm. Like him, he was also in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. However, Taibai Jingxing had attained the innate Tao and was called Daluo Taoist priests. However, he had attained the acquired Tao and could only be called Daluo Jingxian. Innate and acquired, there was only one word difference. However, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As a fellow Daluo Jingxian, the other party could easily kill him, and he couldn't even resist. This was the difference between them. If he was not the disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven, he would have died today. That was not right. If he was not the disciple of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, he might not be weaker than that person today. He might even be stronger. One had to know that perfected Yuding was also a person with a great background. He was formed from Pangu's teeth and was also a top Khanate god fiend in the world. It was truly a case of a single misstep leading to a subsequent misstep. Because of Taibai Jingxing, perfected Yuding's Tao heart was stirred. He was supposed to shine brightly. Taoist priests. At this moment, a desire for the Taoist priests rose in immortal Yuding's heart. Your Majesty, the criminal from the lower realm has already been captured by the heavenly soldiers. Please punish him, Your Majesty. Yaoji, who had returned to the heavenly court, reported to Haotian. Behind her was Yang Jian and his mother, who were chained up. Send them to the heavenly prison and behead them in a few days. Looking at the two people on the ground in disgust, Haotian waved his hand impatiently and ordered people to send Yang Jian and his mother to the heavenly prison so as not to dirty his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately, two heavenly generals in the Lingxiao Palace stood up and accepted the order. They escorted Yang Jian and his mother to the 9 Heavens Thunder territory. The heavenly prison was the 36 Thunder prisons, which were evenly distributed in the 9 Heavens Thunder territory. End the court. After Yang Jian and his mother were taken down, Haotian announced the end of the court. The immortals and gods bowed and left one after another. Soon, there were only 3 high and mighty figures left in the huge Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of Ziwei, and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. Fellow Taoist, are you still going to choose to back down this time? Turning his head to look at Haotian, Feng Zichen said solemnly. This question was naturally whether Haotian wanted to take revenge on Saint Xuanti. And Haotian's answer would determine their attitude towards him in the future. He had been bullied to this extent by Xuanti. If Haotian still chose to tolerate it, then this person was really not worthy of his attention. Excessive tolerance was a sign of cowardice. And the strong could fail, but they could never be cowardly. A cowardly person, no matter how hard he worked, had no possibility of becoming primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. There were no cowards in front of the great Tao. No. Previously, the poor Wei thought wrongly. She thought that her concession could be exchanged for their understanding. However, they seemed to take the poor Wei's concession as a sign of cowardice. As a result, they repeatedly looked down on the poor Wei. Even their disciples did not take the poor Wei seriously. The prestige of the heavenly court has also plummeted. It's time for the poor Wei to move around so that others won't look down on her. Moreover, it's time for the heavenly court to re-establish its prestige. Haotian sighed and said in an inexplicable tone. Then, a strong fighting spirit rose from his body and spread to the entire primitive world in a wave-like manner with the Lingxiao Palace as the center. Rumble. At that moment, the world was roaring, and the myriad Tao let out a whine of submission. For the first time, all living beings sensed the majesty of Heavenly Emperor Haotian and could not help but tremble under this power. Whoosh, the majesty swept across Mount Meru and pressed the living beings on it to the ground. They could not stand up as if they were worshipping the heavenly court. Not good. Disaster is coming. Sensing the rising fighting spirit above the heavenly court, Saint Jiayin and Saint Xuanti immediately understood that disaster was coming. They were obviously going to take revenge. At the same time, the great mediums of the primitive world were awakened by this fighting spirit and looked at the heavenly court with high spirits. The big show was about to begin. Who would win the battle between the heavenly emperor and the saint? Everyone was looking forward to it. Sometimes, blindly compromising will not give you the peace you want. Instead, it will make them feel that you are weak and easy to bully, and it will encourage them to become even more aggressive. Nodding, Feng Zichen said. Haotian's biggest mistake was not to give in, but to overestimate himself. He thought that when he became the heavenly emperor, he was already at the same level as the saint. But in fact, even if Haotian became the heavenly emperor, in the eyes of the saint, he was still the Taoist child of the past. The difference in status was so great that Haotian's concession was naturally a sign of weakness in the eyes of the saint. If Feng Zichen was in Haotian's position, not only would the saint not think that his concession was a sign of weakness, but they would also owe him a favor and thank Feng Zichen for giving them face. The same performance, but with different positions, would bring about different results. Therefore, the first thing that Haotian had to do was to let the saints know him again. He had to tell the saints that the current Haotian was no longer the Taoist child that was looked down upon by others, but the heavenly Emperor Haotian of the primordial world, an existence on the same level as them. Only in this way would the saints look at Haotian again and not take his concession as weakness. Fellow Taoist, to them, your strength alone may not be enough. But you are not alone. Behind you, there is the heavenly court, the 4 heavenly emperors, and the Tao ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace. So, how about we deal with the problem in a different way? Show a little strength and let the saints know our determination. Perhaps, in the future, they will have scruples when they do things. Even if you fail, what else do you have to lose? Is it the position of the heavenly emperor? Staring at Haotian, who was full of fighting spirit, Feng Zichen continued to provoke him. He even used the power of bewitchment when he spoke. Just the fighting spirit was not enough. It had to be raised to the point of releasing killing intent to explain Haotian's determination. Yes. It's time for the saints to get to know me again, and at the same time, settle the karma between the heavenly court and them over the years. Under Feng Zichen's bewitchment, everything that the saints had done to him over the years appeared in Haotian's mind one after another, making him even angrier. Gradually, a wisp of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a blood-red thunderbolt suddenly appeared, accompanied by a deafening sound of thunder. The heavenly emperor moved to kill, and heaven and earth resonated with it, giving birth to all kinds of strange phenomena to show ominous signs. At the same time, the killing intent floating in the void, under the guidance of an inexplicable force, gradually gathered in one place, forming the embryonic form of a new great calamity of heaven and earth. When this great calamity was completed, heaven and earth would usher in a new calamity, the immortal God calamity, also known as the God investiture calamity. Fellow Taoist, do you want to make a move? Feng Zichen suddenly said to Haotian when he felt that the time was almost right. Of course. It's time to end the humiliation that poor Wei has suffered all these years, as well as the blood feud between fellow Taoist Gaochen. Haotian stood up from the emperor's throne and said with killing intent. Then, he took a step forward and directly left the heavenly court, taking the lead to kill his way to Mount Meru. Ha! Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I'll go with you. After Haotian left, Feng Zichen and the South Pole Emperor also stood up and followed Haotian to Mount Meru. It was, the 3 emperors had left the heavenly court, and there was a killing calamity on Mount Meru. The Western sect is going to be in big trouble this time. I've already said that Saint Xuanti would have to pay the price sooner or later for being so arrogant. Now, retribution is coming. The 3 emperors swaggered out of the heavenly court, and their killing intent was not concealed at all, pointing directly at Mount Meru. At this point, everyone understood what the 3 emperors meant. They were going to join forces to kill their way to Mount Meru. Saint Xuanti was going to be defeated this time. In a one-on-one battle, the 3 emperors might not be a match for the saint. However, if the 3 emperors joined forces, their power would increase exponentially. It was definitely not something that the 2 of them could resist. Everyone had witnessed this with their own eyes when they surrounded and killed the demon ancestor Rahu back then. Although the 4 emperors had joined forces at that time, and now that the 3 emperors had joined forces, their power would inevitably decrease. However, the 2 of them were not the demon ancestor Rahu. Seeing that Saint Xuanti was about to fall, not only did the great divine abilities of the primordial world not have the slightest bit of sympathy, but they were also gloating. Even the other saints were the same. Saint Xuanti deserved such an outcome. Back then, in order to strengthen the Western sect, Saint Xuanti came to the East to save all living beings. He was really unscrupulous. When he saw those with good talent, he did not care if they had a master or not. He would go up and say that they were fated with the Western sect and forcefully send them away. Even Xian Qing was almost converted by Saint Xuanti back then if Dao ancestor Hong Jun had not saved him. From this, it could be seen how Saint Xuanti's actions were. He had offended almost all the great divine abilities of the primordial world. Because of this, many people were secretly waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Seeing that Saint Xuanti was unlucky, everyone was happy. Why would they help? Feng Zichen and the other 2 were so powerful, so Xuanti was naturally prepared. When the 3 of them arrived at Mount Meru, a Khanate array had already risen on Mount Meru. The Khanate mind-cleansing Bodhi array. It was one of the top 10 array formations of the primordial world, the strongest array formation of the Western sect. It was formed by the wisdom of the two saints. This array did not use a connate numinous treasure as the array core, but two saints as the array core. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Fellow Taoist Haotian, this is indeed Poor Wei's fault. Poor Wei apologizes to you here. How about you leave now? On Mount Meru, looking at Haotian who was striding over, Saint Xuanti still spoke even though he was unwilling. In his opinion, although he was wrong, Haotian was just a boy with a low status. He had already given Haotian enough face by apologizing to him as a saint. At this time, Haotian should stop when he was ahead and leave. At this point, Saint Xuanti still looked at Haotian with his old eyes. However, he did not know that Haotian had changed at this moment. He was like an unsheathed long sword, showing his own sharpness without hiding. Apologize? An apology is enough? Saint Xuanti, you are really shameless. Seeing the undisguised contempt in Saint Xuanti's eyes, Haotian was undoubtedly even angrier. Just because he was a Taoist child, the saint looked down on him so much? That was enough. In that case, let me tear down your Mount Meru and then apologize to you. How about that? Rage burned in his heart. As Haotian spoke, he could not help but draw out a divine sword and swing it at Mount Meru. Whoosh, bright sword light burst out with boundless power, enough to destroy everything. However, Mount Meru, which was facing the sword light, was unharmed. No matter how strong Haotian was, it was impossible for him to break through the blockade of two saints and destroy Mount Meru. However, as he moved, it was as if he had sent a signal. Feng Zichen and the South Pole Emperor moved at the same time. A vast starry sky appeared in Feng Zichen's hand and smashed toward Mount Meru. A boundless sea of thunder rose and fell in the hands of the South Pole Emperor. Like a vast ocean, it surged toward Mount Meru. In the face of the powerful attacks of the three, the two saints would certainly not sit still and wait for death. Endless divine light bloomed from their bodies and poured into Mount Meru under their feet. Rumble. The innate mind-calming Bodhi formation operated quickly and evolved into a sea of golden lotuses in front of Mount Meru. Chapter 710. Rumble. The Milky Way fell and the Thunder Sea surged, entangling with the Golden Flower Sea. It was a shocking scene. At that moment, the world was shaking and the great Tao was wailing. The aura of destruction reverberated between heaven and earth as if doomsday had arrived. Kill. After the first blow, Feng Zichen and the other two stepped forward, each displaying their strongest moves, and blasted toward Mount Meru. Facing the powerful attacks of the three, the two saints did not choose to fight back. Instead, they used all their strength to activate the innate mind-calming Bodhi formation to the limit. Rumble. The formation was roaring and Mount Meru was shaking. The two seemed to have reached a resonance and filled the air with endless Taoist rhymes. Then, he saw an illusionary figure of a Bodhi tree blotting out the sky and an illusionary figure of a green lotus surrounded by Taoist rhymes slowly appearing in the sky. Boundless divine light poured down, enveloping the entire Mount Meru. In this battle, the two saints of the Western sect had made up their minds to defend. It was not because they were in the wrong first and were embarrassed to attack Haotian. It was because they knew that this battle would not last long. The way of heaven would not allow the three emperors to continue fooling around. Although Mount Meru was located outside of time and space and was not in the untainted world, it was still too close to the untainted world. Once the three emperors unleashed their full strength, the terrifying power would spread and definitely affect the untainted world. At that time, in order to protect the untainted world, the way of heaven would interfere and forcibly end the battle. What Xuanti and the other two had to do was to guard Mount Meru firmly before the way of heaven intervened in the battle to prevent it from being broken into pieces by the three emperors. Feng Zichen and the other two naturally knew what Xuanti and the other two could understand. Therefore, they used all their strength from the beginning to try to break through Mount Meru in the shortest time possible and do their best to destroy the Western sect. However, they had obviously underestimated the means of Xuanti and the other two. No matter how they attacked, when the magical powers hit Mount Meru, it was useless except for splashing out ripples. Since the last time Mount Meru was smashed, Xuanti and Xuanyin learned from their painful experience and used all means to improve the defense of Mount Meru to prevent the same thing from happening again. Unexpectedly, their defense was put to use not long after it was set up. It was a coincidence that the three imperial emperors had joined forces to attack. Damn it! What a hard turtle shell! Seeing that the three of them were still unable to break through the defense of Zhousing Mountain, Feng Zichen made up his mind and was about to forcefully summon the Zhousing map that was in the midst of upgrading. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make a move, an extremely oppressive aura suddenly spread out in the void. Then, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The heavenly Tao is about to descend. Not good. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and the other two immediately understood that there was not much time left for them. If they could not break through Mount Meru before the heavenly axiom completely descended, then their plan for this expedition could be considered to have come to an end. Immediately, Feng Zichen did not hesitate and directly summoned the Zhousing map from the deepest part of the boundless starry sky. Boom! The void shattered with a loud bang, and an ancient scroll broke through the air. In an instant, a powerful aura suddenly erupted and swept across the universe. That was the pressure of an upper-grade innate treasure. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the Zhousing map had completed part of its transformation. It had been promoted from a middle-grade innate treasure to an upper-grade innate treasure. Moreover, more origin power was stored in the Zhousing map's body. If it was given enough time, it could completely transform into a supreme-grade innate treasure. Originally, Feng Zichen wanted to wait for the Zhousing map to transform into a supreme-grade innate treasure before taking it out to intimidate everyone. However, plans could not keep up with changes. In order to deal with the two Western Saints, he had to take out the Zhousing map in advance. This time, using the Zhousing map would probably delay the time for it to be promoted to a supreme-grade innate treasure. Suppress. Anger in his heart made Feng Zichen use all his strength to activate the Zhousing map and suppress Mount Meru. Rumble. The Zhousing map slowly unfolded in the air and turned into a bright starry sky. With unparalleled power, it pressed down on Mount Meru. Whoosh! Under the suppression of the Zhousing map, the defense that the three could not break through finally changed. The Khanate Bodhi tree swayed continuously, as if it could not bear the unimaginable power, and its body gradually bent. The Khanate Tranquil Lotus shook violently, and its petals rustled. Faint cracks appeared as if it was about to break. Go! Seeing this, Haotian and the South Pole Emperor also used their divine powers to support the Zhousing map, further enhancing its power. Under the joint efforts of the three emperors, the Zhousing map's power was pushed to the limit. The starry sky became deeper and brighter, as if a real boundless starry sky had descended. Crack! Crack! Under this mighty force, the Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation finally showed signs of collapsing. The shadows of the Khanate Bodhi tree and the Khanate Tranquil Lotus began to collapse from top to bottom. Oh no! The moment he saw the Zhousing map appear, Xuanti knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as the Zhousing map moved, the means that they were proud of were broken. The biggest shortcoming of the Western sect was that they did not have a Khanate supreme treasure. Combine! With a loud shout, Xuanti and the South Pole Emperor transformed into their original forms, a huge lotus and a huge Khanate Bodhi tree. Mount Meru was their painstaking effort and the foundation of the Western sect. It could not be destroyed by outsiders. Therefore, even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to protect Mount Meru. Rumble. After Xuanti and the South Pole Emperor transformed into their original forms, they directly merged with their dispersing shadows and reconstructed the Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation with their original forms. At this moment, the Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation, which had 2 saints as the eye of the formation, jumped to the top 3 levels of the primordial world. Its power was unparalleled. Whoosh! A divine light flashed, and the entire Khanate Tranquil Bodhi formation looked brand new. An even stronger force spread out and blocked the attack of the Zhoxing map. Hiss, isn't this a little too tragic? At this moment, even as an enemy, Feng Zichen could not help but sympathize with Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor. Since when did saints fall to this point, using their bodies to replace the Khanate Supreme Treasure as the eye of the formation? This was too undignified. Yes, the bodies of Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor were definitely not weaker than the Khanate Supreme Treasure. In the past, the formation that they had set up as the eye of the formation could definitely block the Zhoxing map, or even better. However, in this way, the 2 of them really lost their dignity as saints. Since they were forced to use their bodies, it meant that the 2 of them really had no other means. Rumble. Just as the 2 sides were pulling at each other, the heavenly Tao was finally about to descend. However, at this moment, a vast force suddenly appeared and distorted space and time, isolating the connection between Mount Meru and the primordial world. It was the power of reincarnation. The Lady of Earth had attacked. In the netherworld, she shook the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. With her supreme power, she isolated the connection between Mount Meru and the primordial world to delay the descent of the heavenly Tao. The Lady of Earth and the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God were natural enemies. There was no way to resolve it. It was not strange that she attacked the Western sect. At the same time, in the gap of time and space, powerful Khanate numinous treasures appeared one after another. They released astonishing power and protected the stability of the void together. This was the attack of the great divine abilities to maintain the stability of the void and stop the descent of the heavenly Tao from another angle. This was what it meant to push everyone down. Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor had offended too many people, so everyone hoped that the 2 of them would be unlucky. Now, it was not easy for someone to find trouble with the 2 of them. How could the great divine abilities that they had offended let this battle end so easily? Naturally, they would think of ways to prolong the battle so that the 2 of them would suffer great losses. Ha! Fellow Taoists, you have angered the public. Sensing everything that was happening around him, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh out loud. Then, he directly drew the power of the boundless starry sky into his body. In an instant, his realm rose to the 9th heaven of primordial chaos. Kill! Before Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor could react, Feng Zichen, whose strength had greatly increased, directly used his body as a weapon and slammed toward Mount Meru. How strong was Feng Zichen's body? It was not weaker than a Khanate cardinal treasure at all. With the support of the boundless starry sky, the power, therefore, his collision directly shattered the Khanate mind-calming Bodhi array. With a boom, Feng Zichen directly crashed into the Khanate Bodhi tree, sending it flying high into the air. Its leaves and branches scattered all over the ground. Then, Feng Zichen used the recoil force to crash into the Khanate mind-calming lotus, sending it flying so hard that a few petals fell off. Rumble. The formation eye shifted, and the array was immediately broken. With a roar, Mount Meru, which was decorated with gems, appeared in front of the 3 of them. Cough, cough. In the distance, after Zhuan Ti and the South Pole Emperor landed, they turned back into their human forms. However, they did not look good. Obviously, they had suffered serious injuries. On the other side, Feng Zichen did not feel good either. The power that was supported by the boundless starry sky was directly repelled and brought him a lot of backlash. However, the result was gratifying. The Khanate mind-calming Bodhi array was broken by him. 1 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian and 2 half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Fellow Taoists, do you think that you can deal with 2 saints with this strength? Suppressing his injuries, Saint Zhuan Ti said with an ugly expression. If they really fought, the other party might not be their match. They did not make a move previously mainly because they were worried about Mount Meru. But now, Mount Meru could not be saved, so they did not have to worry. It's useless to just talk about it. We have to try before we know. The Khanate mind-calming Bodhi array was broken, and the destruction of Mount Meru was inevitable. The three of them had almost achieved their goal. Even if they were defeated by Zhuan Ti, they would not lose anything. Therefore, Feng Zichen was very free and easy now. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Saint Zhuan Ti raised the wonderful seven treasures tree and brushed it toward the three of them. At the same time, Saint Jiayin also moved. The divine banner quietly appeared and brushed toward the three of them. Fellow Taoists, I'll deal with Saint Jiayin. I'll leave Saint Zhuan Ti to you. After turning his head and saying that, Feng Zichen faced the divine banner and fought with Saint Jiayin. Behind him, Hao Tian and the great emperor of the South Pole joined forces and fought with Saint Zhuan Ti. In such a civil war, saints could not use the power of the heavenly Tao, and the supremes of heaven and earth could not use the power of their ranks. Therefore, they could only rely on their own strength. However, nothing was absolute. The heavenly court had a huge advantage over the Western sect, and that was that their luck was more powerful. It was precisely with the support of the heavenly court's luck that Hao Tian and Luai's, two half-step primordial chaos existences, could fight with Zhuan Ti, who was at the primordial chaos level. Otherwise, the two of them would have been suppressed and sealed by Saint Zhuan Ti long ago. Rumble. As the two sides exchanged blows, terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, destroying everything in their surroundings. The void collapsed layer by layer, and the rules shattered one after another. Everything no longer existed. The outcome of Mount Meru, which was at the center of the battle, could be imagined. Layer after layer of the mountain disappeared, and very soon, it became much smaller. The innate Tao patterns carved on the mountain did not play any role and could not stop the destruction of Mount Meru at all. Fortunately, Saint Jiayin had taken away the disciples living on Mount Meru in advance. Otherwise, the Western sect would have been destroyed again. This battle lasted for 100 years. Because the terrifying aftermath broke through the seal of the great medium and affected the untainted world, it was forcibly stopped by the heavenly Tao. When the battle ended, Mount Meru had already turned into ruins. It was even more tragic than before, and only the foundation of the mountain was left. And this was the result of the two Western sages protecting it at all costs. Otherwise, Feng Zichen and the other two would definitely be able to completely erase Mount Meru from the world. Not long after the heavenly Tao took action, Feng Zichen and the other two dragged their injured bodies and left, leaving behind the grieving and indignant Zhuan Ti. He wanted to cry at the ruins of Mount Meru but had no tears. This should be the third time that Mount Meru was destroyed. First, it was the war between Taoists and demons, then it was the tribulation of the inner demons, and finally this time. The three tribulations, each more ruthless than the last, caused Mount Meru, which was not inferior to Mount Kunlun, to fall to the level of a top-blessed enclave. It was miserable. Mount Meru. It was really a mountain full of disasters. If he wanted to recover this time, he did not know how much it would cost. Taoist Hao Tian, how do you feel after this battle? After returning to the heavenly court, Feng Zichen asked Hao Tian. Carefree. Although he was seriously injured, Hao Tian could not hide his excitement and said. After this battle, not only did he untie the knot in his heart, but he was also one step closer to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It could be said that he had gained a lot. It's good that you have gained something. It means that this battle was not in vain. Nodding, Feng Zichen replied. Chapter 711. Fighting with a real master of the origin was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Hao Tian, who was half a step into the origin. This could help him understand the realm of the origin better and lay a solid foundation for his future breakthroughs. I have to go back to heal, so I won't disturb you. When I recover, I'll come back to talk with you in detail. After chatting with Haotian for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly got up and left. He was not seriously injured. After all, if they really fought, Saint Jiayin might not be his match. However, Haotian and Lei Zhe were seriously injured and needed to be healed in time. Otherwise, it might have a little impact on their future. Therefore, Feng Zichen was in a hurry to leave. Not long after Feng Zichen left, Lei Zhe also left. Soon, only Haotian was left in the heavenly court. Your Majesty, what should we do with the fake Yaoji and her son? At this time, Yaoqi walked over and asked Haotian softly. Find a time to kill them. Haotian frowned and said. Yes. Yaoqi nodded and did not object. No matter what the truth was about Yaoji, that person had pretended to be the princess of the heavenly court and married a mortal and had a child. It was a fact that had spread throughout the three realms. If the heavenly court did not kill her to correct the heavenly prestige, how could they maintain their dignity? By the way, Yaoqi, I was seriously injured in this battle. I need to recuperate in seclusion for a while. So, during my absence, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the heavenly court. Haotian's face became paler as he spoke. Obviously, that was the power left in his body by Saint Juanti, which was still destroying his body. Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll take care of the heavenly court. I just don't know if your Majesty's injury is serious. Seeing Haotian's pale face, Yaoqi said worriedly. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Smiling at Yaoqi, Haotian disappeared on the spot. He went to the origin of the heaven realm to heal his injuries. After Feng Zichen and Lei Zhe left the heaven court, Lei Zhe rushed back to the Nine Clouds lightning region to heal himself. After Feng Zichen wandered around the boundless starry sky, he quietly went through the passage of the world tree and rushed to the realm sea. He hadn't been to the realm sea for a long time. This time, he could use the excuse of recuperating to disappear in front of everyone for a while. It had been more than 100,000 years since Feng Zichen returned from the realm sea. As for the realm sea, that was even more formidable. It might have already been several million years, or even several tens of millions of years. The difference in the flow of time between the two was quite big. After so much time had passed, he hurried over to Realm Sea again. It was still the same as before, spacious and desolate, without too many changes. But when Feng Zichen stood in the Realm Sea and carefully sensed it for a while, he discovered that the current Realm Sea was greatly different from before. In his perception, among the countless small and medium worlds floating in the Realm Sea, most of them were connected to him. Even among the 3,000 large worlds standing at the peak of the Realm Sea, there were dozens of large worlds that appeared in his perception. Obviously, these worlds were already under his control, or were in the process of being under his control. And this was all thanks to the 10,000 Worlds Trading City. After careful calculation, Feng Zichen discovered that almost 1% of the entire Realm Sea had been taken down by the 10,000 Worlds Trading City. It seems that they have spent a lot of effort these years. Looking at the results of the 10,000 Worlds Trading City, Feng Zichen said with emotion. Then, his figure flashed and came to the outside of time and space, where the 10,000 Worlds Trading City was located, in the God Realm that was created by him. Compared to before, the God Realm didn't change much. Even if the 10,000 Worlds Trading City had taken down nearly 1% of the Realm Sea's territory, it was still the same. Feng Zichen had expected this. And this time, he came to solve this problem. Those small and medium worlds were the associated worlds of the greater world. Once they were touched, the will of the greater world would definitely sense it. Therefore, in order not to alert the enemy and to better invade the greater world, the 10,000 Worlds Trading City didn't touch those small and medium worlds even though they had been taken down. As for why they didn't integrate the greater world that they had already taken down into the God Realm, the reason was even simpler. In every greater world, there was a Chaos Demon God sleeping, and the 10,000 Worlds Trading City wasn't a match for the Chaos Demon God at all. Therefore, in order to prevent waking up the sleeping chaos demon god, even if the 10,000 worlds trading city had taken over those worlds, they didn't dare to integrate them into the god realm. Otherwise, once the sleeping chaos demon god woke up, the 10,000 worlds trading city might be able to survive, but the god realm would definitely be finished. Without enough power, the 10,000 worlds trading city wouldn't touch the greater world. However, although the 10,000 worlds trading city didn't have the power to deal with the chaos demon god, Feng Zichen did. He came here to deal with the chaos demon god. Elder Yoyu, long time no see. In the center of the 10,000 worlds trading city, Feng Zichen looked at Yoyu clan who hadn't changed much and said guiltily. The biggest change was that there wasn't any change. After all, the realm sea wasn't as good as the Eldritch world. Otherwise, Yoyu clan wouldn't have not improved much after such a long time. Your Majesty, why are you here? Seeing Feng Zichen who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yoyu clan asked curiously. Of course, I'm here to relieve your worries. Suppressing the guilt in his heart, Feng Zichen said. Relieve our worries? Could it be, as if he thought of something, Yoyu clan couldn't help but look happy. All of you wait here first. Once the chaos demon god falls, immediately pull the greater world that he's in into the god realm. After gathering everyone, Feng Zichen instructed. Then, he left directly and hurried to the greater world. His first target was a greater world called the primordial world. This world had been completely infiltrated by the 10,000 worlds trading city. It was only because of the chaos demon god that it didn't integrate into the god realm. What Feng Zichen wanted to do now was to kill the chaos demon god in it to create an opportunity for the 10,000 worlds trading city. Although there was a boundary set up by the primordial demon god outside the primordial world, the origin of this world had been infiltrated by the 10,000 worlds trading city. Naturally, the boundary was completely useless. Therefore, Feng Zichen easily entered this realm and found the sleeping place of the primordial fiend celestial without a hitch. After arriving here, Feng Zichen didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he started to draw Dao patterns and set up layers of restrictions in the void. Then, he took out the 10,000 spirit crown and the Zhouxing painting and laid an ambush in the void. After making all the necessary preparations, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and violently blasted it at the sleeping primordial demon god. Clang! The power of the Hongmeng Daozhong was first compressed to the limit by Feng Zichen, then suddenly exploded on the primordial demon god. The tremendous power directly sent the primordial demon god flying, and his body disintegrated in midair. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah, who is it? The primordial demon god was naturally awakened by this heavy blow. But before he could see the enemy's face clearly, he saw countless stars swirling in front of him and enveloping him. In the void, an ancient scroll appeared, forming a vast starry sky and sucking the primordial demon god in. Clang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled again and entered the Zhouxing painting as well, continuing to attack the primordial demon god. After a while, the bloodied primordial demon god brandished a long spear and charged out of the Zhouxing painting against Hongmeng Daozhong's suppression. It's you. As soon as the primordial demon god exited the Zhouxing painting, he saw Feng Zichen standing in the distance. This time, he was furious. Roar! The primordial demon god roared and charged at Feng Zichen with the primordial war spear in his hand. However, as soon as he took a few steps, countless Dao inscriptions burst out around him. Like chains, they pulled him back into the heavenly cycle star map. Kill! This time, not only did Hongmeng Daozhong enter the Zhouxing painting, but Feng Zichen also entered and attacked the primordial demon god together. Roar! After an unknown period of time, the primordial demon god suddenly exploded. He swept Feng Zichen away with his spear and pushed away Hongmeng Daozhong. Once again, he charged out of the Zhouxing painting. However, after this attack, his aura suddenly weakened a lot. Obviously, in order to escape, he paid a heavy price. Go! After escaping this time, the primordial demon god did not charge at Feng Zichen immediately. Instead, he used a secret technique to try to contact the other chaos demon gods. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. This time, Feng Zichen came prepared. Everything here was isolated by him. It was impossible for the primordial demon god to send a message outside. Bang! While the primordial demon god was sending a message, the 10,000 spirit crown suddenly appeared and smashed on the primordial demon god's head. After being hit, the primordial demon god felt dizzy and could not control his body for a moment. He fell to the ground directly. At this time, the Zhouxing painting opened again and pulled the primordial demon god in. Let's see if you can survive this time. Making up his mind, Feng Zichen took out another Khanate Supreme Treasure and blasted it at the primordial demon god. Boom! As the void trembled, a finger that blotted out the sky appeared and pointed at the primordial demon god. It was the human Dao imperial seal. Many years ago, Feng Zichen had taken it back. Today, in order to deal with the primordial demon god, he even used this treasure. After the human Dao imperial seal, Hongmeng Daozhong and the 10,000 spirit crown also released their power and blasted at the primordial demon god. With the power of 4 Khanate Supreme Treasures and Feng Zichen at the 6th firmament of chaos primordial chaos, the primordial chaos demon god had been besieged for hundreds of years and finally killed him. The primordial demon god had fallen. While Hongmeng Daozhong was devouring the primordial demon god's great Dao imprint, Feng Zichen cleaned up the battlefield and checked his spoils of war. A primordial chaos demon god's corpse, a portion of its origin, a damaged primordial chaos spear, and a complete greater thousand world. Not bad at all. These things were almost equivalent to the entire wealth of Zhuanti and Zhuanti. Fortunately, they did not know about the existence of the realm sea. Otherwise, their eyes would have turned red, and the primordial chaos demon gods would not have a moment of peace. Unfortunately, they did not know, and neither did the others in the Eldritch Wilderness. The enormous treasury that was the realm sea still belonged to Feng Zichen alone. After notifying the myriad realms exchanged to pull the primordial world into the divine realm, Feng Zichen turned and walked to the next greater thousand world. In this world, he used the same trick again and killed another primordial chaos demon god. Unfortunately, this primordial chaos demon god did not have a broken primordial chaos treasure. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by Feng Zichen so easily. Thinking about it, when the 3,000 primordial chaos demon gods and Pangu fought in the chaos, they could not even save their own lives, let alone the magic treasures in their hands. Naturally, it was shattered beyond recognition. In fact, it was completely destroyed. It should be normal for primordial chaos demon gods to not have magic treasures in their hands. Primordial chaos demon gods who had magic treasures in their hands were different. Thinking about it now, Feng Zichen was really lucky. He only killed a few primordial chaos demon gods, but they all had broken primordial chaos treasures in their hands, which made him rich. However, maybe because he had killed too many primordial chaos demon gods, his good luck seemed to have come to an end. In the following period of time, Feng Zichen killed another 3 primordial chaos demon gods in a row, but they did not drop a single broken primordial chaos treasure. This made him very depressed. After complaining for a while, Feng Zichen continued to rush to the next world, the Grand Celestial World. In this world, even though Feng Zichen was prepared in advance, he was still exposed, and he was once again surrounded by the primordial chaos demon gods. This time, he was exposed not because Feng Zichen was not well prepared, but because the primordial chaos demon god was too decisive. The primordial chaos demon god saw that the situation was not good, and he chose to self-destruct, which caught Feng Zichen off guard. If he did not react quickly enough, the Zhouxing map would have been destroyed by the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction. Even so, the Zhouxing map was severely damaged, and it would take a long time to recover. To be able to protect the Zhouxing map was already Feng Zichen's limit. He could no longer seal the ripples caused by the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction. Therefore, after the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction, the terrifying ripples spread, and the entire world sea was shaken. The primordial chaos demon gods who were in deep sleep were naturally awakened. What happened next was much simpler. When the primordial chaos demon gods who woke up saw Feng Zichen, who was at the center of the primordial chaos demon god's self-destruction, they immediately understood what happened. When they released their consciousness to sense for a while, they realized that besides the primordial chaos demon god, there were 5 other comrades who had lost their auras. Evidently, they were killed by Feng Zichen. In an instant, the primordial chaos demon gods were enraged. This was the second time that they were hunted down. Did the primordial chaos demon gods not care about their dignity? Chapter 7:12. Sensing that the chaos demon gods had awakened, Feng Zichen did not wait for them to attack him, but fled directly to the untainted land. If he did not escape now, when would he escape? Feng Zichen's reaction was fast. Before the chaos demon gods attacked, he had run far away. But unfortunately, he still could not get rid of the chaos demon gods and was chased closely by them. However, it was also thanks to his fast reaction that the chaos demon gods did not form an encirclement. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Whoosh! In the realm sea, a stream of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. It was Feng Zichen's fleeing figure. Behind him were hundreds of chaos demon gods. They formed a vast expanse and were following closely behind him. They looked extremely terrifying. However, Feng Zichen did not panic at all because he was used to it. Anyway, those chaos demon gods could not catch up with him and were now being played by him. After cultivating in the boundless starry sky for so many years, although Feng Zichen had not developed a way to restrain self-explosion, he had increased his speed again and again to ensure that no one could catch up with him. As long as he was not trapped by these chaos demon gods and was just being chased, these chaos demon gods would definitely not be able to do anything to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen, who was wandering around the realm sea with the chaos demon gods, suddenly thought of something. Now that the chaos demon gods had run out to chase him, wouldn't there be no one guarding the great thousand world that they had occupied? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was about to send a message to the Myriad Realms trading city so that they could take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to quickly occupy the great thousand world. But immediately, Feng Zichen gave up this idea. It was not that this plan was not good enough, but it was obviously not suitable for him to contact the Myriad Realms trading city at this time. There were hundreds of chaos demon gods behind Feng Zichen. Once he contacted the Myriad Realms trading city at this time, the fluctuation of his mind would be immediately sensed by the chaos demon gods. In that case, wouldn't the Myriad Realms trading city be exposed if the chaos fiend celestial tracked it down? The chaos demon god could not deal with Feng Zichen, but he could deal with the 10,000 Realms trading city. It was conceivable that once the Chaos Demon Celestial detected the existence of the Myriad Realms trading city, Feng Zichen would have to take it away. Otherwise, the city would definitely be torn to pieces by the furious Chaos Demon gods. Awesome! This method is simply amazing. After going through this method again in his mind, Feng Zichen couldn't help but marvel at his own wisdom. He would lead the Chaos Demon God away, and then the trading city of the 10,000 realms would devour the greater 1,000 realms while the Chaos Demon God was away. This plan was perfect. But now was indeed not the time to carry out this plan to avoid alerting the enemy. But next time, when Feng Zichen was fully prepared, that might not be the case. Perhaps he could seize 1/10 of the greater 1,000 realms or even more through this plan. Taking a deep look at the realm sea, Feng Zichen seemed to see the picture of the realm of God standing at the top of all the realms. After that, he planned to leave. It was meaningless to continue to lead the Chaos Demon God away, so he might as well return to the untainted land as soon as possible to prepare for the next arrival. As the saying went, the Chaos Demon God wouldn't be defeated a third time after suffering 2 losses in a row, so he must have some means to deal with him. Therefore, the next time, Feng Zichen would be facing a tough battle, so he naturally had to be fully prepared. Fellow Taoists, please don't chase after him. Looking back at the Chaos Demon God, Feng Zichen suddenly said. Die. Hearing that, the Chaos Demon God didn't retreat. Instead, he used a secret method to forcibly increase his speed and got closer to Feng Zichen. How boring. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen took out a ball of Chaos Origin Qi. Then, he threw it back without looking back. That was the origin Qi of the Chaos Demon God that he had killed, and it contained amazing power. After throwing out that ball of Chaos Origin Qi, Feng Zichen ignited his own Origin Qi to increase his speed to another level. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from the Chaos Demon God again. Seeing that, the Chaos Demon God naturally didn't want to be outdone, so he ignited his Origin Qi and chased after him. However, just as they approached the Origin Qi, Feng Zichen spat out a word coldly. Explode. At his command, the massive origin of chaos exploded and a terrifying power wreaked havoc. The few Chaos Demon Gods who were in the center of the explosion were blown into pieces and turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. As for the Chaos Demon Gods that were far away from the center of the explosion, they were sent flying by the terrifying power and were more or less injured. Not to mention them, even Feng Zichen, who had already run far away, was affected. He was sent flying by the ripples caused by the explosion of Chaos Origin Qi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Feng Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to escape successfully. He left the realm sea and returned to the untainted land. Puff! After returning to the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen couldn't suppress his injuries anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his injuries completely broke out. With a puff, countless wounds suddenly appeared on his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. This time, Feng Zichen's injuries were not light. First of all, when the Tianyuan Demon God exploded, in order to protect the Zhouxing map, Feng Zichen could be said to have taken most of the damage from the explosion. Because of this, he suffered a lot of injuries. Then, he was chased by the Chaos Demon God, which further worsened his injuries. Finally, the explosion of the Chaos Origin Qi was not much weaker than the explosion of the Chaos Demon God. Feng Zichen was seriously injured after being injured by the self-detonation twice and being chased by the Chaos Demonic Celestial. However, even so, he was not in a hurry to heal his injuries. Instead, he contacted the Youyu clan through a secret method and asked them to keep a low profile and stop all activities in the trading city of the 10,000 realms. Wasn't it courting death to cause trouble under the eyes of the Chaos Demon God? After instructing the Youyu clan, Feng Zichen began to heal his injuries in seclusion. At this time, it had only been 100 years since he left the untainted land. When Feng Zichen was in seclusion, at this moment, the disciples of the Clan of Enlightenment gathered on the Kunlun mountain and were secretly planning a big event that would shake the untainted land. They were going to raid the execution ground. Soon, the heavenly court would publicly kill the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian on the immortal slaying platform to correct the heavenly might. And the 12 golden immortals of the Clan of Enlightenment were going to raid the execution ground so that they could save the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian. Yang Jian was the second disciple of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, Immortal Yu Ding's only disciple. As his master, how could Immortal Yu Ding watch his disciple be killed by the Heavenly Court? Therefore, he wanted to save them. Saving one was saving two was also saving. Therefore, Immortal Yu Ding planned to save both the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian. However, there was a problem at this time. He, Immortal Yu Ding, did not have the ability to save people from the heavenly court. That was awkward. However, it did not matter. He could not, but he still had his fellow disciples. If they worked together, they would be able to come up with a perfect solution. After making up his mind, Immortal Yu Ding directly called his fellow disciples to his cave residence. Fellow disciples, I believe you have heard about Yang Jian. He will be dragged to the immortal slaying platform in a few days. Poor Wei is incompetent and can't save him from the hands of the heavenly court. Therefore, I shamelessly invited everyone here today. I hope you can help me come up with an idea to save poor Wei's poor disciple. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Immortal Yu Ding said with a face full of shame. No one was surprised by this. Before coming, everyone had already guessed why Immortal Yu Ding had invited them here. However, they did not have a good idea on how to save Yang Jian. This, junior brother, in my opinion, we might as well go directly to the heavenly court and ask for him. I think, with our status as disciples of the saints, the heavenly court will not disrespect us. Perhaps they will release martial nephew Yang Jian on the spot. After thinking for a while, Guang Qingzi, who was the eldest senior brother of the clan of enlightenment, said. In the past, when Haotian was determined to give in, there was naturally no problem with his method. But now, Haotian's attitude had changed drastically. If the disciples of the clan of enlightenment were to follow Guang Qingzi's method, they would go to the heavenly court to ask for him. It would be good if the heavenly court did not capture them together, let alone release them. Fortunately, there were still some intelligent disciples of the clan of enlightenment who stopped Guang Qingzi's plan. That's not appropriate. This method is not appropriate. Just as Guang Qingzi finished speaking, Immortal Yu Ding directly objected. He had personally experienced the change in the heavenly court's attitude. What's wrong? Guang Qingzi was not angry when he heard his method being objected to. He only asked in confusion. He had just come out of seclusion and did not know the changes in the heavenly court. He was completely following the previous method. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such a stupid plan. Eldest senior brother, you might not know, but the current heavenly court is completely different from before. It suddenly became incomparably tough and did not give us any face at all. Take the previous example. I wanted to save Yang Jian and his mother when the heavenly soldiers captured him. However, before I could make a move, the great Luo Holy Venerate in the heavenly court looked at me from afar. At that moment, I felt the threat of death. It seemed that as long as I dared to save Yang Jian, the Daluo Taoist priests would kill me without hesitation. Recalling the scene that day, Immortal Yu Ding still had some lingering fear. This was the first time everyone had heard of this matter. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked. The heavenly court was indeed different from before. From what junior brother said, the poor ways method just now really won't work. Guang Qingzi shook his head and said. Following that, everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. However, after discussing for a long time, no one could come up with a feasible method. The only way now is to raid the execution ground. Seeing that everyone had discussed for a long time and still could not come up with a feasible plan, Immortal Yu Ding gritted his teeth and said. Raid the execution ground? Hearing this, everyone asked with some uncertainty. Yes, raid the execution ground. If we combine our strength, we can definitely rescue Yang Jian and his mother from the demon execution stage. Immortal Yu Ding nodded and repeated. That's also a way. After thinking carefully, everyone could not help but nod. This was indeed a feasible method. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect may not be very strong individually, but if the 12 of them joined forces, they could even fight the real Daluo Taoist priests. In addition, with the magic treasures given to them by the primeval Lord of Heaven, they had the ability to protect themselves even in the face of a sage-to-be expert. Therefore, if they joined forces, it would not be difficult to rescue Yang Jian and his mother from the heavenly court. As for how to deal with the aftermath after rescuing Yang Jian and his mother, it would be even simpler. What, does the heavenly court dare to go to Kunlun Mountain and ask for them? Okay, let's do it. After making up their minds, everyone nodded and said. At this time, the disciples of the Chan sect had not yet fallen out with each other and were on good terms. Naturally, they were willing to share the worries and difficulties of their senior brothers. It was far from being like the later generations, where they all left Kunlun Mountain and passed down their orthodoxies. Poor Wei, on behalf of my inferior disciple, Yang Jian, thank you all. Seeing that everyone nodded without hesitation, Immortal Yu Ding was very touched and could not help but bow to everyone. We're all family. Senior brother, why are you so polite to us? Seeing this, Immortal Tai hurriedly stepped forward and supported Immortal Yu Ding, not letting him bow down. The other disciples of the Chan sect also nodded in agreement. In this way, the matter of raiding the execution ground to save Yang Jian was settled. In fact, there was a better and faster way to save Yang Jian and his mother besides raiding the execution ground. That was, Immortal Yu Ding went to see the primeval Lord of Heaven and begged him to save Yang Jian. There was no need for the primeval Lord of Heaven to do anything. He only needed to write a letter to Haotian and soften his words, asking Haotian to give him face and let Yang Jian go. In this case, would Haotian disrespect the primeval Lord of Heaven for Yang Jian? Of course, after locking Yang Jian up for a period of time, he would find an excuse to let him go. However, none of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect said such a simple method. Did they not think of it? No, they would have thought of such a simple method. Since they had thought of it, why didn't they say it? Of course, it was for the sake of that ridiculous face. If the primeval Lord of Heaven asked Haotian for Yang Jian, it would undoubtedly make the primeval Lord of Heaven lose face in front of Haotian. Therefore, even if they went to the execution ground, the disciples of the Chan sect would not let the primeval Lord of Heaven appear. The face of the Chan sect was very precious. Time flew by. Soon, the day of the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian's execution came. On this day, the two gods of war led the elites of the Thunder region and personally escorted the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian to the immortal slaying platform outside the southern heaven gate. The monster slaying platform was located not far from the southern heaven gate. As for why the monster slaying platform was set up here, the purpose was naturally to warn all living beings. Chapter 713. The execution took place outside the South Heaven Gate. Anyone with a bit of cultivation in the three realms could clearly see the scene of the execution. The fear in the hearts of all living beings naturally served as a warning. However, although setting up the immortal slaying platform outside the southern heavenly gate could warn all living beings, it also gave some people an opportunity. For example, robbing the execution ground. Outside the southern heavenly gate was considered to be out of the heavenly court. It was naturally much more convenient to make a move here than in the heavenly court. Why do you think those Chan sect disciples were so confident in robbing the execution ground and saving Yang Jian and his mother? It was because the immortal slaying platform was outside the southern heavenly gate. Once they succeeded, they could directly escape into the eldritch wilderness. It was very convenient. If the immortal slaying platform was in the heavenly court, they would have to think carefully about whether to rob the execution ground. Because in the heavenly court, even if they successfully rescued Yang Jian and his mother, it would not be easy for them to escape. There was a high chance that they would be suppressed by the heavenly court. Kneel. After pulling Yang Jian onto the immortal slaying platform, the heavenly soldier pressed down hard and forced him to kneel on the ground. Then, there was a long wait. The heavenly court did not need to choose a good time to kill people, but since they wanted to warn all living beings, they had to choose a time when there were many people to maximize their goal. The waiting now was just to give the living beings of the three realms time to react so that they would look over. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and a month had passed in the mortal realm. Execute. As the executioners, the North and South war gods felt that most people had noticed this place, so they ordered the execution. With the order, streaks of blood-red light rose from the immortal slaying platform. Then, endless blood-red light gathered and turned into a blood-red sword that slashed at Yang Jian's head. At that moment, a large array suddenly covered the entire immortal slaying platform in the void. Just as Yang Jian was about to die, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect finally made their move. In the array, wind and lightning appeared together, and flames intertwined, bursting out with great power and shattering the blood-red sword formed by the immortal slaying platform. You thieves really came. Our preparations were not in vain. Seeing that someone had come to rob the execution ground, the North and South war gods were not surprised. They immediately activated the backup plan they had prepared in advance. It was clear that they had already planned for someone to come to the execution ground. No matter what, Yang Jian was a third-generation disciple of the Chan school. How could the Chan school let him be killed by the heavenly court so easily? Naturally, they had to save him. On the other hand, the second-generation disciples of the Chan school were famous for being bold and unscrupulous. They were completely capable of robbing the execution ground. Since they had a guess in their hearts, the heavenly courts naturally had to make arrangements early so as to avoid being robbed of the execution ground and losing face in front of all the living beings in the 3 dimensions. Kill. Not long after the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school attacked, a large number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals suddenly rushed out from the South Heaven Gate and surrounded the immortal slaying platform. There were more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. This time, in order to deal with the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, the heavenly courts had sent out 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They were all elites among elites. Don't underestimate these 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. The current celestial heavens was no longer the celestial heavens of the journey to the west. These heavenly soldiers were selected from the Khanate races that lived in the heavenly realm. Each of them was a relatively outstanding disciple of their race. Among them, the weakest was at the golden immortal realm. As for the heavenly generals, they were at the Tai Jingxian realm. Their commander, like the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, was Daoyuo Jingxian. When these 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals worked together with the Khanate formation that the heavenly courts had specially prepared for them, their power could even temporarily trap a quasi-saint mighty figure. Even the Daoyuo Taoist priests would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed if they fell into it. Not to mention the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. It could be said that the heavenly courts had put in a lot of effort to deal with the 12 golden immortals of Chan school this time. Activate the formation, kill. As if they had practiced countless times, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had just formed an encirclement when they directly formed a formation and charged toward the 12 golden immortals of Chan school on the immortal slaying platform. Rumble. The soaring aura of the weapons erupted and swept everything, directly shattering the formation set up by the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. However, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school were disciples of the saints after all, and they were also Khanate god fiends. Naturally, they would not be so easily killed by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Primeval formation, activate. The moment the formation shattered, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school moved and formed another Khanate formation, the primeval formation. Although this formation was named after primeval, it was jointly created by the 3 pure ones. This was the formation that the 3 pure ones had specially created for the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. Not only could the primeval formation maximize the power of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school, but it could also condense an incarnation of the primeval Lord of Heaven, thereby displaying part of his power. The reason why the 12 golden immortals of Chan school were so confident was because of that supreme array formation. Once the incarnation of the primeval Lord of Heaven appeared, how many people in the Eldritch world could compete with it? Rumble. Once the primeval formation was formed, a supreme power immediately spread out. Then, a supreme phantom slowly appeared in front of everyone. Boom! In an instant, an indescribable power attacked everyone's hearts, causing their minds to tremble. The heavenly court's formation immediately showed signs of instability. How dare you be so impudent? Do you really think that there's no one in the heavenly court? At this critical moment, 10 tall figures suddenly rushed out from the North Star heavenly palace that had long fallen into silence. Violent auras surged around them. They were Emperor North Star's guards. At the same time, they were also experts of the human race. Emperor North Star was a god, the sovereign of a race, and the ancestor of a Tao. How could he not have people under him? In fact, Emperor North Star had the most subordinates among the heavenly court's great emperors. At the same time, he was also the strongest. As the Tao ancestor of the celestial and demon Tao, if the cultivators of the celestial and demon Tao joined the heavenly court, they would naturally be under his name. Apart from being the celestial and demon Tao ancestor, he was also the lord of the Khanate sword Tao. Therefore, the sword Tao cultivators would naturally be his subordinates. Apart from that, Emperor North Star was also the sage emperor of the human race. Therefore, the power of the human race in the heavenly court naturally belonged to him. During the era of the 5 heavenly emperors, the heavenly court was filled with human experts. After the 5 heavenly emperors abdicated, they naturally couldn't bring all the human experts with them. Therefore, these human experts naturally became the subordinates of Emperor North Star. Emperor North Star, who controlled so much power, was the most powerful person in the heavenly court. However, although Emperor North Star had great power, his subordinates gradually quieted down after his death. They didn't interact with outsiders and silently waited for their majesty to return. As he hadn't shown himself for a long time, many people neglected this power. This time, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect didn't consider this power when they attacked. That was because they hadn't shown themselves for too long. However, they forgot that they were different from others. They were the disciples of the primordial heavenly lord. Emperor North Star had died in the hands of the primordial heavenly lord. In other words, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had a grudge with Emperor North Star's subordinates. Moreover, it was a deadly grudge. How could Emperor North Star's subordinates not react when they saw their enemies flaunting their power in front of them? Immediately, 10 people rushed out. These 10 people all cultivated the Tao of celestial demons. Moreover, each of them had reached the realm of Tao Lord Tai. Tao Lord Tai. He was Tai Jingxian, who cultivated the Tao of Khanate. Although he was called Tai Jingxian, his power wasn't any weaker than Daoyuo Jingxian. In fact, he was even stronger. He. The primordial array. Not bad. I wonder if it's better than the primordial array of the human race. When the 10 human experts arrived in front of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, they didn't waste any time and directly used the strongest array of the human race, the primordial array. At the end of the primordial era, when the demon race was massacring the humans, the sage emperor of the human race, Feng Zichen, set up the primordial array and fought against the Eastern Emperor Tai without losing. This made the array famous. It became a supreme array that was comparable to the heavenly cycle star array and was ranked as one of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. Yes, there were 4 of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. There was nothing wrong with that. In fact, the primordial array was naturally inferior to the primordial array. However, the conditions for setting up the primordial array were too harsh. It required 10 Khanate numinous treasures of the corresponding attributes. With the strength of these human experts, they probably couldn't find them. Therefore, they could only use other Dharma treasures to replace them. However, this way, it was hard to say how much power the primordial array could unleash. However, no matter how weak it was, it couldn't defeat the primordial array. Could it not be on par with it? Rumble. As the 10 people moved, 10 postnatal cardinal treasures of different attributes slowly appeared. Immediately, all kinds of great Tao interweaved in the world. It started from the first origin, went through yin, yang, heaven, and earth, and ended in the 10 directions. Boom! In the end, the great Tao interweaved into a huge great Tao divine diagram that lay between heaven and earth, emitting shocking waves. The primordial array, infinitely weakened, was completed. Primordial array, rise. Seeing the great Tao divine diagram appear, the 10 experts walked into the diagram without hesitation and became one with the array. Boom! The divine diagram of the great path shook, and a vast aura spread out. An indescribably noble figure slowly appeared. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The supreme achievement of the primordial array in the primordial world. However, compared to the incarnation of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning condensed by the primordial array, the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao was undoubtedly more blurry. One could barely see its shape. Obviously, this was caused by the 10 experts' lack of strength and Dharma treasures. However, even so, the power of the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao was not weaker than the incarnation of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. After all, the strength of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not inferior to the Heavenly Tao. If the incarnations of the two were on the same level, how could the incarnation of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning be a match for the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao? The 10 of them stepped forward and used the primordial array to block the primordial array of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school. They fought on the immortal slaying platform. At this moment, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals regained their footing. They formed the heavenly court array again and charged towards the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school. When the two sides worked together, the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school were immediately defeated. Even if they used connate numinous treasures, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. At that moment, the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school were in danger. Master, Uncle Master, leave quickly. The heavenly court wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with you. If Master and Uncle Masters are implicated because of me, how can Yang Jian live in this world? Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Jian hurriedly said. In order to save his mother, Yang Jian did not hesitate to offend the heavenly court. It could be seen that he was a filial person. And filial people would not have bad temperaments. How could such a person be willing to see his teachers be implicated by him and attract a fatal disaster? Therefore, seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Jian immediately let the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school leave. At the end of the day, Yang Jian was also a pitiful person. His parents might be guilty, but he was definitely innocent. However, being born in such a family was the greatest mistake. Yang Jian's idea was good, but he had overestimated the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school. Based on the current situation, they did not have the final say if they wanted to leave. It would depend on whether the heavenly court was willing to let them go. The 12 golden immortals of Chan's school were already trapped by the heavenly court. If not for the power of the primeval array, they would have been taken down by the heavenly court. Rumble. The battle continued. The heavenly court had the home advantage. The more they fought, the braver they became. On the other hand, the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school were gradually unable to hold on. Moreover, there was still an endless stream of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals surging out from the South Heaven Gate. They filled the heavenly court's array to increase its power. It was as if they would not stop until they took down the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school. The heavenly court's array was an array formation that Fuxi had personally created when he was the heavenly emperor. One could imagine its power. The greatest advantage of this array was that the more people there were, the more powerful it was. If 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were to attack together, even a quasi-sage could be suppressed. Now, the heavenly court had mobilized more than 150,000 troops, and there were more heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals on the way to support. In the face of such a powerful force, the defeat of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school was only a matter of time. Sigh. You're already so old. Don't you know how to make others worry? Seeing that the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school were about to be suppressed by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the deputy sect master of Chan's school, Taoist Randang, finally could not sit still in the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain. He sighed and was about to save them. To be honest, Taoist Randang did not want to make a move. If he made a move, he would definitely offend Hao Tian and the others. He would definitely suffer a calamity in the future. However, if he did not make a move, the Heavenly Lord of Primeval Beginning would not let him have an easy time now. After weighing the pros and cons, the fear of the Heavenly Lord of Primeval Beginning prevailed. Taoist Randang chose to save them. Rumble. As the void trembled, an ancient ruler quietly arrived and pressed down on the immortal slaying platform. It was the superior grade connate spirit treasure, the Qian ruler. It was one of Daoist Ronding's natal spirit treasures and was extremely powerful. When the Qian Kun ruler pressed down, it was as if a vast Qian Kun world was pressing down, bringing great pressure to everyone on the immortal slaying platform. Chapter 714. Rumble. The universe was in turmoil as a supreme force attacked. Be it the Chaos Array formation or the Heavenly Court Array formation, they immediately showed signs of instability. Retreat. Daoist Randang stretched out his hand and pointed. The cosmic ruler trembled slightly and immediately shook off the endless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, revealing the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school who were trapped inside. Let's go. Not daring to delay, Daoist Randang activated the cosmic ruler and emitted an immortal light. It swept up the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school and was about to take them away. However, go. Where are you going? A huge hand that covered the sky suddenly reached out from the Gauchan heavenly palace and slapped the cosmic ruler fiercely. Boom! 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 After receiving this blow, the cosmic ruler was sent flying. The 12 golden immortals of Chan's school who were swept away by it fell from it. Daluo Taoist priests. In the Jade Void Palace, Daoist Ronding's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed the strength of the person who attacked. Only the Daluo Taoist priests could send the cosmic ruler flying with one strike. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Daluo Taoist priests. The person who attacked was called Yunhua. He was one of the top existences under the North Star Emperor. He was a top expert of the God Fiend Dao. His strength had long reached the level of the Daluo Taoist priests, which was the same realm as Daoist Randang. That's right. Although Daoist Randang was one of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, his realm was far from being comparable to his fellow disciples. Daoist Randang had not even stepped into the Sage-to-Be realm, let alone a great divine ability. The Dao ancestors' preaching had ended for an eon, but he was still the Daluo Taoist priests. His strength had not improved at all. Daoist Randang could be said to be the weakest existence among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace who were still alive. Daoist Randang was about to become the shame of the celestial sect of wonders. Humph. Ignorant junior, how dare you be so rash? Daoist Randang felt that he had lost face after his weapon was sent flying by a junior. He snorted coldly and raised the cosmic ruler to attack Yunhua, who had just flown out of the Gauchan heavenly palace. Seeing this, Yunhua hurriedly took out a long halberd and waved it to meet the universal ruler. With a bang, the halberd and the universal ruler collided in midair, bursting out. The shocking shockwave shattered the surrounding void. Then, Yunhua, together with the long halberd, flew back at a speed faster than when he came. However, the cosmic ruler did not move at all. After one strike, the difference in strength was obvious. Yunhua was no match for Daoist Randang and was sent flying by the cosmic ruler. Go! After casually defeating Yunhua, Daoist Randang did not mind. He used the cosmic ruler to sweep up the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school and was about to bring them out of the heavenly courts. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. A horsetail whisk swept over from the distance, turning into thousands of divine chains that swept towards the ruler of the universe. It was the Khanate star god, Taibai Jinxing. The horsetail whisk in his hand was called the Taibai horsetail whisk. It was his lifelong numinous treasure. It was nurtured by the Khanate Gung metal origin and contained 36 Khanate divine restrictions. It was a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure. The Taibai horsetail whisk looked like a horsetail whisk, but it was actually a Khanate divine sword with astonishing power. The Khanate Gung metal chi was the killing aura of the world. Its power was boundless and incomparably sharp. The Taibai horsetail whisk was formed by this chi, so its power could be imagined. It was a top-notch killing treasure in the world. Swoosh, as the horsetail whisk was waved, thousands of silver threads danced like sharp divine swords. They carried a cold sword intent as they slashed at the cosmic ruler, wanting to keep it behind. Another Daluo Taoist priests. There are really many experts in the heavenly courts. Daoist Randang was not surprised to see another Daluo Taoist priests appear. If the heavenly courts only had so few people, they would not be qualified to command the primordial world. With a thought, Daoist Randang controlled the cosmic ruler. He messed up the universe and shook the universe, sweeping away the thousands of silver threads that swept over. Tai Bai Jingxing's attack was ruthless. It could be said that he had used all his strength. However, in front of Daoist Randang, he still could not cause any waves. He was easily repelled by him. Your strength as a Khanate star god is not bad, but you still can't compare to the poor Wei. As he spoke, Daoist Randang spun the cosmic ruler and stirred up the boundless universe, causing the universe to tremble and sending Tai Bai Jingxing flying. With a flip of his hand, Tai Bai Jingxing was defeated. It would be a mistake to underestimate Daoist Randang because he could not break through to the quasi-saint realm. After all, he was one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. He did not lack opportunities and talent. The reason why he could not break through was that his opportunity had not arrived. Because his opportunity had not arrived and he could not step into the quasi-saint realm, Daoist Randang had stayed in the realm of Daluo Jingxian for countless years. If it were anyone else who could not break through, they would have given up long ago. However, Daoist Randang was different. He had never been discouraged and had never given up the opportunity to break through. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give up his face and worship the heavenly Lord Yuanshi as his master. Although Daoist Randang's series of efforts did not allow him to successfully step into the quasi-saint realm, it allowed him to lay an unparalleled foundation in the realm of Daluo Taoist priests. To put it bluntly, in the realm of Daluo Taoist priests, there were not many who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Daoist Randang. Even if he could not be invincible in the Daluo realm, he was still one of the top existences. Even ordinary quasi-saint almighties might not be a match for him. After all, in the untainted world, Daoist Randang had been staying in the realm of Daluo Taoist priests. He was the only one who could not break through. This caused him to be far more powerful than others. How could existences like Yunhua and Tai Bai Jingxing, who had just entered the realm of Daluo Taoist priests, be a match for a wily old fox like Daoist Randang? Even if there were a few more of them, the gap was too big. Daoist Randang could easily defeat them. Kill. After Tai Bai Jingxing's defeat, the heavenly court finally realized that it was difficult for them to fight against Daoist Randang alone. Therefore, almost at the same time, a terrifying aura rose from the heavenly palace of Haotian, the North Star, the South Pole, and the Ziwei Heavenly Palace. Then, 4 Daluo Taoist priests appeared and attacked Daoist Randang. At the same time, Yunhua and Tai Bai Jingxing also climbed up from the void and attacked Daoist Randang together with the 4 Daluo Taoist priests. At this moment, in order to deal with Daoist Randang, the deputy hierarch of the Chan school, the heavenly court sent out a total of 6 Daluo Taoist priests. Among these 6 people, 2 were from the Ziwei Heavenly Palace, 2 were from the North Star Heavenly Palace, 1 was from the Luai's Heavenly Palace, and 1 was from the Haotian Heavenly Palace. The 6 Daluo Taoist priests were already a very strong force in the postnatal era when all the Dharma had withered. At this moment, the heavenly court sent out 6 Daluo Taoist priests, which really shocked the world. No one would think that these 6 Daluo Taoist priests were all the Daluo Taoist priests of the heavenly court. Since the heavenly court dared to send out 6 of them, it meant that there were more Daluo Taoist priests hidden in the heavenly court. At this moment, under the pressure of the Chan school, the hidden strength of the heavenly court finally revealed a corner of the ice peak. At the same time, it also showed its fangs to the world. Even if they couldn't defeat Daoist Randang with 6 against 1, it was more than enough to hold him back. Damn it! In a moment of carelessness, Daoist Randang was swept by the Tai Bai horsetail whisk and couldn't help but stagger. Although this attack did not cause him any harm, it caused him to lose his guard for a moment. Everyone seized the opportunity to attack the universal ruler and beat the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school back into the encirclement of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Oh no! When Taoist Randang saw this, he knew that something was wrong and wanted to save them. However, the 6 of them had finally forced out the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. How could they let him save them so easily? Therefore, just as Taoist Randang was about to attack, the attacks of the 6 of them immediately became intense. That reckless aura forced Taoist Randang to give up on saving them and focus on defense. Kill. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals immediately perked up and surrounded the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school with all their might, intending to take them down in the shortest time possible. For a moment, the battle became more and more urgent. It was as if the entire heavenly court had become a battlefield. Where was the Jade Pool? This was the only great mystical ability user in the heavenly court. She had not appeared since the start of the battle, as if she did not care about this matter at all. Strange. Exceptionally strange. Why couldn't the Jade Pool attack? Because she was in big trouble. At this moment, in the Jade Pool, the Heavenly Empress, Jade Pool, was blocked at the door of her house. It was a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. He had a kind face and held a worn-out horsetail whisk in his hand. He stood quietly outside the Jade Pool, without a trace of aura bursting out of his body. Even so, the Jade Pool looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Her whole body was tense as she stared at the Taoist priest in front of her, not daring to move at all. Since returning from the tribulation with Haotian, the Jade Pool's strength had improved greatly. Although it was not as exaggerated as Haotian, who had directly stepped into the half-step primordial chaos realm, she had also stepped into the realm of sage-to-be perfection. She could be called a top great mystical ability user. However, the Jade Pool with such strength showed an expression of defeat in front of the Taoist priest who looked like a mortal in front of her. From this, it could be seen that the Taoist priest was very powerful. He was definitely a half-step primordial chaos realm existence, or even stronger. After a moment of silence, the Jade Pool asked, "Fellow Taoist, where did you come from and what do you want? Where did this master in front of her come from?" Judging by his clothes, he was obviously a member of the Xian sect. However, after thinking for a long time in her heart, she could not recognize the origin of this Taoist priest. She could not help but feel surprised. After all, there was no one in the Xian sect that the Jade Pool did not know. The fact that she could not recognize him was enough to show how mysterious this person was. In the past, when the 3,000 mortal guests went to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, it was Haotian and the Jade Pool who stood guard outside the door. Therefore, as long as someone entered the Purple Cloud Palace, they must meet Haotian and the Jade Pool face to face. Therefore, the two of them remembered all the 3,000 mortal guests. Therefore, the Jade Pool could be sure that there was no such person in the Xian sect. Poor Wei Bodhi, from the west. Today, I came here to settle a karma here. The Taoist priest smiled and replied. Bodhi. Hearing this, the Jade Pool's pupils shrank. She had already understood the origin of the person in front of her and knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. In the entire West, there were only 2 great mystical ability users, Jain and Zhuanti. The Taoist priest in front of her was called Bodhi, so his origin was very obvious. He was Saint Zhuanti, or rather, his good corpse. How does fellow Taoist Bodhi want to settle the karma? Taking a deep breath, the Jade Pool asked very cautiously. At the same time, she was ready to fight. What kind of karma could Taoist Zhuanti come here for? It was nothing more than the matter of the 3 emperors of the heavenly court trampling on the western sacred ground, Mount Meru. The mountain gate was destroyed, and the foundation was destroyed. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to take this lying down. It was normal for Saint Zhuanti to come to take revenge on the heavenly court. Fellow Taoist, please don't worry. Poor Wei came here today not for the matter of Mount Meru, but for the poor disciple of Poor Wei. Seeing that the Jade Pool was a little nervous, Taoist Bodhi explained with a smile. The destruction of Mount Meru was caused by the three great emperors, Haotian, Ziwei, and Gaochen. Although Taoist Xuanti was a little shameless, he would not blame the Jade Pool for this matter. On the one hand, he could not afford to lose face, but the pride in his heart did not allow him to do so. Since he wanted to take revenge, then every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. There was no need to look for other people's family members. If this spread out, wouldn't it mean that Saint Xuanti was afraid of Haotian? It did not matter if he was afraid of Tai. After all, everyone was afraid of him, and Saint Xuanti was not the only one. Therefore, he had no pressure to use the 10 golden crows to deal with Tai. If he was afraid of Haotian, Xuanti really could not afford to lose face. Therefore, Xuanti would not attack the Jade Pool. He did not come for the destruction of Mount Meru, but for the fake Yaoji. For some reason, the fake Yaoji's identity had been completely exposed. Everyone knew that she was from the Western sect. For this reason, when the Heavenly Court wanted to kill her, Saint Xuanti had to save her. Otherwise, if the Western sect watched its disciple be killed by outsiders, the cohesion of the Western sect would be scattered. A sect that could not even protect its own disciple, even if it was the orthodoxy of a saint, no one would join it. Therefore, no matter what, Xuanti had to save the fake Yaoji. With his identity, it was not appropriate for him to come to the Heavenly Court in person. For this reason, he specially sent his good corpse, Taoist Bodhi, to deal with this matter. Even if the three corpses of a saint were not as strong as the original body, they were still the top existences in the world, second only to the saints. There were not many people in the primordial world who could defeat them. The Jade Pool was not an exception. Therefore, Taoist Bodhi alone was enough to save the fake Yaoji, Yang Jian, and her son. In fact, Taoist Bodhi did not need to do anything. He only needed to stop the Jade Pool. He did not need to worry about the rest. The Chan sect would naturally do it for him and bring her out intact. It was precisely because Taoist Bodhi was blocking the way that the Jade Pool had not shown up since the battle. It was not that she was unwilling, but that she could not. Without the help of Taoist Randang, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect gradually lost to the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Soon, they were forced into a desperate situation. Sigh. At the critical moment of the battle, a sudden sigh attracted everyone's attention. Then, a Taoist wearing a feather robe and a star crown appeared in the field, ignoring all the arrays. Chapter 7:15. It's time for this farce to end. No one knew where that Taoist came from, but his tone was frightening. He called the matter of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school a farce and threatened to resolve it. Kill. At that moment, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were already in a frenzy. When they saw someone interfering in the battle, they did not ask about his background and directly charged forward. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they wanted to kill that Taoist and the 12 golden immortals of Chan school together. Shut up. When the Taoist saw the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals charging over, he could not help but frown. A displeased expression appeared on his face. Then, he waved his hand impatiently. Boom! Immediately, a vast aura rose from his body and spread out in all directions with him as the center. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons falling could be heard. It was the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who could not withstand this aura. Their bodies trembled non-stop, so much so that they could not hold the weapons in their hands firmly and fell to the ground. Those who could not perform well even prostrated on the ground as if they were worshipping a supreme god. Master. In a trance, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school seemed to see the shadow of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning on that Taoist and could not help but shout. Hiss, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. At the side, the 6 Daluo Taoist priests who were fighting with Taoist Randang could not help but gasp in shock when they heard the words of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. That person is the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? It can't be. For such a small matter, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, who is an extremely prideful saint, actually personally took action. It shouldn't be, right? In addition, it was not that they had never seen the portrait of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Although this person's appearance was somewhat similar to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, he was obviously not the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. However, the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school could not possibly mistake their own master. The 6 Taoist priests who were frightened by the shouts of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school no longer had the intention to fight with Taoist Randang. After fighting him head-on, they retreated to the side. May I ask where you are from, and why are you here? Tai Bai Jingxing tidied up his clothes that were slightly messy due to the continuous battles. He took a step forward and asked the Taoist. He. Poor Wei Taoist Yu Qing came from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Mirage Palace. Today, I am here to bring those unfilial disciples home. The Taoist chuckled and told him his origin. Taoist Yu Qing. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. The person who came was indeed Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Although he didn't know why his appearance changed, he thought that no one in the untainted land dared to use the name of Taoist Yu Qing except for Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Not to mention impersonating him. If he pretended to be a saint, wouldn't that be suicide? Fellow Taoist Yu Qing, you sure are impressive. Coming to the Heavenly Court to show off, do you really think the Heavenly Court is your Kunlun Mountain? At this time, Yao Qi finally showed herself and walked out of the Jade Lake. He had to show up. At this time, in the Heavenly Court, except for him, no one could talk to Taoist Yu Qing. The others didn't have enough status. And Bodhi Taoist didn't stop him, because there was no need to. The Jade Lake was already unable to deal with Taoist Bodhi, let alone Taoist Yu Qing, who was even stronger. If the two of them worked together, they could even fight Haotian. Poor Wei greets fellow Taoist Yao Qi. Seeing Yao Qi come, Taoist Yu Qing stepped forward and bowed. If Heavenly Lord Yuanshi was here, he naturally wouldn't take Yao Qi seriously. But the current Taoist Yu Qing wasn't the real Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, but an existence like Bodhi Taoist, a good corpse that was cut off for Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to take away the disciples today. Your disciples tried to kidnap the prisoners of the Heavenly Court in broad daylight and injured countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. This is equivalent to humiliating the Heavenly Court in front of all living beings in the 3 realms. If you don't give the Heavenly Court an explanation today, you won't be able to take this disciple away. Yao Qi said bluntly to Taoist Yu Qing. The dissatisfaction in her words could be felt even through the screen. It's just a joke between the younger generation. Why do you have to take it to heart, fellow Taoist Yao Qi? Taoist Yu Qing said lightly in the face of the angry Yao Qi. Looking at his expression, it wasn't that he didn't realize the impact of this matter on the Heavenly Court, but that he didn't take the Heavenly Court seriously at all. Yao Qi was furious. She pointed at Taoist Yu Qing and couldn't say anything. After a long time, she calmed down. Goddess, if Taoist Yu Qing wants to take away the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, then let him take them away. On the contrary, even if we really capture the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, we can't do anything to them. After seeing Yao Qi calm down, Tai Bai Jingxing stepped forward and whispered. In fact, letting the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect leave was the best choice for the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, what could they do even if they captured them? Could they kill them? In the end, how to deal with them was also a problem. It was better to take this opportunity to release the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and sell a favor to the primeval Lord of Heaven. In that case, Tai Bai Jingxing, do as you see fit. Yao Qi thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, she had said too much earlier. Now that she was asked to change her words, she was a little embarrassed. She could only let Tai Bai Jingxing do as he saw fit. Yes, Tai Bai Jingxing. Tai Bai Jingxing was a smart person. When he heard Yao Qi's words, he knew that she agreed. However, he couldn't lose face and was unwilling to say this. Therefore, he left this matter to him. With a plan in mind, Taibai Jinxing winked at the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals below, indicating that they should make way so that the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could leave. In fact, after seeing Taoist Yu Qing appear, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals lost their fighting spirit and didn't dare to continue to attack. Now that they had received Taibai Jinxing's signal, it was exactly what they wanted. Therefore, soon, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals wanted to retreat to both sides and make way. Seeing that their master had come, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were full of confidence again. They no longer looked like they were in a sorry state. Instead, they swaggered through the passage and walked toward Taoist Yu Qing. Seeing this, although everyone's face was a little ugly, they didn't say anything. After a while, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect came in front of Taoist Yu Qing. After greeting him one by one, they silently retreated behind him. Taoist Yu Qing, since you have received your disciple, why don't you leave? Seeing that Taoist Yu Qing still hadn't left after she released his disciple, Yao Qi couldn't help but frown and ask. Poor Wei has received his disciple, but he hasn't received his disciple yet. So, how can he leave? Shaking his head, Taoist Yu Qing said with an insatiable desire. Taoist Yu Qing, do you really think that poor Wei is afraid of you? It's not enough to release your disciple, and now you want to release your disciple? You've gone too far. This time, Yao Qi was really angry. There was still a reason to release the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, but if Yang Jian and his mother were released, the heavenly court's face would be completely lost. From now on, the heavenly court would become the laughingstock of the untainted land and the object of ridicule of all living beings. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a great shame. So, how could Yao Qi agree to release them? She couldn't even fall out with him. With anger rising in her heart, Yao Qi flashed directly to the fake Yaoji and Yang Jian's mother and son, and restrained them. If you want to save them, you can, but first over the dead body of poor Wei. After suppressing the mother and son with a flip of her hand, Yao Qi looked back at Taoist Bodhi and Taoist Yu Qing and said with a resolute face. In a one-on-one fight, Yao Qi might not be a match for them, let alone one against two. But Yao Qi really didn't believe that the two dared to kill her in order to save people. Not to mention her identity as the Heavenly Queen of Jade Lake, her identity as the child of Tao ancestor Hung Jun was enough to make Taoist Yu Qing not dare to kill her. In order to save your grand disciple, you killed your own master's Taoist child, and it was even under the circumstances that you were in the wrong. Do you really think that Tao ancestor Hung Jun is so weak that he won't be angry? Alas! Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? With a sigh, Taoist Yu Qing made a move. A jade-colored immortal light fell and turned into a white light, rolling toward Yang Jian and the fake Yaoji. At the same time, on the other side, Taoist Bodhi's body suddenly bloomed with hundreds of millions of fine lights, which hit Yao Qi overwhelmingly, forcing her to defend with all her strength. Damn it! Seeing that Taoist Yu Qing's immortal light was about to sweep away Yang Jian and his mother, a cold light flashed in Yao Qi's eyes, and she had the intention to kill. After that, she didn't do anything, but Yang Jian and his mother directly exploded into two clouds of blood mist, completely losing their lives. Yao Qi was a great medium in the great perfection of sage to be. If she wanted to kill two little Tai Jinxian cultivators, wasn't it just a matter of a thought? She could kill Yang Jian and his mother in an instant with just a thought, and not even their bones would be left. Fellow Taoist, don't make a futile struggle. You can't kill them in front of the poor Wei. After seeing Yang Jian and his mother being killed by Yao Qi, Taoist Yu Qing's expression didn't change at all, and he just said coldly. Then, he waved his big sleeve, and a force that could turn everything upside down appeared, twisting yin and yang and reversing life and death, making Yang Jian and his mother appear in this world again. This was the reversal of yin and yang of the Big Dipper 36 superpowers. The Big Dipper 36 skills, after being performed by a saint, finally showed its invincible power. It reversed black and white, mixed up yin and yang, and crossed the boundary of life and death to resurrect Yang Jian and his mother, who were killed by Yao Qi. You kill. Yao Qi was shocked and angry. She pulled out the silver hairpin in her hair and waved it in the air, drawing a vast river of stars, which rushed toward Yang Jian and his mother. The silver hairpin was a protective spiritual treasure given to Yao Qi by the Taoist ancestor. It was of the highest quality, and its power was shocking. Under normal circumstances, a gentle wave from Yao Qi could turn 1,000,000 Yang Jian into ashes in an instant, let alone a single Yang Jian. But now, under the protection of Daoist Yuqing, Yao Qi's attack couldn't hurt Yang Jian and his mother at all. Daoist Yuqing formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the jade pool. The vast river of stars immediately rolled back and rushed toward the jade pool at a faster and stronger speed. This was called Wind and Fire Return. It was one of the Big Dipper 36 superpowers, and it had the power to reverse the enemy's attack. Puff! Just as Yao Qi was thinking about killing Yang Jian and his mother, Bodhi Taoist's attack came and hit her. It broke her protective phoenix chi and sent her flying, crashing into the river of stars. After being hit twice in a row, Yao Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Yao Qi's injury, Daoist Yuqing rolled up the jade pure celestial light to save Yang Jian and his mother. But at this moment, a horsetail whisk suddenly rushed out and took Yang Jian's mother away, leaving only Yang Jian, who was taken away by the jade pure celestial light. Daoist Yuqing looked up and saw that it was Bodhi Taoist who took Yang Jian's mother away. What are you doing? Daoist Yuqing narrowed his eyes and asked expressionlessly. Ha, you want to save your grand disciple, while the poor Wei wants to save her disciple. What's there to be confused about? Daoist Subhuti laughed and asked, pretending that he didn't know anything. Yang Jian was a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, but the fake Yaoji was also a disciple of the Western sect. It was completely reasonable for Bodhi Taoist to save her. However, Yang Jian's mother fell into the hands of the Western sect. This might not be a good thing for him. But now was not the time to discuss this. Because they were in trouble. Yao Qi came back to her senses. Seeing that Yang Jian and his mother had been rescued, she exploded. She drew the heavenly quartz qi into her body and brazenly attacked the two. For a moment, Yao Qi's aura skyrocketed and directly entered the origin realm. Kill! Seeing this, Yuqing and Bodhi did not dare to hold back. They each used all their strength and drew the support of their own body's strength. Like Yao Qi, they entered the origin realm and faced her together. Boom! At this moment, Yao Qi faced Yuqing and Bodhi head-on. The three origin realm forces collided fiercely, shaking the world and disturbing the universe. After a single blow, the outcome was decided. Yao Qi was no match for the combined power of the two. Not only was she sent flying, but even the heavenly quartz qi was blasted out and fell from the origin realm. With just one blow, Yao Qi had completely lost the ability to fight again. Let's go. After defeating Yao Qi, Daoist Yuqing and Bodhi Taoist did not have the slightest bit of pride on their faces. Instead, they looked solemn. They grabbed the disciples beside them and were about to leave. However, they could not leave. Yao Qi's defeat caused the heavenly quartz qi to be in turmoil, which awakened the three great emperors who were closely related to it. The Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of Ziwei, and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. Yuanshi, Xuanti, how dare you do this? As soon as he opened his eyes, Haotian saw Yao Qi, who was seriously injured and unconscious, as well as Daoist Yuqing and Bodhi Taoist, who were about to leave. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.